You said that you love winning. What drives you more, the love of winning or the hate of losing?
Maybe equally, maybe both. I don't like losing, and I do like winning.
Say his name and he appears.
This is a friendship that'll never ever end.
Greeting and welcome to Winning 2024. How's everybody doing this evening? Hope you're all doing and living well. First, let me thank all those YouTube members who support the channel on a monthly basis. Thank you so much for being part of the winner's circle. A special thanks to Shelly and Wolfram for supporting us over on Rumble. We are broadcasting live on Rumble, X, and YouTube. And away we go. Let me say hello to these fine people out there. A lot of people got here early. I appreciate it. Of course, as soon as I start the show, all this disappear. But thank you, Heidi, for jumping in or reminding people to hit the thumbs up. And thank you, Wolfram, for dropping these links. And remember to always listen to the Wolf when you're here. The Wolf knows what he's talking about. He wipes his paws, he loops and howls, and he is number one. All right, hey Dana, how you doing? And there's Shelly talking trash and truths. We were just over there in Gary's stream, watching the Next News Network stream, watching Gary Franchi. He literally got remonetized on stream after being demonetized for I don't even know how long, like just ridiculously long. And it's a celebration going on over there. It's super chat galore. And just a reminder that Gary Franchi of Next News Network will be here immediately following his show concluding. It might be a little bit delayed right now because there's a celebration going on. But I got plenty to go through. So what we're gonna do? The sound's going in and out. What do you mean? Hey, Nacho Kitty, how you doing? There's my very first mod ever, Nacho Kitty. Yeah, Gary was crying. He got his wife on the phone. It was beautiful to watch. It was awesome sauce. We're very happy. He's going to be coming in here glowing. Hey, Cool Gamer, how you doing? He will be here as soon as the show concludes. So we're going to do all of our stuff up front, and then we're going to be hopefully watching a very, very important, very cool video by him right before he gets here, and it'll kind of lay out a lot of the background for you in that video too. So we won't have to go too much into that introduction thing because his crowd's going to come with him. And there is about 2,300 people in this crowd right now, and they're just showering him with super chats. In fact, I'll tell you what we're going to do. What we're going to do is we're going to snipe it for a second just to let you guys see. He's like, just like, what? We're going to snipe it.
Call too? We're taking calls tonight.
Look at
this
all
is
these
a little what is this? Another $50 from somebody? Adrian just gave 50
here to super chat him. Look at all
I know
that.
This is the raw feed, man. This is how it is. My cousin's
struggling.
gonna call. Sam just dropped a 20 on this. What the heck is Brian? How do we tabulate this? How do we know?
Yep. If they all come, it'll be about that size. If they're all still there at the end, there's a party right now over there.
What? I can't hear you, wait, Brian. Okay. I understand.
Him and his family have been, struggling, and they have.
I know. Are you highlighting them, Brian? Oh, you have to physically.
Brian missed mine, by the way, but that's okay.
My cousin's calling. I
just wanted to be part of the celebration.
Yeah, my cousin. I'm gonna merge with Angie.
Help him get back on his feet.
Jenny, wait.
They are just so excited
Jenny,
over there. It's amazing.
Jenny, you're live on the Next News Network.
He's all the way up. Okay, he's all the way out there right now. He's all the way out there.
Wait, hang on. Let me see if I can. I'm going to try something here. Hang on. Brian, I'm going to disconnect the phone on one side. I'm going to plug it in on my other phone, okay? See what happens.
What's happening? What did I miss? Because he just got remonetized after being demonetized for no reason for, I don't know, 18 months.
Jenny?
Something like that. It's been over a year.
Can you hear her?
Like his family's been struggling. They've had to go on a shoestring crew.
But is she coming through on the stream?
It's just so much stuff. They have a family, they have children. It's just been really hard on them because this is what he does. This is what he's been doing for a decade or more. He's been running Next News Network and trying to get the truth out to people.
But is it coming through on the stream?
And yeah, so that's the good news right there, happening right in front of us.
Oh, you're live, and we just got remonetized.
It literally, it was like, holy, what? Hold on, what is this? Where did this come from?
Someone just donated another $50. All these people are donating money right now. $50, $20, $10, $2. I mean, I can't even count how much money people are donating right now.
Thank you so much for supporting my cousin. Thank you.
Yep. He reapplied 7 times. Remonetize. That's right. 7 times the charm.
Oh my goodness. Amen.
They're in tears. Like his wife started crying as soon as she heard. Literally, they've had so much going on. Here, I'll just do this and I'll mute it so we can talk. Because we have to get to our news first, so we can. Right now, we're on a little bit of delay. We're just doing the celebration of all the folks over there on Next News side. I'm glad I didn't. Wow, they're just blowing up. That's awesome. So many people, all kinds of people, just letting our hearts pour out, congratulating them. They made it. Look, there's T-Rex Trucking to $100. Holy crap, dude. T-Rex Trucking and more. Just do $100 at Gary. Oh my goodness. Wow. Now come over here and do it for me. T-Rex Trucking. He is always supporting the channel. I love that guy. So much to go through tonight, but man, that's exciting stuff, isn't it? Exciting stuff. Good things happen to good people. I'm so happy for Gary and his family. They really needed this to happen. They really needed it to happen, man. All kinds of good things happening these days. And man, oh man. He's been working his butt off for decades trying to help save this country. I'm just thinking of a text message. But... All right. So we're celebrating. Look at that. We call it T-Rex sitting $100. Look at that. Ooh. Everybody's like, dang.
Yes, it just keeps the donations. This is out of control.
Shout out to T-Rex.
You worked so hard, and I knew this was going to happen.
Wait, Angie's calling. Hang on, I'm going to bring her in.
The news is
Angie
turned into a celebration.
The phone dropped. Are you there? Angie, are you there?
Busted, right?
Hey, hey, what's up, little G?
Bro, Mom just told me we got remonetized.
Yeah, we did, little buddy.
Yo, actually?
That's his son.
Yeah, we got remonetized.
Actually?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's so awesome.
Yeah, we're live right now, little G, and you're on the live stream. Everyone, my son, little Gary, is now on the phone with my cousin Jenny, and he's just learning about this now. Here's Adrian. Gary, we're getting all these super chats. $50. We just got.
You didn't have. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. You rock, T-Rex. T-Rex is the official sponsor of the stream. He is the official sponsor of the stream. And not only does he get that, but he gets his own special intro. If I can find it. Jesus. It seemed like I would have put it in a better spot than I did. Oh, here we go.
Affliction and hardship awaits those who resist. First of all, I don't pay property tax.
Thank you. The laugh at the end. I know it just keeps getting better and better and better. Well, Gary might be running a little late, but that's okay. He's got a big celebration going on there. But we'll hear more about that live from Gary here when his stream ends. Chrissy Cat, what's up? How you doing? Welcome to the show. I'm not laughing. I'm trying to get your chat up. There you go. There you go. All right. Woohoo. Laughing. Yep. The laugh at the end is the best. That was a great addition. All right. We got to move on because I got stuff to get to tonight. And then we're going to have a big old fun time with Gary this evening for sure. For sure. Wow. Now he's cranking his business back up. That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm going to ask him some questions tonight, guys, just to let you know before he gets here. I went back to the square just because it looks weird when you have two people and it looks like you're just like far apart in little circles. It's weird. But I'm going to this is the format. We're going to be talking about the past, the present, and the future together. And then I'm going to ask him for some how he runs his show over there. I'm gonna, I always like talking to big creators about these kind of things. Like, what do you do? What's your secrets? What do you got? Like, ask him for how he gets ready for shows, how his production runs, what he's learned over the years. What are some things I can do to improve? When you have expertise in the house, you got to ask the right questions, right? So that's going to be towards the end. And of course, you guys are going to be welcome to ask questions. And super chats get priorities, but I will be doing that. I won't be playing the super chat celebration while he's here. So just to let you guys know ahead of time, if you do happen to ask a question in super chat, Adam, here's your super chat. All right, there you go. So there you go. That's for any that come in later on. All right. We're all set. And thank you for being here. Gary will be here as soon as the show's over. We're going to get into, first and foremost, we're going to get into this show right now. Everything's on winning speed already. And we're going to first take a look at the polls. We're going to go looking at the polls. So we're going to start with that. We're going to have one video, and then we're going to get to the next segment and the next segment and the next segment. And it should work out if I timed it right. It should work out to where he is wrapping things up, because I don't think he's getting back to the news tonight. I don't know. He might not. He might want to get out of here and celebrate too. So we're at the budget our time good. So here we go. Radical politics. Republicans are crushing Democrats in early voting. Of course, we're going to be looking at Rig Watch too. A lot of news going on around the country. Things are heating up. Heidi voted today. There you go. So there's one more in the bag. One more. All right. Yep. All right. Cool. All right, let's do it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Radical Politics. Make sure you guys like this video down below and subscribe to the channel if you are new. So 7 days before the 2024 presidential election between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, a lot of people are already voting, though, because early voting is a thing, and we have a lot of data that we can analyze. And by the way, none of it looks good for Kamala Harris. None of it looks good. It's not over. People need to understand we can't take our foot off the gas. But when you're looking at this data, it is apocalyptic for Kamala Harris if it keeps up. And every day we're like, okay, maybe it slows down now. Maybe it slows down now. No, it doesn't slow down. And this is a major, major problem for Democrats. They're going to have to get a bunch of people out to vote on election day who likely have never voted before on election day in order to win this election. But right now, the enthusiasm level, it's not with Harris. The momentum is not with Harris. The media becomes more and more unhinged every day. The problem is a lot of people are numb to that, and very few people are changing their minds at this point. And we're going to go through it state by state in this video in terms of the early vote and kind of show what's going on, the states that we kind of have access to. Some states we know more about than others, but regardless, what we do know is that the polling is now showing Donald Trump in the lead by 0.4 percentage points nationally, and we are 7 days away from the election. Now, keep in mind, in 2020 at this point, Biden led by like over 8 percentage points. Donald Trump, he never led in 2020. He led for like a combined couple days in the summer of 2016. And now he currently has taken the lead down the stretch. This is unprecedented. He leads in every swing state, including Wisconsin, by the way, where the polls have always underestimated him by a lot. And this is just an awful situation the Democrats are in. And every day that goes by that they're not able to reverse course, they're running out of time. So we're going to dive into the numbers and go state by state. But I want to tell you guys really quickly about my merch store over at shop.redeaglepolitics.com, because this Friday at midnight, you guys can choose from.
Get it.
We only have like 7 days left to go. And Donald Trump, as things stand today, is on the verge when you look at the early data. We can start off by looking at North Carolina, because you can compare it to past election cycles. Donald Trump so far, we don't know his percentage, but we know the Republican percentage. And Republicans had a deficit at the end of the day in 2020 by around 6 percentage points in the combined mail and early. And right now, Republicans are the ones that actually have the advantage. And independents in North Carolina typically lean right at the presidential level. Now, down ballot's a different story. A lot of those voters are going to split their tickets for Donald Trump and Josh Stein at the governor's level. But what we know is that Republicans are building a lead. They're the ones building a firewall in North Carolina as we speak. And that's unprecedented. And again, this is a state that has a lot of its votes cast early. This isn't like Pennsylvania, which we'll get to in a minute, where, in the midterms, a much smaller percentage of the electorate voted early. North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, these states have had that large emphasis on early voting. Even going back to 2016, a lot of these states had a sizable percentage of the electorate that voted early. And right now, Republicans building up a 1.1% lead, and we still have, ways to go. And Republicans are probably going to keep those numbers going up as things stand. But also, the black share of the electorate is not where the Democrats would like it to be. And that's a major problem for them. They had souls to the polls. They couldn't even really make a dent in that.
Guys.
And then still it's like cranking. 17%. That's the early electorate. That is not good news for them. This is where Democrats typically have been banking their votes. They did it in 2020. They did it in 2022. We don't have to go through all the little numbers in Georgia, but it's even more dire there because the black share of the electorate is much larger, but the turnout gap is significant compared to 2020 or even 2022. Black voters are not enthused to vote for Kamala Harris, and the black voters that do turn out, Trump's probably going to gain with them. So you talk about these states in Trump's column so far, which I think it's likely he carries both. The polls in Georgia typically are, very accurate. One of those states where, regardless of year, the polls hold up. Georgia, that's the way it is. Trump leads in Georgia by 2 to 3 in the polling. We polled Georgia. We'll be releasing that poll later today, not to give too much away. But this is a recurring pattern that we're seeing. And then you look at the Southwest, because already you talk about those two states. Trump, if he holds North Carolina, gets Georgia, Pennsylvania wins it all. But I wanted to talk about these two states, Arizona and Nevada, because you'd like to add as many pathways to victory as you possibly can. Let's say he gets Wisconsin, but not Pennsylvania. You're going to need at least Arizona. But when you look at the data out of Arizona, it's getting a little ridiculous because Republicans have built up this massive firewall of 127,000 votes. And typically Republicans gain a little bit late in the early cycle too. 2022, they had an advantage based on party registration. That doesn't always translate to votes, as we know, but you're talking about being at this day in history 226,000 votes ahead of 2020. Trump fell short by 10,000 votes in 2020. That is a massive shift. And we talk about independents. People are saying, oh, she'll make it up by winning independents. Let me just be clear here. Do you believe that independents are going to vote for Donald Trump at a lower rate than they did in 2020 when the country was basically on fire? The answer is probably not. Trump is improving in every poll that we've seen among independents. You talk about the issues that have changed. It was COVID and BLM. Now it's the border and the economy. That is a massive shift towards Donald Trump on that front alone. So you're seeing that there. It's going to be very difficult for Democrats to win Arizona based on how many votes that Republicans are currently banking, and the fact that they're still expected to, win the election day vote, which is not going to be a big percentage of the electorate, but we're seeing more and more returns in Arizona. Donald Trump is in a much, much better spot than he was in 2020 or that Republicans were in 2022. Arizona is looking like it's a really, really good state for Trump, but the shift we've seen in Nevada is even bigger because you're talking about an 80,000 point shift to the right since 2020 at the end of the day there. That's the early vote firewall. This is the final total. If you talk about this many days out, it was basically about the same in both, but Republicans are adding to their lead every single day. They're the ones with the firewall. This is not the Democrat days where they talked about, oh, we have the firewall. We have the firewall. No, we have the firewall now. That is brutal news for Democrats out of the state of Nevada. You're talking about Republicans enthused. Democrats are just not showing up, as we know. And the cope will be, what about the independents? Well, again, if Republicans are more enthused typically to turn out than Democrats, wouldn't you anticipate that the independents that are turning out are going to lean more Republican than not? The answer should be yes, especially because independents in Nevada have roughly been 50-50 split. I think Biden only won them by around 5 points or so, maybe less than that in 2020. Registered independents. Trump probably, you could even make the case, wins them outright and possibly carries Sam Brown to the Senate with them in the process, just based on what's happening right now in the state of Nevada. This is a massive, massive shift. All the people that have always called Nevada right, even when polls showed Republicans winning and they ended up losing certain races, people like John Ralston, the Culinary Union, all those people are basically admitting, yeah, Harris is in a tough spot. They're not going to come out and say she's cooked, but she's in a tough spot. I mean, you see this. The Sun Belt is not looking good for her. North Carolina allegedly pulling out some ad revenue from there. That's not entirely good. I think they feel really good, obviously, about the governor's race, but they feel bad enough about the presidential race that they're like, okay, well, we gotta assemble in the Rust Belt now, which again, that's not looking too good for them because again, they barely won and they were running Biden in 2020, who actually had some sort of appeal to those white working class voters. San Francisco / Canadian Kamala versus Scranton Joe. Of course, Biden's, he's like a Catholic boy from Scranton, like facade was a facade. He's basically just a LARPer, and we know that. But still, it's something that a lot of people could look to in a very chaotic time like 2020 and say, okay, I trust this guy because he's been in office before. Maybe he'll govern like a moderate, and he's governed anything but a moderate. And Kamala Harris is kind of like the symbol of that, radicalism that we understand. And that's how these voters view this situation. And the people that voted for Trump but maybe voted for Biden, they're going to go back to Donald Trump most likely. And that's something I feel like a lot of Democrats aren't ready for, but it's largely true. And when you look at Pennsylvania, Republicans are eating into the Democrat request firewall. They had a 500,000 request advantage, but now that's basically gone to 492,000. It's probably going to be even lower after today, which, by the way, if you want to request an early ballot in Pennsylvania, today is the last day to do it. So get out and do that if you'd like, and you live in Pennsylvania. If not, you better make sure you get to the polls on election day, like your life depends on it. And then you look at the new returns, it's basically 50-50 split. They didn't gain anything. They gained 687,000 votes on the Republicans. They need to gain a lot more than that. You talk about what's going on in Pennsylvania, and there's an error here because one of the days is duplicated. It's the 29th. So the drop from the 29th, Republicans are at 32.1% of requests, but also in returns, there was the concern people had, well, the returns, they're not going to catch up to the request. Yes, they were. They always were. Anybody who said that early data was good for Democrats does not understand electoral politics. If you want to go back to 2020 or even 2022, Republicans represented 21.15% of returns. Now they represent 31.76%. Tomorrow they're going to hit 32. Most likely, they're probably going to hit 33 as things stand. We're talking about like 56% of those returns being Democrat and 33% being Republican. Democrats may not even hit 400,000 if this continues what happened today, because there's a chance we end up out returning them tomorrow. Now, will that be a guarantee? We don't know. But still, that's not the position they want to be in. I think that, if you could see that the last day of the requests being the case, and then maybe Democrats start to gain marginally in the returns, but we're talking about them being in a position where they may not hit that original low ball firewall they wanted to. They said 390,000, which is a total joke, by the way. And now they may not even hit that total low ball estimate joke. So the goalposts continue moving. And we understand that. And Michigan, has opened up their in-person early voting, and you're looking at the counties where the ballot returns are the highest. They're mainly in the strong Republican counties, which is absolutely huge, and you're starting to see them gain significantly as things stand right now. Now, of course, it's not a done deal. We don't have party registration stats in Michigan. Michigan and Wisconsin are going to be much harder to use early data to predict, but I will say that the areas where they're returning ballots in really high rates right now, it's the WOW counties, which are still largely Republican, very Republican areas. Dane County is like the high turnout Democrat place, but they're actually not getting the numbers that Republicans are getting in WOW so far. Now, there's a lot that's uncertain because they don't register by party ID. But if he gets one of these three, he gets Wisconsin, it's done. He gets Michigan, it's done. He doesn't even need the other two. If he gets Pennsylvania, it's done. He wouldn't even need Arizona and Nevada at that point, but he's likely going to get both of those. But let's say Harris, for some reason, won Georgia out of nowhere. Trump would still win. And that's what's crucial. So as the days go by, it's getting more and more difficult for Kamala Harris. Her campaign is in a doom spiral. And now they're just trying to scare the American public that Trump is the worst thing ever, even though we've had Trump in office for 4 years and Americans view his presidency in retrospect being relatively solid. If you ask the question, do you approve of the job that Trump did? They approve. And his personal favorables are growing more and more. And the trust in media is getting less and less as time goes on. This is not 2016 or 2020. The landscape has changed. And if this keeps up in the early vote, Kamala Harris is going to have a really rough night. Let me just say that. So anyways, guys, thanks for watching this video.
There you have it. So there we go. Okay, I'm gonna get the next one. And all right, let me get the next one here. Sorry about that, guys. Let's see. Here we go. Perfect timing. A Day in the Life of Harry Dunn. We watched part 1 of this because part 2 just came out, guys. We've been looking forward to this one for a minute. Let's go.
Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn on seeking the full truth. The first officer to speak out after the riot.
I'm telling my truth and my story.
He was fighting back insurrectionists.
Fighting on January 6th, that was hard. This guy sounds like Jussie Smollett.
This guy lies about everything.
We will never forget Officer Harry Dunn, who fought against the violent mob for hours.
He never went to the basement. Nothing Harry described about that meeting ever took place that morning. Harry Dunn would lose it on occasion. He dropped his rifles magazine.
Since the insurrection, you've testified before Congress in the...
Okay, let's do this. Where's that at, dude? Never happened. You've been watching too much mainstream media.
Oath Keepers trial.
If you looked at me wrong that day, I want you to go to jail for the rest of your life.
35,000 dues-paying members had more than a decade's worth of spotless record.
The Oath Keepers.
The Oath Keepers.
The Oath Keepers.
Among them, current and former military, ex-military, and law enforcement officers who claim to keep the peace at potentially violent events.
The Department of Justice has charged leaders of the Oath Keepers with seditious conspiracy to overthrow the government of the United States.
I was specifically involved in that case.
He has come up multiple times in this case.
They lied under oath.
I'm just going to go for it, and I'm not going to hold back. Were the Oath Keepers framed?
What's up, India?
Shots are being fired up, and the wind show. Prepare to fire rocket them.
You think they got a fair trial? I'm concerned with the outcome. They think there's a fair trial here. Do you think it's very fair?
The founder of the...
Oh, yeah, here you go. There's that Line in the Sand, the documentary. There's a link to the BitChute documentary only of Line in the Sand, the U.S. Southern Border Investigation. No one that watches that could possibly think that when we're talking about deporting illegals that came here illegally into our country and are committing crimes everywhere, and that's not all of them, but the rest of them are being exploited, and the children are being trafficked. Anybody who thinks that voting against stopping that is a good idea may want to watch that documentary, because that one just blows the lid off of everything. This blows the lid off of everything. And in fact, if you don't want your kids or yourself to be, unfortunately, a victim of maybe some of these gangs that are coming to our country, you might want to take a look at that documentary and protect your kids, because it's coming to small towns, especially small towns out there in the country where people think they got it all together. But, you know, they're just dropping them tens of thousands, 20,000 at a time. And it's happening all over the place. So watch that Line in the Sand documentary. It's the free version of it, by the way. You can just go to BitChute and watch it right now. And let me know what you think after you watch that.
Oath Keepers, Stuart Rhodes was found guilty of seditious conspiracy.
The Oath Keepers were found guilty of crimes related to the Capitol attack.
There is no way to overstate just how important and historic this trial was.
The Department of Justice invested a lot of resources in making sure that they brought and they won.
The verdict will likely bolster the confidence of the Justice Department.
Sentenced to 4 years in prison.
Sentenced to 8.5 years in prison.
Sentenced to 12 years in prison. Sentenced to 18 years in prison.
Today, there was dramatic testimony from Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn.
Lawyers for Stuart Rhodes and 4 other members of the Oath Keepers on trial have suggested that the group helped Officer Harry Dunn. Dunn just took the stand and said flat out, quote, "They didn't."
Dunn's stated recollection of the event when he met and encountered those Oath Keepers, actually, it's very different depending upon.
No, that didn't happen. That didn't happen at all, dude. Not at all. In fact, the ones that are actually doing it are getting called out for it, and the ones that are getting taken advantage of by the $1 billion immigration scam that's going on. Just watch Line in the Sand. I bet you, just go watch that. I bet you change your mind after you watch that. I bet you will. I bet you will. Nah, that's not the Third Reich. Don't try to pull that bullshit, because I can just pull up the pictures of the KKK marching at the Democrat rally. We can play that game all night.
On telling and where you read about it.
I don't conflate my story.
Now, he says in his book, at his trial testimony, that when I first got to the stairwell, I noticed 2 officers, one who was in plain clothes, and that would be Special Agent David Lazarus. And then he also says, and another female officer, a friend of mine, Tanisha Ford. He said that there were 2 officers standing there that were being hassled by protesters. I immediately started talking to the rioters to distract them from Lazarus and Ford. I was thinking, y'all come over and with me. I was standing in the spot where the Oath Keepers would lie during their trial later and say they defended me. They didn't defend me.
Officer Dunn told the jury about physically blocking a group of Oath Keepers from getting to Nancy Pelosi's office.
He has come up multiple times in this case because defense attorneys have sought to build this narrative that when the Oath Keepers went in, because there's video captured of the Oath Keepers interacting with Dunn, that they were there to help him. Prosecutors asked him point blank, Erica, if anybody offered assistance. He said absolutely not.
So in May of 21, Dunn was called in for his first FBI interview. And in that interview, Dunn says that he allowed the Oath Keepers to stand in front of him to keep protesters off of him. He was then brought in again to the FBI. This was in an August of 21 interview. And then he said that the Oath Keepers were not protecting him. In fact, that he was having to hold them back from going down the stairs. There was an obvious attempt to suppress some evidence. And the evidence that was being suppressed was the potential release of 2 FBI interviews, what they call 302 forms.
Blaze Media acquired access to 2 FBI 302 interview forms. They're marked unclassified. However, they're under the court's protective order preventing them from being made public.
One officer had...
I'm going to save this for a second. I'm going to save it. I think I'm going to jump ahead to our border crisis segment. Let's see. We'll come back to that if we have time for it. Let's see what's going on here in New York City. See.
Police say teens are being recruited by suspected migrant gang members at the city-funded Manhattan shelter, recruited to commit crimes in Times Square with near impunity for a gang that originated in a Venezuelan prison.
Now, the NYPD telling news.
So one of the most dangerous gangs on the planet isn't just operating in New York City. Now they're recruiting new members, some of whom are under 18. And now these new recruits are committing crimes on behalf of the gang in Times Square, which is a short walk from their city-funded asylum shelter. But the problem is that since New York is a sanctuary city and these criminals are minors, our legal system does not have the tools to stop them.
The NYPD's Detective Bureau is tracking the dangerous Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. It's made up of young migrants, some just 11 years old, and believed to have arrived here in New York during the migrant surge.
They're young, some as young as 11 years old. Police say they first targeted Central Park this summer, and now Times Square is their playground. Assistant Chief of Detectives Jason Savino focuses on gangs, and this gang, he says, is made up of asylum seekers being housed at the Roosevelt Hotel.
Right now, what we have, I like to call a perfect storm of sorts, where we have individuals tremendously brazen, 20 individuals arrested for upwards of 50 robberies. And out of those 20 individuals, every single one of them is on the streets today.
These children are at risk of being assaulted or even disappearing without a trace.
If they don't have a caring person within their shelter system or who's reaching out to them, then they're not getting access.
I think more police on foot also helps a better presence.
A deterrent.
Yes.
It's actually a subset of Tren de Aragua, and it's the first one we've seen of that type, and it's the first one that we've seen call out opposition.
So with gang members taking over New York's shelters, our city is becoming a sanctuary for the wrong people. But what nobody's talking about is all of this gang-related activity. It's exactly what you get when you combine the following 3 ingredients. Soft on-crime policies that release repeat criminals, laws that prevent police from contacting federal immigration when they arrest wanted fugitives, and a humanitarian system of care that sets asylum seekers up for failure, leaving them homeless and jobless after their temporary shelter stays expire. That combination has given these gangs every tool they could possibly want to recruit new members, commit crime, and then commit crime again after they get arrested because they always get released. And the world's been seeing that happen here in New York for the last year. And this all started when a group of dangerous Venezuelan gang members attacked police last winter in Times Square. And when 4 out of the 5 were immediately released without bail, that was the moment our leaders told the criminal underworld that not only were we a sanctuary city who'd protect them from possible deportation, but that we had other laws as well, which would help them commit as much crime as possible. Laws which are even softer on criminals under the age of 18, making them virtually unstoppable. And although the vast majority of the 200,000 asylum seekers who've come here have no intention of joining gangs or living lives of crime, with gang members living in our dysfunctional shelter system, it's only a matter of time before desperate individuals either willingly join them or are forced to join them instead.
And by the way, just to let you know, pretty much everybody here's already voted. So just to let you know.
And that brings us to the real reason why we've now got a gang of teenagers committing crimes over and over again in Times Square and then doing it again after they get arrested. We're so progressive. We've reformed our criminal justice system to the point where only the worst of actions carry any consequences. For adults, for minors, the system is even more lenient, and it's virtually impossible to impose bail on someone under 18, even when they commit a felony, which, as you're about to see, gives these criminals a license to do pretty much whatever they want while living in one of the nicest shelters the city has to offer.
Maybe Tupac.
So here we are at the Roosevelt Hotel. You can see the entrance right over here where you have the American flags. It's a 1,000-room hotel, which is being used as a shelter for asylum seeker families. Plus, it's the arrival center for everybody who comes here and needs a place to stay for the very first time. This is where you check in and get placed in the shelter system. But apparently, it is also where these teenage gang members are residing. And because this is a sanctuary city, the closest police can get is to have a car parked outside on the corner, watching the environment in case something goes wrong. They're not actually allowed inside the facility, if you can believe that, unless they have a specific reason to be there, like a warrant for a named individual. But frighteningly, as we're also learning, since these criminals are minors, when they're arrested for doing...
Let's go with the story. We got this one from the New York Post. Babyface Tren de Aragua crew at New York City migrant shelter targets Times Square, and they're getting away with it. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Tren de Aragua is taking over Times Square now.
Oh, here we go.
You know, this Tren de Aragua thing is going to light up the polls for Donald Trump.
It's right.
Evil super gang seizes 4 apartment complexes in major Texas city in new terrifying show of strength. How is this reality?
Fair. If it hadn't
How
happened,
are we now looking at Texas, San Antonio? So you've got Aurora, Colorado, you've got Times Square, and now San Antonio. When the news reports came down, when we were all yelling about this, that Tren de Aragua was taking over apartment complexes, there's a picture of a guy who's mercilessly beaten. The media lied and said it wasn't happening. Then it hit Times Square. These kids running around with guns, taking over. They call themselves the little devils of 42nd Street. Now San Antonio. And they said in the media, it's just a handful of apartment complexes. Check this out. Daily Mail says, a dangerous Venezuelan gang has...
He won't read the facts because he's in this circular, ignorance where he's smarter than anybody who's read it. Somebody who hasn't read it thinks that they're smarter than, 2 billion people who have. So that's how they come at things. And so they will never look at the facts, no matter if you hand them the book and say, look, it says it right there. But it doesn't matter the topic. It could be about geoengineering. It could be about the trivium. It could be about, religion or the history of cannibalism. It doesn't matter the subject. There's always going to be people who think they know things that they have never read. So part of the trivium is going back to that knowledge, who, what, where, and when. Studying things before you pretend to know why they are, and then you can explain how you reached your conclusions.
Yep. It's taken over at least 4 apartment complexes in San Antonio, Texas, as it expands its reach in yet another American city. Dubbed the epitome of evil, Tren de Aragua is known to run drug smuggling, child prostitution, human trafficking rings in South America. With its members crossing over into the U.S. in recent years amid a wave of Venezuelan migrants, the tattooed mobsters have since unleashed a wave of crime across the country, from Miami and Texas to Denver and New York. The gang's activities in the American cities are back in the spotlight after ABC News' Martha Raddatz claimed only a handful of apartment complexes were taken over by a violent gang. JD Vance says, are you hearing yourself? Dude, I'm at my wit's end with this stuff. How are we tolerating, as the American people, foreign, violent, invasive forces now in Colorado, New York, and Texas? Where is Joe Biden? Where's Kamala Harris?
Bananas in there.
Federal law enforcement should be shutting this down and removing these people, but they're allowing it. It's got to be on purpose.
Probably.
Here we go. Just last week, a small army of officers raided an apartment complex in San Antonio and arrested 19 individuals. Law enforcement sources confirmed Tren de Aragua had been operating in the...
Yes, it's all about the Russians. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what it is. Got an excuse for everything. Can't just be the news. Crazy money for the Russians. Oh, that's what it was. It's the Russians. Russia. Heard it on the mainstream media. It must be true. Oh God. Oh Lord. That's what it is. All right. Enough of that. We got our border crisis stuff in here. We know what's going on. We know there's gangs everywhere. I mean, those of us who are based and actually know what's going on in the world, that is. They ain't hurt nobody. Go listen to Lion. Go watch Lion in the Sand. And tell me that nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong going on. If you haven't seen it, you really don't have an opinion on it because you don't know the truth about what's going on there. I've already seen. We all know about this, dude. We're way ahead of the mainstream media around here, right? We know about the whole little thing that they pulled. It was like going around forever. People talked about, for about a week and a half, everybody was talking about it. Everybody was talking about it. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. We talked about it. We talked about it weeks and weeks and weeks ago, and nothing came of it. He's still on the air. How about that? Yep. All right. Well, let's see here. We need to get into the rig watch and see what all the crazy leftists are up to. And by the way, I said you can sit here and say whatever you want, but everybody here's already voted, so you're not going to change it. You definitely aren't going to change anybody's mind. But I mean, it's like if you just want to come in here and try to distract people or throw us out of our rhythm here, I can take care of that real fast. But again, this seems like you gotta kind of have to have an open mind to be part of this crowd. That's the truth. All right, let's get back to this because we got distracted here. Let's see. Oh yeah. Let's look at the rig watch. I'm gonna save the J6 thing for another night since it's a little long, and I want us to kind of pay attention to it. So let's pay attention to undercover people talking about how the election was rigged by good old Democrats.
Like the whole thing with the dome, when it was counting.
There's nothing worse than a libertarian who becomes a Democrat.
All counting about it. They told that it was a leak on on the opposite side of the dome. Everybody needed to evacuate. So then when they all left, the Democrats went back in and started counting. The Republicans went back to the headquarters. They didn't know.
You know that for a fact?
That's what happened. Yeah.
They made it seem like nothing had, like they legitimately had leak issues.
Owen in Georgia.
Yeah, so they had said it was leak issues. So you see them on the video putting everything up, and they left. No, they put someone put stuff up, and then you see them leave.
Got the CNN blasting 24/7.
They was out in the parking lot when I guess they told them they could come back in. Or they was out in the parking lot and they was gonna go back to headquarters. And so the Republicans left, the Republican watchers, they all left. And so after they left, the Democrats went back in there and started counting. So that's the videotape. You see them when they're walking back in, pulling the shit out from underneath the tables, and during that hour. And then the other part was that when they were counting, I think during that hour, that stretch of that, it was only like less than 100 votes was counted for Trump. And just statistically, you're downtown, there's going to be more than 100 votes for Trump. That's what happened about in 2020, because that's when the ballots, and they started stuffing them ballots, and people stuffing them ballots.
There's ballots. Oh no, they're good, honest people. Corrupt establishments full of good, honest people.
That's why Trump been making that big deal about it. You see it on videotape. It's like, come on. We see the man pull up and put 100 ballots in his box. You know, you can't do this. So Bruce is paying people to do just that. Drop off ballots, go around, collect ballots.
You were just accusing Tim Pool of being a Russian asset, and you listened to Russia Today. Interesting.
Absentee ballots, drop them off.
How did that even
work?
Where, okay, so if you're paying someone, I'm not trying to do this, trust me, but if you're a group and you're paying someone to pick up the absentee ballots, do people take their absentee ballots to the orgs and then the orgs distribute the pay? That's confusing. It doesn't make sense.
No, it's like, let's say you're my canvasser. I tell you to go around and pick up these absentee ballots from this area. You know, you go pick them all up and drop them off in the box. No different. I pay every week like the canvasser. You just get paid like the canvasser. You're on the clock for however many hours, driving around, picking up absentee ballots and putting them in ballot boxes.
What information do you need to actually know that these are certain areas that have a lot of absentee ballots?
I mean, well, that's the case. You would just have to you would either have to reach it, like some groups was reaching out to the folks beforehand, so they were passing them out to other people and then coming back and getting them all. Going down to a senior house.
Yeah.
Give everybody a ballot, come back and collect all their ballots and turn it in. And then you take the ballots and then drop them off.
And then the groups would have whoever, the canvassers go and pick them up and then take them straight.
You can't do that. That's the illegal part. So think about it like this: if you're going to steal an election, let's say Georgia, this is the perfect example. You're going to steal an election here. You're not going to go to the outside of the Democratic Party, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to go outside of Atlanta or outside the metro Atlanta and change the numbers in the Republican counties, right? Because that should have just been too obvious. Change the numbers in your home. You can fluctuate these numbers because it'll just look the same.
It makes more sense to do it in Atlanta.
It hides better. So like if somebody's coming behind you and saying, well,
anybody know that you listen to Trump speeches in their entirety? We don't know. You don't know. I mean, how are we supposed to know that?
Those numbers, right?
I don't get it.
That county that's always been red to blue,
which will raise that flag.
Which will raise that flag. Okay. If you come here to the city where it's already 1.5 million voters, and then you just increase the numbers of it.
Oh, we listen to it all here, Chris. We listen to it all.
Like the numbers that you already have versus trying to go to a red area and fight those numbers, because that was just obviously.
You're not gonna I mean, honestly, bro. If you just want to troll, I don't know why you're here.
Yeah.
You gotta get a lot.
Dude, it makes sense.
Honestly, are you lonely? You need friends or something? What is it?
in the pocket, get in the pockets. You know, a lot of people, you know, people that you gotta get a position, you gotta get, you know, everybody gotta get a piece somewhere. Everybody gotta get paid. Canvassers, ballot counters, people who running the job boxes, election officials. You got all of that on somebody's payroll. You know, or a kickback or something somewhere. In the movie, they didn't.
Oh, to be clear, I have no problem kicking people out of here, man. I mean, this is the advanced class. And so, I mean, as long as you don't cross the line, I want to cure all of you the darkness of MAGA. Oh boy, he's here to save us, guys, with his fallacies.
In the documentary, they never.
It's not censorship. It's called. It's either you fit or you don't. It's not censorship. This isn't a free. This isn't like, you know, this isn't like I allow people to come in here and disrupt and try to pull their little games, right? Oh, we're level too deep. See, this you're okay. You know, you can keep it up. You can keep it up. But no, that's not how we do it. You know, this is the people that are here are like way beyond where you're at as far as understanding what the world is and how it works and all that shit. And you know, we'll entertain you for a minute. No, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yep. No free speech. I hate those lame arguments. Like, you know, it's like, okay, are you allowed to go into a place where people are holding a meeting and just start disrupting and standing on the tables and screaming and trying to distract everybody from what's going on? No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Yeah. You're not allowed to do that. That's what you try to do, though. I know what you try to do. And that's what you're trying to do right now. But we're going to continue with our stream. All right.
They never said what groups. They just said investigations was being.
So you see how this Democrat's cheating right here? This is the side that you're on. This is the side. These are the people that you're siding with right here. Corrupt establishment.
So they never
Agenda 2030. That's your thing.
They didn't name the orgs, but they yeah. So I just always been waiting on that.
This one's Agenda 2030 tomorrow.
Yeah, they're gonna do an investigation, and they got the evidence.
Give me that tyranny. Give me that tyranny. I want to own nothing and be happy. That's what Kamala told me to do. I listen to Kamala.
One of the cars in the video I recognize.
Listen to Pedo Biden.
Because they always at the building.
Who was it?
Oh, I don't know. It was a union member or something.
Probably.
But that was like when I first started. They just had one of them weird cars that stood out. And I was like, I know who that. And I was like, yeah, that's rare.
That's when he was up there all the time, though, too.
Yeah, that's when I first started. So I don't know who car that really was. But
are they still up there?
Nah, after I told them, I never saw the car again.
That's so crazy. I'm telling you, this two kind of looks like you. I was like, hold up. When I seen that, when I seen that picture, I was like, that better not be him.
No, oh hell.
I was like,
no.
But no.
But yeah, I knew they were doing stuff like that. But that's how they did. That's how they got one of the mayors in there. They were dropping ballots in the boxes and stuff. Normally, how they
around here?
Yeah, in Metro Atlanta. For the mayor's race in Atlanta. So what they normally do is how they do it. You know, when you're trying to steal a race, you're not trying to, like, if you got Republican districts and Democrat districts, you're trying to get the Democrat, right, elected. What they do is they don't go to the Republican. What's up, boss?
So how you know they're going to do it again in 2024, though?
What? Get all that they not on ballot? Oh, harvest them ballots and shit.
Yeah.
And that's why the Republicans are always trying to fight about, you know, that's the argument of the whole thing is because Republicans, they're the ones who put out that kind of stuff. So they want to do like voter IDs and stuff. Democrats will, you know, fight voter ID laws. So you know, so it's that two-sided thing. That's what they fighting over. Republicans are trying to say like, hey, look, we got the proof of this shit. You know, and the Democrats are like, well, we don't want voter ID laws, so we want to make sure you can just drop your ballot online voting, different things that they try to come up with.
Dang.
That's the two sides.
All for educational purposes here.
Yeah, they go back and forth.
Understanding how when you don't have a good message and you really don't have support, You have to do bullshit like this to win.
That's why it's always something about voter ID laws. And then the Politico just wrote an article about the Georgia Project. I'll let you read it. It's deep. It's when you see it, you'll be like, oh. I took a screenshot of it because I sent it to all the staff earlier this morning. Yeah, I read the article, but yeah, I know it's. I know. Yeah, I know it's. I know all of them. So when shit happen like that, I just be like, okay, and keep it pushing. So when I saw that article, I was like, okay.
Yep. They got Rapture playing in the background by Blondie. I can tell by the bass line.
I know it's hard to get fired from the actual nonprofit though. They don't be firing nobody. Like you gotta be doing something real strange to be fired.
Yeah, you gotta really be doing some wild shit.
There you have it. Vile shit by the Democrats. What's new? What's new? Well, when you side with, when you're for the corrupt establishment, that's the way it goes. That's how you do it. What other vile shit are they up to? We all saw this. They're getting sued for this right now. I think we've seen it. If not, I'll just refresh our memories here. They have not letting voters go vote. Scared, are they? I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Breaking new video from Bucks County, PA, where the Trump campaign has filed a lawsuit showing police officers blocking the door as voters were trying to vote at 4:38. You're supposed to be able to vote till much later than that. Told they are not allowed in and told to fill out requests per this person on the scene. More shenanigans from the corrupt individuals in the Democratic Party. Corruption. Agenda 2030. Corruption. There you go. Breaking another Democrat illegally posing as an election officer in Bucks County. Yeah, you're good crowd you got there. Good people. Yes, those are the good guys. Them's the good guys. Let's see. More from Bucks County. What they're really trying. They're really scared, but they're going to lose Pennsylvania. You're going to lose Pennsylvania. They're the good guys. Hitler, every other word. That mind control, that Hitler mind control got people thinking that that's what's going on. They've heard it so many times now. They believe it. It's sad. Of course, we talk about how the human brain OS works here all the time. Archetype crafting and stuff like that. Look at that. What are they doing? Shut down the voting. Just more of the same here. 241. They're shutting down the voting. Voter suppression by the Democrats. Oh yeah, the good guy team. Yeah, they're Trump bad, Orange Man bad. All right, Gary's still having a great time over there. The good guy team. All right, more from the. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, why are they trying to get illegals to vote? Huh? What's up with that? That's what the TV told them to think. The TV told me to think that. You know that they doctor all those photos to make them look more orange. Isn't that great? Isn't that awesome? I mean, yeah, I've seen them live 3 times. Not orange at all. But that's a very unnegative thing to say about him, isn't it? Very, very nice. Loving and liberal, tolerant. Indeed. Oh, imaginary white ring free porn, like them calling him a Nazi and calling him all these things that he's not, a fascist. all these things that he's definitely not. No, let's go ahead and put this back here. Look at
Lawsuit he
this.
filed against the Biden administration. LaRose claims the Department of Homeland Security failed to give Ohio access to federal citizenship verification records that are needed to
Why would they
prevent
not
those
want to give them
non-citizens from
citizenship
voting.
verification
SK10
record?
TV political
Maybe because
reporter Doug
they're
Petcash, who
they let
interviewed
20 million
LaRose about
people
why he's
illegally
pushing
into
this
the
effort.
country. They're trying
Yeah,
to
that's
get them
right,
to vote
Angela. And
because
Yolanda,
they're
Secretary LaRose says
you know
the
they
state
can't win
can use
without
the Federal
cheating.
Systematic Alien Verification and Entitlements, or SAVE database, to verify
Of course, we've already
citizenship,
been
but
already
says the
been through
Biden
the border
administration
crisis.
is
So we're
denying
showing the
Ohio
gangs and
access
stuff.
to 3 other federal databases.
This is the other way they try to rig it. We're
The
on
federal
rig watch,
government
by
is
the way. This is
required
rig
to make this
watch.
data available, and I believe we'll win this case and be able to access that citizenship data that we need to verify that only American citizens are voting.
This comes as LaRose works to remove non-citizens from the voter rolls and have some prosecuted
Kool-Aid?
for
Would
election
you like another
fraud.
glass of Kool-Aid?
In August, he referred potential evidence to the Attorney General's office that 597 people who were not
Like
U.S.
another glass of
citizens were
Kool-Aid.
registered to vote in Ohio.
Ideological
LaRose says
conversion is
138
real.
of those appear to have voted in past elections. Then last week, Attorney General Dave Yost announced indictments of
Information
6
based
people who were
mindful.
accused of voting in more than one election.
Yes.
Ohio has more than 8 million registered voters. Now, with the lawsuit against the Biden administration, I asked LaRose why he's putting so much effort into this when the possible fraud cases represent such a small percentage.
600 is a small number, but every year we have elections that come down to a single vote. And so it's our duty to make sure that we don't allow people that are not eligible to vote. That's not something I'm going to apologize for. It's our responsibility.
Ohio poll workers are also checking IDs for citizenship status this election. If the back of the ID says non-citizen or non-renewable, they, of course, will not be allowed to vote.
All right. Let's hope so. Let's hope so, because we know the corrupt establishment is always trying to cheat. Right? Let's see. Oh, let's talk about. Let's see. Dom Lucre. What's this one about? Let's see what those great Democrats are talking about right here. Let's see right here. Breaking news. Oh, black woman for Kamala Harris. What does she have to say? Let's see what this Klein loving woman says.
All the trailer parks are all covered. All of the people up in West Virginia in the hills, they covered. They got them all the way there to Wall Street. He did that. And we sitting there talking about the white women, forget the white women. They're going to do what
Look at that. Loving. Hold on. Let's play that again. What did she say?
And we sitting there talking about the white women, forget the white women.
Mhm.
They're going to do what they white men tell them.
Loving and liberal. Loving and liberal. So loving. They're the good guy team. They're the good guy team. Let's see. We're getting through these. We gotta get to the next part here. This is just more rig watch going on. We're just watching rig watch.
No, they had these people. They had about 12 of them walked in. They were.
Let's see right here. What we got going on here? Wait, stop that. What's going on here? At the poll, why are all these people getting to skip the line? Why are all these people getting to skip the line? Who's helping them skip the line? Is it more the good guy team? Where are they? You should go watch Line in the Sand and understand the depth of the situation. You won't do it, though. You won't do it. Maybe you will. You might. Maybe you can do that now.
People, they had about 12 of them walked in. They were all.
I'm telling you, if you're watching, you might change.
And then they took them up. These younger people helped them
You
to
have the
fill out
balls
their.
to
They say vote PA today.
Yep.
And then
Vote
they took
today,
them up,
PA. Yep.
and somehow they beat a 2-hour line. And then they walked up, and the one lady, they were even asking her. They're like, "We don't have you in the system. Your name's not right." And they're like, "Oh, well, we'll take it back and change it."
Yeah.
How do you change your damn name?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, wow. No shenanigans going on there. Perfectly normal. And, Mean tweets. That's the reason. All right. Let's see. Let's get that one down. We got next. Oh, let's see what more loving people are doing around the world today. Shall we indeed? All right.
Washington. Let's go to CBS News Homeland Security and Justice reporter Nicole Skaga. Thank you so much for joining us on the stream. You just spoke to police. What did you learn from them?
Reed, good to be with you. These incidents have been tied to that dark gray Volvo sedan. You
Will you
see in
watch Line in the
surveillance
Stand?
images there.
Watch it critically.
It shows the
Please do
car
it. Do it
pulling
now.
over at a Dropbox
I'll
location
drop
in
you good-
Portland,
I'll drop you
Oregon,
good
moments
stuff to watch
before the
all the
fire
time, buddy.
began. And security personnel in nearby Vancouver, Washington, found that ballot box smoking in the early hours of Monday, alerting police. Now, the fire suppression system inside that Dropbox failed. That's why the flames were not immediately extinguished. Hundreds of ballots there destroyed. But in Portland, Oregon, where a similar incident did happen, that fire suppression system worked. So only 3 ballots were damaged there, and officials have already tracked down those voters. But the suspect still at large, and complicating this investigation, there was no front license plate on the vehicle, and police say the suspect's car had an unknown rear plate.
Maybe on purpose. Okay, so Nicole, razor thin margins. We know this. Every vote counts, especially this election cycle. You just spoke with the auditor as well. What's the fate of the votes that were burned or
ballot
damaged?
box fire things that's going on right now?
Yeah, the county auditor
Stolen
in Clark
keys,
County,
dropped
that's the home of
passwords.
Vancouver, Washington, tells me that, again,
go back
hundreds
to
of
paper
ballots
ballots. Maybe we could
damaged. They
all
won't
agree
have an
on that.
exact number until later today. Officials are actually waiting for some of those ballots to dry after the fire was extinguished before they can get that exact number. Here's what to know, though. Those who dropped ballots in that drop box in Vancouver's Salmon Creek have been advised to check their ballot status online. They can do that at votewa.gov, and voters impacted can contact the county elections office or submit a request online at the same website for a new ballot. Now, meanwhile, Reed, we should point out, police say they have stepped up patrols around these ballot boxes, and officials in Clark County say they'll also assign ballot box observers to watch their 23 ballot drop boxes countywide there around the clock, 24/7, up until Election Day. The county will also assign election officials to pick up ballots at drop boxes more frequently.
All right, so the Department of Homeland Security is now warning that so-called threat actors are likely to leverage claims of election fraud to drive violence before and after Election Day. It's almost crazy to think we're even talking about these things. But what more can you tell us about these warnings?
Reed, that's right. And the bulletin was published just yesterday by DHS's Office of Intelligence and Analysis. It warned that some are calling for violence in online forums associated with domestic violent extremists. This as a response to election fraud narratives. Those threats are primarily targeting election officials or voting infrastructure. And federal investigators assess that a contested or a close election or even unforeseen events on Election Day that delay vote counting, any technological or administrative errors could heighten the threat environment here in the U.S. DHS warning that some individuals online are now also calling for the sabotage of ballot drop boxes, circulating their methods on these online forums. Now, this internal bulletin has been distributed to law enforcement nationwide.
Do I have a
And it's
method
part of the reason
I'm
we're
doing
seeing
here?
an increase in police presence around voting locations and those drop boxes, not only in Washington state and in Oregon, but nationwide, Reed.
Washington State and Oregon. Chris makes a great point. Predominantly Democrat voting, right? Well, they should be worried about things too, because you know what? A lot of people don't understand. A lot of people do around here, at least, is that the people who do this kind of stuff are called Antifa, but they're also called queer Marxists. Queer Marxists. You like queer Marxists? Yeah, these guys. Andy No likes to report on them a lot. We've talked about them. They're the real socialist kind of. They're the real Marxist kind of people that are out there. They're putting out stuff like this, fire in the ballot boxes, huh? Now you might learn something. Look at this: no cops, no masters, no streamers. What? Block up, black bloc. Remember those guys? Yeah. Election Day, November 3rd, calling all revolutionaries anarchist and anti-fascist. What do they think they mean by this fire at the ballot box here? What do you think they mean by that? I don't know. Let's see. How about this? What do they mean by this? When Trump is inaugurated, when Trump was inaugurated on 2017, 2017, it wasn't Biden that blockaded the parade route and left the burning limousine and his emergency flares out there. Oh, Jesus. Whoever they vote for, we are unforgivable, ungovernable. Yes, you are, because you're Marxist, and it's all about destroying capitalism. That's what they're about. That's what they're about. That's that team right there. November 4th, North Park blocks. Meet at 2, move at 5, block encouraged. Yes, that's a good place to be right there in that blue state where they let the shit go on. November 5th, fuck this shit. US is canceled. 9 p.m. Chapman Square. We have had enough, USA. It's time to put you to bed. Portland, on November 5th, we will rise up and divest of this whack ass country. Wear your mask, people, because we're cowards and pussies. Yes, do that. Do that. So there you go. And yeah, so that's kind of going along with that report that we just looked at right there. Can you guys see that here? I was just scrolling on in. That's it. Yep, right there. Yep, there you go. Queer Marxists working to destroy like gender binary and kids. Yeah, that's what Kamala's for. She's for she wants that stuff to happen in schools. Anybody's voting for that is voting for men and women sports. They're voting for woke critical race theory and schools brainwashing. Literally Marxism, like cultural Marxism. We learned that by reading. Read this great book called Big Intel by J. Michael Waller, highly educational about how critical theory is basically cultural Marxism. Just the way they insert it into our countries and other countries as being something other than what it is, but it has a purpose. It has a purpose, right? To subvert, to demoralize, right? To indoctrinate the youngest generation, which Marxists like Kamala and Obama and all those people, they love that shit. They love that shit because they know it's generational warfare. It's something we talk about all the time here. It's a generational warfare. And that's how we're gonna beat them, because we're gonna make sure that they can't do that stuff anymore. And we're gonna put in things like the trivium that's gonna block them from being able to ever do it again. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. Right? Oh man, that is the beauty of it. But see that the gig's up for all these people. And you think people can have their opinions. They can have them. That doesn't mean they're right, but they can have them. Let's see, how's Gary doing over there? He's still getting through his. Still getting through the polls over there on his side. Let's see what else I got for you. Oh yeah, what time is it right now? It's about that time. The people who are teaching the children have taken these classes, Chris. That's how it's being taught to them. Got tons of hours and hours of videos of teachers injecting gender and race theory into the minds of young students. That's how they demoralize them and break them. In fact, just for you, since you're so smart, I got something for you. You probably have already seen this because you're very, very informed. But I'll play it anyways. I know my crowd's seen it. Because we stay ahead of that shit, man. We stay ahead of it. But let's get it out there for Chris. How in the world? What? Are you kidding me? Oh man, not kidding. I just got to get that playlist. There it is. Let's pull it up. How could that be taught to kids in schools? Well, listen to what the kids in schools have to say. Why not? Let's do it. We're playing until
inside these schools.
We got other things to do
Despite
tonight,
the board's
but-
attempt to deny it, District 196 schools are quickly becoming a place where promoting activism is actually more important than promoting education. I'll take you back to my first day at RHS this fall. The principal came out and gave us a heartfelt speech about equality and standing together. He began to list countless races, such as Latino, Asian, expressing how much they matter and how important they are. But never once did he mention a race or identity that reflects me or half the kids that were in the class.
Yep.
Now, members of the board, I know you haven't been to school in a while, and I know none of you or most of you don't have any kids left in the school district. But you must admit how uncomfortable it will be to be characterized just by your skin color on the first day of school and be thought that you were wrong just because of your skin color.
You know you wanna.
So I'll never forget the look one of my friends gave me from across the room as we were sitting there listening to this blatant bias being expressed in the so-called equity statement by the leader of our school. To be clear, I don't need you to tell me that I matter, but hearing the condolences given to other races and leaving just one race out, it inevitably you'll start to feel like you've done something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And in our principal's attempt to unify us, he instead created unwarranted boundaries and barriers between his students, pitting us against each other based on characteristics that we can't control. In another separate instance, I was told that writing "All Lives Matter" on the whiteboard was political and could be seen as offensive. When I questioned the teacher after class, she told me that she didn't have an answer and she just had to erase it, and it was quickly erased. There are political signs all over RHS, about specific races that matter, specific sexual orientations that matter, and specific perspectives that matter. But when I questioned the RHS administration about how these signs were political, they told me that they were supporting human rights.
Did I just call?
So when I questioned why the equity
fallacy
statement could
out?
represent
I knew
all
that was
students,
coming.
they told me that to
Pay
even ask
attention.
that question was outlandish and offensive.
Pay attention to this.
And when I asked why that was, they told me, quote, "Whites have a pretty good situation right now," unquote. So is that not racism? Disregarding my question merely because of the color of my skin. To be honest, after enduring a year of the people in charge telling me that I'm a racist and I'm privileged and pointing out our irreversible differences, I've never noticed race more. And it's becoming the first thing I notice when I meet someone, which has never before been the case. RHS administration confidently told me that RHS students and staff are happy with their equity statement. But from my experience in talking with other students, this is not the case. I know many kids who disagree with their teachers, but they're too scared to stand up because they're worried that their grades will be docked and their learning experience will be affected. My honors government teacher, I'm not going to say his name, but he's mentioned that Democrats care more about all people while Republicans only care about themselves. And he's also inferred to us that socialism is better than democracy. He even had a statue. He had a statue of a socialist leader in his classroom.
What? A statue? I let a guy talking about using cultural Marxist tactics has a socialist statue in his. No way. No way. I bet he has a Karl Marx tramp stamp too.
I've been told by a lot of kids that they just stay silent and adjust their schoolwork to reflect an acceptable opinion to secure a good grade.
Well, that sounds like brainwashing right there, doesn't it?
I've been approached by multiple teachers who have told me in private that they just want to say that they agree with me and they support me standing up, but they can't say it in front of the class for fear of being disciplined by the administration in some way or losing their jobs. There is clearly only one way to think in this district, and that is that they are teaching their kids to shut up if they don't agree. Now, members of the board, I want you to take a good look at yourselves in the mirror tonight and ask, are you really standing up for the equality of all people, or are you just pushing a damaging political ideology on our students? A fellow coworker at my job, who by the way is of color, discreetly told me that the schools seem to be pushing a very leftist agenda in class. This proved that not everyone is happy with their school, and not everyone who isn't happy is white. Now, due to all these instances I've mentioned and many more that I can't fit in this 5-minute speech, I've decided to leave this district and continue school on a private Christian school online.
Smart kid. Very, very, very smart kid.
And there will be sacrifices, and I will not get to walk in the graduation ceremony or attend milestones at RHS.
You're not missing anything. Those things suck anyways. Public schools for it's been destroyed. It's been completely trashed by very, very toxic people who learned critical theory in college and then learned how to push it covertly onto children. Isn't that wonderful? What a great group of people. What a great group of people. What about siding with people like that? Doesn't that make you awesome? Here, hold on. Let's go a little bit further.
It's not to improve, but
let's just scroll this back. Let's pay close attention to this right here.
Marx's goal was not to improve, but to destroy family, human relationships, economics, patriotism, loyalty, morals, religion, Western civilization, destruction of the entire human existence. In Marx's words, thus the criticism of heaven is transformed into a criticism of earth, the criticism of religion into the criticism of law, and the criticism of theology into the criticism of politics, denigrating Western civilization and culture. That irreconcilable cultural warfare approach would become known as cultural Marxism. Adherents called its philosophical basis the logical trains of thought that would lead people to accept and pursue cultural Marxist conclusions, critical theory. As opposed to the later Marx, the cultural Marxist originalists would tear apart societies not by economic class and the hard currency of capital, but by religion, law, race,
Kamala Harris
family,
team.
tradition, knowledge, patriotism, and beliefs. Marx's goal was not to improve, but to destroy family.
Destroy the family. There you go. That's the good guy team. That's the Kamala Harris team. Sure is. It is. It's the Kamala Harris team. Yep. You know what Kamala Harris has to say about
You also
that.
got to understand.
Yeah, she makes so much sense. She just makes so much sense. You know, the TDS is real, people. The TDS is real. The TDS is real.
These are the areas of application of subversion. What it means exactly. Education. Distract them from learning something which is constructive, pragmatic, efficient. Instead of mathematics, physics, foreign languages, chemistry, teach them history of urban warfare, natural food, home economy, your sexuality, anything, as long as it takes you away.
If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to revive our national identity in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. That's how we're going to win November, and our best days as a nation are still yet ahead of us. Vote Trump, and that's how we do this. God bless you and your families and our United States. Vote Trump.
That's right. Vote Trump. We all did. All of us already did that. We already did that. All right. So nice little educational journey for our poor misled friend there in the crowd. That poor guy. Poor guy. All right. Let's see. Wow. Gary just got $200 super chat. Dude, he's loving it, man. He's loving it. This is a great night for him. I'm so happy for that dude. So happy for him. All right. Let's see. Where are we going here? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll just pull it up like this. There we go. Yeah, Kamala, you want me to play you want me to play her speech? Is that what you want? Oh, I don't think I have it. Her speech, like, it's only like 6 minutes. I mean, it probably wouldn't take that long to play. But I mean, you can go to any one of her fabricated rallies, and you can especially the one where they had say Beyonce was going to perform, and everybody started booing her because she's a liar and she can't get people there unless she has Beyonce. So or some other pop star. Some other sold out pop star. Beyonce was paid $10 million to appear for a 5-minute speech and left, didn't perform. Boy, you think she got some votes that night? I think she earned some votes that night. She said the same old tired speech. Word salad is like, word salad. Never says a damn thing. Hey, Chris, name one good thing she's done as vice president.
The liberal media pundits and self-proclaimed supposed journalists are very upset with Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon.com and the owner of the Washington Compost, because this year he put his foot down and prevented the editorial board, or the paper itself, essentially, from endorsing Kamala Harris, from endorsing any presidential candidate. They had already written up their endorsement of Kamala Harris. It's very customary, oddly, for newspapers to endorse political candidates. And so he published this op-ed in his own newspaper titled "The Hard Truth: Americans Don't Trust the News Media," and makes some very valid points, because a newspaper is supposed to be objective. Why should they be endorsing a political candidate? They exist to supposedly bring us the news, not to tell the readers who they should vote for. Gee, Mr. Bezos, I can't imagine why so many people don't trust the news, with outlets like the Los Angeles Times publishing a photo of some people praying for President Trump with the caption, "Are they praying for Trump, or are they giving him a Nazi salute?" And the number one lead story yesterday, which will be repeated today and throughout the rest of the week into next week until Election Day, and really, through eternity, is the psychosis from the media, upset about not only that Donald Trump had the massive MAGA Super Friends rally at Madison Square Garden on Sunday, but because that one comedian told a joke that hurt some Puerto Ricans' feelings. And while it wasn't the best venue for that particular joke, Tony Hinchcliffe wasn't actually insulting the Puerto Rican people. We'll get into the full context of what he meant in a moment. But first, here's some liberal media mouth.
Hold on. Let's see what he did here. He answered a question with a question because he doesn't have an answer.
Including from former Fox News personality Geraldo Rivera, who is half Puerto Rican and joined the Clown News Network to tell viewers that Puerto Rican Americans should vote for Kamala Harris now because the comedian told a joke that may have hurt some of their feelings.
A number of Latino celebrities are rallying behind Kamala Harris in reaction to one of the insults at that Trump event. A speaker calling Puerto Rico, and I'm quoting now, an island of garbage. An island of garbage.
Like I said, he should have said it was Haiti. But again, and I'll get into it, he was referring to the trash problem, which is well known, but the media buried that story.
Joining us now, the veteran TV news journalist and longtime friend, Geraldo Rivera, who endorsed Vice President Kamala.
Is there an echo in here?
Harris 2 weeks ago. Geraldo, thanks so much for joining us. Like all of us, you heard some really vile, racist, very hateful rhetoric by some of Trump's allies at that rally at Madison Square Garden last night. And the rhetoric was especially vile about Latino voters. What do you make of that?
Well, Wolf, first of all, I'm delighted to see you and honored to be on your program.
Honored to be on the Clown News Network.
The principal reason I do not support former President Trump is that he can't be trusted to honor the Constitution. But my goodness, the vile, racist remarks that he's been directing at migrants, principally the Hispanic migrants, but also the Haitians eating dogs, makes him really an outlier,
a truth teller, a brave guy who's not politically correct and just telling it like it is. This was seriously the top story all day yesterday on all of the liberal media networks. A comedian made a joke at a Trump rally, and so of course it's Donald Trump's fault.
Tonight on 360, more fallout from the former president's hate-filled rally here in New York.
The opening act, grabbing headlines for all the wrong
It sounds like, dude, you could work for CNN.
reasons.
Man.
A comedian who offered unfunny, racist, cringeworthy jokes,
basically calling Puerto Ricans trash. The most repulsive
Oh, hold on. They basically called him trash.
racial jokes about Latinos. Disgusting and hateful.
so incredibly crude. Frankly, just too X-rated to play here.
Extremely vile so-called jokes.
Well, Tucker Carlson and the comedian no one's ever heard of would have been very much at home at the night.
Here we go. Here's the subversion right here. You see how they do the archetype craft and they're trying to put this because it's in Madison Square Garden. This is where Clinton took his nomination, by the way, right here. And I'll show you some pictures.
1939.
Historical, also of actual Democratic conventions. Like I'll show you some of that too.
Nazi Party rally at Madison Square Garden that occurred 2 years before Nazi leader Adolf Hitler declared war on the United States. Imagine how racist the Trump event.
Do you know Trump personally? He said he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that you don't think so. You don't think a billionaire with a track record of success over decades and decades and decades understands how things are? He's been president for 4 years already. I mean, you know, none of the shit you're saying ever happened when he was president. And everything went fine. Actually, things were really good. That's why he's going to get reelected.
Had to be for the New York Times to headline their report, A Closing Carnival of Grievances, Misogyny, and Racism in New York City.
The old bags on The View are so out of touch with reality, like the old game of telephone in elementary school, that they believe and are now reporting to their audience that it was Donald Trump himself who made those remarks.
This Puerto Rican has something to say about the island that I love, where my family is from. Puerto Rico is trash. We are Americans, Donald Trump.
Donald Trump didn't make the comments. So the joke didn't land, and it was a little out of place for the venue. Big deal. But this joke did land. Donald Trump posted this meme on Twitter saying, when I'm president, the McDonald's ice cream machine will work great again. And in case you missed it, yes, that is old Joe wearing a Donald Trump 2024 hat. That's not photoshopped on. Remember, he did actually wear one at a campaign event. I think what the comedian meant, and when you have to explain a joke, it really isn't that funny. And again, it was the wrong venue for that joke, is that under the management of the Biden-Harris administration, Puerto Rico has become a trash heap. And
you know, they couldn't even wrap their heads around the fact that these people are Americans. They let it turn into a trash heap.
And there are old articles now. You can barely find them anymore because Google has boosted all the ones about Donald Trump now calling the island trash. Articles like this: a trash crisis leaves Puerto Rico near the brink. Most of Puerto Rico's landfills fail to meet federal standards and are almost full. Residents and experts worry that trash will soon overwhelm the region. And this
Why didn't they fix it? They had 4 years to fix this. Why didn't they fix it? I guess you can't list that as one of her accomplishments, huh?
article is from 3 years ago, and trash did overwhelm the region. Puerto Rico
When you don't have an answer to attack the source.
landfill problems. All you need to know. This was published 2 years ago, saying that the landfills are almost
Oh my God, that's when you talk about those are beautiful plants. That's a vegetable garden, right?
full. And according to a study from the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, Puerto Rico could run out of landfill space in 2 to 4 years. And they did. So they are a U.S. territory. And
2022, who was president then? Now that was the Biden-Harris administration. Why didn't they fix this?
they don't have any space to put their trash.
That's what the guy was
And
trying to say. He
Joe
made a bad
Biden
joke, but that's what he was
is
trying to
still
say.
supposedly the president of the United States and is doing nothing to actually help them. And so the island has become a gigantic pile of trash.
Yeah, they
But
did
the
need
most
to
ridiculous
balance
lie
this
to come from someone in the media about the big Madison Square Garden extravaganza on Sunday
yeah,
comes
here's the
from
plus
Al
for the guy right
Sharpton,
here.
who is a host on MSNBC early in the morning, who said this.
But let's also go to what Donald Trump himself said last night, that some of the black men groups that I've been debating about why they can't be with Trump, he said, I could be laying out in the beach with my white skin getting tanned. I mean,
race baiters always make it about race, don't they?
Instead of running for president and causing himself all these headaches.
This is Donald Trump's mouth saying this. So I said to those on the fence, this is not a real racial signal. My pretty, white, beautiful, white skin.
Yeah.
Donald Trump said this last night at his homecoming.
He actually did say that, but as usual, the fake news industrial complex is willfully taking statements out of context and then casting them in a false light. Here is what he actually said in the full context, and it's crystal clear what he meant.
I could have been extremely happy. I could have had those beautiful waves smack me in the face. And I could have had the beautiful suntan. This white skin could have been tan and beautiful.
So he wasn't bragging about his white skin. He was a little ashamed that he's so pale because he doesn't have the time to go and sit out and tan like old Joe because he's too busy fighting for America. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez is a proud Latino woman. Would you like to embarrass yourself by spreading lies about this event as well?
This was a hate rally. This was not just a presidential rally. This was also not just a campaign rally. I think it's very important for people to understand that these are mini January 6th rallies.
Oh my God.
These are mini Stop the Steal rallies. These are rallies to prime an
This is a Marxist right here telling us how to run America.
electorate into rejecting the results of an election if it
These are rallies to prime the electorate to actually get out and vote, to actually send in your ballot or go to the polling place, because this election isn't going to come down to who says they support one candidate over the other. This election is going to come down to who actually votes. And while Donald Trump's rallies are always awesome, although it's going to be tough to top the MAGA extravaganza at Madison Square Garden with all of the MAGA super friends, Kamala Harris's rallies are always an embarrassment, but perhaps this may be the most embarrassing moment yet. Wait for it.
Okay, now I want each of you to shout your own name. Do that.
What a
Because it's about all of us. It's about all of us. And listen.
Listen, it's dead silent there. You just completely befuddled your entire audience.
What
Why
an
would
idiot.
everybody want to shout their own name? It would just sound like a bunch of noise pollution. It would sound worse than her cackling. It was just last week that Donald Trump made a reference about garbage here in America that caused liberal media to melt down.
A lot of people coming out of the Congo, not just South America, they're coming from 181 countries as of yesterday.
He's talking about the criminal invaders.
Right in, we're a dumping ground. We're like a garbage can for the world. That's what's happened. That's what's happened to we're like a garbage can.
Yes, the rest of the world is dumping their trash here in our country.
Out the prisons and the gangs. These are all been proven facts.
The government is making us, the taxpayers, put them up in fancy 4-star hotels in New York City and all across the country. So the media spun that as Donald Trump calling the United States garbage.
Here comes the way
Donald Trump sparks outrage after
people's minds. Oh, he called him garbage can.
calling America a garbage can. It was perhaps his darkest rant about immigrants yet, they say.
I also do want to address the comment that
Here's a
Donald
woman
Trump made
pretending to be
about
black who isn't.
This is the campaign of joy, by the way. You could just see it in her face, can't you?
America being the trash can of the world, whatever he said, something along those lines.
A dumping ground of criminal invaders, yes.
It's another example
That you opened
of
up
how
the
he
border for, and that you allowed in, and that you're trying to get them to vote and stay here. Yeah, that those people.
really belittles our country. This is
I
someone
can
who
vote
is a
for
former
politics,
president
vote
of
for
the
that.
United States, who has a
Yes, we know that. And hopefully he'll be president again. So in order to hopefully do that and fill other state and local positions with Republicans as well, which is just as important, if not more so, look up your city's official Republican Party voter guide or voter endorsements. This is totally different than the packet that you get sent in the mail that has the descriptions of all the different propositions and all the different candidates running for all the different positions.
All right.
Because some of those positions.
Thank you so much for that, Mark Dice. Yes, he is still alive and well and out there and featured. All right. That's the one we got to get to before Gary gets here. All right. Chris, we're gonna have to stop paying attention to you here in a second, man. We gotta get some business to do. That's been fun and all. But we got some business to attend to here. Let me just make sure I start this in the right spot. Okay, let's start right here and I'll speed it up. All right. All right, man. Our guest coming up. I want to play this because it's going to give you a little bit of his background, kind of save the introductions and whatnot. Let's go.
My fellow Americans, what I'm about to share with you isn't just a policy proposal, it's a revolution. Donald Trump just unveiled what might be his boldest plan yet, completely eliminating the federal income tax. Think about that for a moment. The same system that's been draining your paycheck since 1913, gone, replaced with tariffs, just like our founding fathers intended. The establishment is in absolute panic mode. And when you hear the details, you'll understand why. Now, check this out. Are you listening? Our country's national debt has surpassed $35 trillion. The U.S. is borrowing just to pay back the interest that we owe, further deepening us into a hole. Meanwhile, gold has surpassed $2,400 an ounce. Smart money is shifting out of paper to promissory notes into what the Constitution says should only be deemed as real money, gold and silver. So if you have funds sitting in a low-interest bank account or 401k IRA retirement account, you need to call my friends at Global Gold Investments, America's leading conservative precious metals dealer, and receive absolutely free their new 2024 Protect Your Wealth and Retirement Guide. The number's right there. You see it on the screen, 888-700-4148. Mention Next News and receive their 5-star customer treatment along with a complimentary portfolio analysis. Operators are standing by. Call that number, 888-700-4. Okay, Arizona 5th is leading in overtime, ending tax on Social Security. We've got some clips here to take us back about, with Aaron Russo talking about the IRS, even part of his interview with an IRS commissioner from his movie, America, Freedom to Fascism. I wouldn't be sitting in this chair if it wasn't for Aaron Russo. Let me just make that very, very clear. So, Health Ranger, he says, Trump's getting closer to my suggestion, end all federal income tax, all personal income, period. Now, of course, we know that Trump has already talked about ending tax on tips, ending tax on overtime, ending tax on Social Security. Well, why not just throw it all out? No tax on anything. Trump considering ending all federal income taxes, replacing them with tariffs. If he does this, he will go down in history as the greatest president since George Washington. David Harris Jr., who I met again at Mar-a-Lago on Tuesday, he posted this. Everyone needs to watch this clip of Trump talking about eliminating the federal income tax to some guys in the Bronx. Watch how captivated they are. Let's go back to that moment, and then we're going to deconstruct some more reaction on this announcement.
No, there is a way. With all this extra revenue we're going to be bringing into the country. So do you believe at some point in time we could find a way, once the country's back on its feet and getting enough revenue and paid off our debt, do you think it's possible to find a way to eliminate federal taxes?
There is a way.
And how do you feel about
in the old days when we were a smart country, in the 1890s and all, this is when the country was relatively the richest it ever was. It had all tariffs. It didn't have an income tax.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we have income taxes, and we have people that are dying. They're paying tax, and they don't have the money to pay the tax. No, in the old days, 1890, 1880, we had so much money. They had to set up committees, blue ribbon committees, how to spend our wealth. We had no idea how to spend it with so much money. Then we went to the income tax system, and the rest is sort of history. But no, there is a way. I mean, if what I'm planning comes out, it's a great question, by the way.
Everyone could attain the American
sophisticated cat,
Everyone could attain the American dream if it wasn't for the high cost, the burden of high taxes, and we tax at every step of the way. Yeah. When we make it, when we
regulations. And regulations. So I cut more regulations in 4 years than any other president by 4 times. Yeah, let's go.
So that was when he was in that Bronx barbershop. And now the idea is percolating to the surface. Peter Schiff, 3 hours ago, he said, now real Donald Trump is advocating eliminating the income tax, completely replacing it with tariffs, which was how the federal government was funded prior to 1913. In fact, the 16th Amendment was ratified precisely to replace tariffs on the middle class with income taxes on the rich. However, in 1913, the federal government spent less than 2% of GDP. Today, it spends over 24% of GDP. It's impossible to fund the massive federal government we have now with the indirect tax system we had then. If Trump wants to return to the tax system we had prior to 1913, he would need to eliminate all government programs enacted since then. That would really make America great again. Well, I think he's on his way. Where should we go? Well, let's hear Donald Trump talk about tariffs with Dave Ramsey and explains the whole income tax versus tariffs. And then we're going to go to Aaron Russo.
Have so much fun. The word tariff to me is a very beautiful word because it can save our country, truly. And yet, I think because of graft, because of a lot of consulting payments and other things that given by other countries, we have so much fighting with politicians on using it. I saved our steel industries by putting tariffs on steel that China came in and dumped. And you know what they do? They dump and dump and dump. Everybody goes out of business. Then they buy those businesses very cheap, and then they raise the prices to higher than they ever were. And that's one of the many benefits that they have if they want to do it. But by putting tariffs on, as an example, in the furniture business in North Carolina, it was so vibrant, and they stole our business. And they charge us, if you wanted to build a furniture place, if you want to sell your furniture in China, they won't take it. But if you want to build a plant in China to make furniture in China using their labor, they open it. We're doing the same thing. But a lot of people are like, oh, well, we don't want to have tariffs. The country was at the richest point in its history in the 1890s. It was all tariffs. If you looked at William McKinley as an example, he was a big tariff president. They had committees that were put in charge of what to do with the money. We were taking in so much money. And McKinley would say, why should we let other people come in and steal our factories and steal our workers and steal our jobs? And why shouldn't we benefit? And he tariffed the other countries. And we made so much. And then they went to the income tax system later on. But they would actually they had a blue ribbon committee. Our country was so rich, they didn't know what to do with the money. And this blue ribbon committee was set up to determine how can we spend all of this money? And they took it in through tariffs. But we can turn our country around, make it strong, and then guard it with tariffs.
Amen. Now, I firmly believe that this man right here on your screen, Aaron Russo, the late Aaron Russo, this was filmed shortly before he passed away. And Aaron Russo, he was my mentor. He was my friend. And before he passed away, he said, Gary, I need you to take this message and run with it. And that's what we've been doing ever since. We had a website called restoretherepublic.com. It was like a Facebook clone. We were organizing patriots. It just became too much to manage. And then when the election came around, the 2012 election came around, we got behind Ron Paul. We were already behind Ron Paul in 2008. And then with Aaron Russo and his film, I firmly believe that if it wasn't for Russo, we wouldn't be seeing Donald Trump in the White House today, because the messages that we're seeing from back then, from Aaron Russo to Ron Paul to the Tea Party to the Ron Paul Revolution to the Ron Paul campaign, moving forward, it really created this groundswell of populism that I do firmly believe started with Aaron Russo and Ron Paul. So now let's take a look at this. This is Aaron Russo discussing the IRS and the Federal Reserve System.
Right? Now, so then in 1913, they bring the Federal Reserve System into being, right? And now you have this Federal Reserve System, which then in 1913 got the right to create money for the government. When before that, the government created its own money. Now the government, when it needed money, had to borrow it from this private bank called the Federal Reserve, which is a private bank owned by individuals, incorporated in Delaware. And so what happens is now the government borrows money from them to fund the government. And the government says, well, we have to pay these people interest. How are we going to pay them interest? Let's impose a tax on the labor of the American people, which never existed before, to pay the interest to the bankers.
In fact, in 1980, Ronald Reagan said not one red cent of your income tax money goes to run the country. It all goes to the Federal Reserve.
Well, it was the Grist Commission report that said that not one nickel goes to the infrastructure of the country.
I guess Reagan quoted that. Though,
right. And so, but the point I'm trying to make is that by creating this Federal Reserve System, the government now became dependent on these private banks for money. And they started taxing us, you see. And so now what happens is that in 35, I believe it was, Social Security started. And they gave Social Security cards, said not to be used for identification, the Social Security number right on the card, right? And through Social Security, they started deducting money out of your paycheck. That was the first time they were ever could take money out of your paycheck, because people agreed to it because they thought it was going to the retirement fund. And so then when they instituted the income tax again, they started taking money out of your paycheck because Social Security could do it. And then they could do it again. You see what I'm saying?
And so now they've even taken control of the tax payment itself. I mean, literally like you're a slave. They're taking it right there when you make it.
Exactly.
They don't even trust the public enough to go
send them
and
a
pay it
check.
themselves, you know?
Right. So they take it out automatically because they know people aren't going to want to pay it. So what's happened is that through the implementation of the Federal Reserve System, the government has become vested in these bankers, and they get their money from the bankers. And so then they impose a tax on us, which makes us more slaves, makes it more difficult for us to survive, right? Giving them more profits. And now what's happened is that through the Federal Reserve System, the bankers have pretty much taken control of our government. It doesn't matter Republican and Democrat anymore because they're both the same. Neither one of them are talking about shutting down the Federal Reserve System or stopping the payment of taxes, or any of the big issues that face Americans, right? So I had a friend, Nick Rockefeller, okay, who's one of the Rockefeller family. And he, when I was running for governor in Nevada, he came to me, introduced himself to me through an attorney, and we became friends. We started talking about things. And I learned an awful lot from Mr. Rockefeller. And one of the things that we used to talk about was the ultimate plan of the banking industry, what they wanted to accomplish. And the goals of the banking industry, not just the Federal Reserve System, but the private banks in Germany and England, all over Italy, all over the world, they all work together. They're all central banks. And they're all part of the Communist Manifesto. Central banking is one of the major planks of the Communist Manifesto. We talk about America being a capitalistic country, but yet at the same time, we have a central bank that plans everything for us, right? And the graduated income tax is another plank of the Communist Manifesto, right? So right there, you have two major planks of the Communist Manifesto that have been brought in because of the Federal Reserve System, okay? So the ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one world government run by the banking industry, run by the bankers, and they're doing it in sections. The European currency, the euro, and the European Constitution is one part of it. Now they're trying to do it in America with the North American Union, right? And they want to create a new currency called the Amero, right? And the whole agenda is to create a one world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips, right?
So Russo goes further. We've also got, and again, I owe my entire existence to this man, and God rest his soul. There's no question that he was put on this earth for this very moment. And we're seeing Donald Trump start to enact these visions that we have been fighting for so long. I've got some more on Aaron Russo. That you need to see his film, America, Freedom to Fascism. Came out back in 2007, I believe it was. So it's an older film. You can find it on YouTube. You need to watch it, but it lays out the whole plan. And it featured Ron Paul. And in that moment, it featured Ron Paul. It featured Ron Paul and really put Ron Paul on the map nationwide. He was just a little Texas congressman with some big ideas, and Aaron Russo helped amplify those ideas that we're seeing Donald Trump start to put into play.
I want to send a clear message to every boardroom, every executive suite across America. If you scam your customers, exploit your employees, pollute our environment, or rip off taxpayers, we will find ways to hold you accountable.
That was Hillary Clinton earlier today in Toledo, Ohio, slamming Donald Trump, saying he's not releasing his tax returns because he hasn't paid any income taxes, and the New York Times story basically points to that. However, my next guest says that's not illegal, but the U.S. having even an income tax is. He's former presidential candidate, former Republican Congressman Dr. Ron Paul. He's with me now. How is the income tax unconstitutional?
Well, it was ruled unconstitutional during the Civil War period because there was no explicit authorization for it. Then they came along with the 16th Amendment trying to give it the authority, and some people will argue about that. And it's also argued on whether the 16th Amendment was legitimately passed. But let's assume that's never going to change. The real unconstitutionality of the tax code and the income tax is the way they collect it, because it is assumed you're guilty until proven innocent, and that turns the Constitution on its head. So it's a method of collecting revenues in a very unconstitutional fashion. I remember in one presidential debate, one of the Republican candidates was sort of lamenting, about half the people don't pay any income tax. And I said, we're halfway there, because really, if you're living in a free society, the founders didn't intend it. If you had the proper size government, there would be no income. The real problem with the income tax is the assumption is made that the government owns you, controls you, and controls 100% of your income, but permits you to keep a certain percentage if you obey the rules and fill out the forms and make yourself vulnerable to everything the government does. But in a free society, everybody, you should have in the natural rights. You own your life. You ought to own all the fruits of your labor. And the whole country would be better off if we had a tax system like that.
Dr. Paul, the attitude is that the U.S. government owns everything that you earn. That's the attitude. And you point out their IRS is, you're right, that you're guilty until proven innocent. There's no, due process, really. The IRS does try to, settle tax disputes, but it's really tough and it's so arduous. And, the issue of fair share, Hillary Clinton really trying to, double down hard on this. The U.S. tax system is already really progressive. 2/3 of U.S. households get more in government benefits, and they pay into the system in taxes, rather. It isn't progressivity. I think you said Karl Marx would love the U.S. tax code. How progressive it is.
Marx designed it that way. His second plank is a progressive income tax. His fairness business is a bunch of baloney, really, because what they're saying is if you don't pay your fair share, then you're not participating. But how is it fair that the government arbitrarily says it's fair that if you take something from one group who are productive and give it to another group because maybe they're on the take from a government contract and doing some useless things? And, we do complain about the welfare state taking from one and give it to the other. And I, at one time in my life, believed welfare was food stamps. The welfare goes to big corporations very frequently, and if you put the military spending and all the other things involved, it's a very unfair system. So for Hillary to say it's unfair for somebody not to pay more of their hard-earned dollars to an unfair government and a political system that's there just designed to take care of the special interests.
Yeah, Hillary keeps talking about fair share, Dr. Paul, and people out there are saying, what about Solyndra? Right, all the money blown on green energy policies wasted there. Where are the shovel?
So this argument has been going on with the green energy and all that, but I'm so happy to see that this is finally like we're in the last days of this election, and this is a huge development. But again, it has deep roots, and I'm taking you down this memory lane, if you will. My personal involvement with this man, Aaron Russo, and Ron Paul and the Ron Paul revolution and the campaign, it's very dear to my heart, you guys. You don't even understand how much this means to me to see this. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get broken up, but this is the interview from his film, Russo's film, America, Freedom to Fascism, from back in 2007. He's sitting down with the IRS commissioner, a former IRS commissioner. And Aaron told me that this movie would not have been made if this interview didn't happen. This interview was an absolutely critical part of the film. And I'm going to share some of it with you right now, but I want you to make sure that you write down the name of that film if you haven't seen it yet and look it up on YouTube. It should still be there. But here is a portion of that.
Not mandatory.
And former chief counsel, all those guys, I think, can answer your question about, where in the tax law it says that you have to pay taxes.
Wow, good news, I thought. So I called Sheldon Cohen because he used to be the IRS commissioner. He wrote the tax code, and he was also general counsel to the IRS. He is a true expert, and I couldn't find a better person to answer my questions. He graciously agreed to my interview. The reason I'm doing this documentary is because there are many people in America today who believe that there's no law that requires them to pay an income tax or file a 1040. And there are many people going to jail for it, fighting over it.
The Internal Revenue Code is authorized by the 16th Amendment.
I think it should be clarified. I think government should be transparent to the people. Why doesn't the IRS commissioner sit down with them and just explain it in clear English? Why?
I don't think they really care. I think they're just playing word games.
You don't think they're sincere people?
No, I don't think they're sincere people.
What does voluntary compliance mean? And why does the IRS code say it's voluntary to comply, not mandatory?
That's a word euphemism we use. We use voluntary compliance when we talk about traffic signals. Most people at 2:00 in the morning, do you stop at a red light?
Yeah.
Is there a cop there?
Well, sometimes I don't.
Well, I do, and most of us do. Most of us do.
Right.
But that's voluntary compliance.
That was a complete perversion of logic. Traffic laws state that it is mandatory to stop at a red light. The IRS code says it's voluntary to comply. Mandatory and voluntary are the complete opposite of each other. Yet he wants us to believe that they mean the same thing.
Your income tax is 100% voluntary tax, and your liquor tax is 100% enforced tax. The situation is different.
So can the government criminally prosecute somebody of information put on their 1040?
Yes.
Right, so doesn't that violate the Fifth Amendment?
No.
The Fifth Amendment says I don't have to do anything that incriminates myself.
Well, it doesn't incriminate you, but your income down.
But you said before I could be put in jail for it. The commissioner wants us to believe that although the IRS demands that you fill out the 1040 and you can go to jail for it, that they are not violating your Fifth Amendment rights of self-incrimination. That is absurd. Isn't it true that the word income is not defined anywhere in the Internal Revenue Code?
The law says that the government has a right to tax income from any source derived.
So, but the word income is not defined in the code. It just says income without a definition of what income is.
That's right.
Correct?
Yeah.
But there are many different kinds of taxes. Well, how can an American citizen know what income is if the code doesn't define it? If they're paying an income
Because the
tax,
courts have all defined it.
do you remember what constitutional attorney Edwin Vieira said?
The definition of income in the Constitution was given in the Eisner versus Montgomery case, and it turns on gains or profits that are made from some activity.
So the Supreme Court has ruled income is not wages, it's not labor, it's gain from corporate activity. I believe that a man's labor is his private property.
That's your view, but it's not the law.
The Supreme Court's even said your labor is your private property. When I go to work for somebody, it's a trade. It's an even exchange. I do some work, you give me some money.
So this interview goes on and on to the point where the former IRS commissioner throws his hands up and quits the interview. Okay, so you need to find this movie. You need to go watch it because it sets the ground for everything that's happening right now with Donald Trump and this headline today from the New York Times. Trump flirts with the ultimate tax cut, no income taxes at all. And he gets it, as he said in that barbershop, as he said in that sit-down interview. So, my friends, things are changing, and they're changing for the better. And right now, we're seeing Donald Trump with the polls, and he's just blasting past Kamala Harris, and they are terrified. And add this to the top of the list. You know that the powers that be in Washington, they need the income tax to keep you in line. And if Donald Trump makes good on this, because let's see, he is the chief executive. Is there a mechanism that he could abolish the IRS with a stroke of a pen? Or is there more congressional legislation that has to be gone through? I don't know what the process would be to get rid of the income tax altogether. I mean, he's already talking about no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. What's the mechanism to execute that vision? That's what my question is. So, again, there's a lot of backstory to this. This is a conversation that's been had for a long time, going back to the days when I'd be marching in the streets with my bullhorn and my burned DVDs, passing out copies of films that are revealing these truths. And now it's part of the national dialogue, and I couldn't be happier. I mean, of course, I was happy when I saw Ron Paul bringing it to the foreground in his two campaigns. But when we have Donald Trump, a man of his stature, in his third presidential campaign, leading in the polls, days away from an election, man, this really warms my heart. So patriots, this is not just about taxes. It's about returning to the vision that our founding fathers had for America. Trump is talking about a complete reset of how our government operates. No more IRS, no more income tax, just fair trade in America first.
Good to see you, dude.
Here's what I want to know from you. Is America ready for this kind of revolutionary change? I think it's overdue, personally. But share your thoughts below. Let's talk about what this means for our future and yours.
We will very soon. Very soon. What's up, Angry? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Well, let's check in on our good friend right now and see how he's doing on his awesome night.
Just as an aside, there's a rumor going around. Everybody thinks that AOC is pregnant. I mean, there's been some clips that she's posted, and a lot of people, men and women, are weighing in saying that she has this like pregnancy glow. I even asked my wife, I said, look at her face. Like, and if you look at her, she does have like, it's a little more fuller, a little more.
Yeah, she looks.
I don't know. It's like, yeah, I could totally see maybe she's pregnant. I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, that's the rumor that's floating around right now.
Screw that kid up.
Totally off topic, but nonetheless, people are talking about it.
I think that she's gonna screw that kid up.
So this comedian,
this bullshit.
Tony Hinchcliffe, otherwise known as Kill Tony, got a lot of flack for a joke that he gave, and you heard him talk about this floating island of garbage. Now, he's a roaster. He makes off-color jokes all the time. It's part of his shtick. You know, he's been doing his whole career. It's comedy, right? But the left is so sensitive that every single thing that they say, you know, every joke is offensive. They just can't take a joke anymore because they don't even have any sense of what's funny.
Nope.
But this was his response. He says, these people have no sense of humor. While the vice presidential candidate would take time out of his busy schedule to analyze a joke taken out of context to make it seem racist. I love Puerto Rico and vacation there. I make fun of everyone. Watch the whole set. I'm a comedian, Tim. Might be time to change your tampon. Yeah. But of course, if you don't know this, here's a joke that was made at a Kamala Harris event.
Donald Trump said he was going to build a wall, and George Lopez said, you better build it in one day, because if you leave that material out there overnight.
Whoa, what a racist. Oh, man.
Yeah, so, of course, he's allowed to make jokes and just include stereotypes. But, you know, obviously not. Now, I'm going to show you some of these pictures here that I posted to my what is this? Okay, so let's go to my profile here. So I posted a bunch.
Going.
You can go to my Facebook profile. You can see all these pictures. But
there he is at the rally.
Great
having a good old
moments.
time.
This was.
I will check back in with him in a second. I want to show you guys something here. Might save that. Just save that. All right, let's go here. Just let's relive some of the past. The whole tone of the event. The whole tone of the event. Yeah, I meant to show this one earlier. Yeah. Look at that. There's a Democratic National Convention. No, really. It seriously is. Yep. Just Google clan bake. Clan bake. No, they haven't changed. They've just changed strategy. They're still trying to own everybody, keep that enslavement real. But they just got a nice little indoctrination into cultural Marxism to go with it. They sure did. They sure did. And anybody's falling for that subversion is part of it. It's unfortunate, but yeah, that's it, man. Wow. Look at that. Peace and love right there. There's freedom. There they are. The Democrats. They haven't changed a bit. They haven't changed a bit. They really haven't. They really haven't. Let's see.
It's out of the DC Bureau.
You know, this guy is going to make a great president one day. I can't wait to vote for him.
That's in the deep state that are running the show today. So you want another mass deportation? Let's get 3 million federal bureaucrats out of the DC bureaucracy. That's the mass deportation that saves the country.
Yep.
All right, deport the bureaucracy. I love that. Joining us now, Vivek Ramaswamy. He's a businessman and author of Truths, The Future of America First. Vivek, I just want to say, your speech at the Garden on Sunday was just wonderful. We've already quoted you several times, and it's a pleasure to have you back on the show. And we should have a mass deportation of all these permanent tenured bureaucrats in Washington. And the neat thing is, listen, as you know, Elon Musk wants to join you in this. Howard Lutnick from the Transition wants to join you. You know, what they call DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. I mean, now's the time. And I think you've got the group around Mr. Trump to get this done.
Absolutely. For the first time in American history, we also have Supreme Court precedent at our back. In this case, they're American citizens, Larry, but I would just say deport them into the private sector from the bureaucracy. That's where we need them right now. And you hear the MSNBCs of the world, whenever they talk about protect our democracy, what do they actually mean? They actually mean protect our bureaucracy. And that bureaucracy is really the one that is the actual threat to democracy, because the people who we elect to run the government, they're not the ones making most of the rules. They're the unelected bureaucrats that are writing these unconstitutional regulations. And the reason I'm really optimistic for the second Trump term is not just because Donald Trump's ready to do it.
Chris
It's not
doesn't
just
take
because
cultural
of the
Marxism.
team of people. I hope to be an important part of that, to be able to drive that change in this country. But even more importantly of all, the Supreme Court has given us the legal backdrop to do it, saying that if it was an important regulation, a major question, it should have gone through Congress rather than through the agencies, overturning Chevron deference. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity, Larry, and I think that it's up to us to step up and seize it, and I think that's the mandate that people are going to give us on November 5th.
Well, I think it would bring joy to the majority of voters. We will find that out a week from today. But I mean, so you've got options here, right? You could
historically
disband
accurate.
the whole department.
Sorry,
I mean, if you
you
ask me,
need
the
to get
education
educated on
department
it.
could be disbanded.
Should
I'm
read
not
Big
sure
Intel.
anybody would
I'm J.
care.
Michael
Maybe
Waller.
send a few of them out into the
If you like to read
countryside.
books.
Other departments
Yeah,
could be
that'll help you.
substantially cut. A friend of mine was saying the other day, Vivek, if you take a look at what Elon Musk did when he took over Twitter, I mean, I think he slashed 90% of the staff at Twitter because he saw it was not necessary when he turned it into X. I assume your management style
But actually,
would be
the
very
retort
similar to that. So,
you give
what
is
kinds
very
of
cultural
what
Marxist.
kinds of things do you
I
want to
didn't
do?
realize
Let's
that.
say day one, up to the first 100
I didn't
days.
really
You want to go
retort.
after the agencies. You want to go
It's a
after the
fallacy.
people. You want to go after the bureaucracy. Change the mission. Put a little meat on the bones for us, please.
Yeah. So I think there's one way that I think is the wrong way to go, which is to say that we want to take the left-wing bureaucracy and replace it with the right-wing bureaucracy. I think that's a failing strategy. We have to keep our eye on the North Star of actually shutting down that bureaucracy.
Right.
So step
Shut
one is to
down
take
the
a look at that
bureaucracy.
Supreme Court landscape. What's the list of all of the regulations that failed the Supreme Court's test? The regulations on the books right now that are unconstitutional according to the current Supreme Court. I believe, Larry, that could quite possibly be a majority of current federal regulations. I don't say that hyperbolically. I say it literally using the standards the Supreme Court has now laid out. Well, now, if you've thinned out the regulatory state in terms of the regulations by over 50%, that gives you a roadmap to say that we don't need 50% of those bureaucrats either. It gives you a rational basis for mass headcount reductions where there aren't claims of racial or gender discrimination or political viewpoint discrimination. When you have these large mass firings, that falls outside the civil service rules. So these are straight up laid up by the Supreme Court and legal precedents. It's now up to us to have the electoral mandate to actually carry that out, which is why the next 7 days are so critical. But once we send Donald Trump back to the White House with a mandate to drain that
And we
swamp,
will.
armed with
And
Supreme
we
Court
will.
precedents that he did not have back in 2016, I will remind you, that allows us ultimately to create a government that is accountable to the people rather than the other way around, which is what we've had.
Sounds very authoritarian.
Since the last century, Woodrow Wilson, then you get to FDR, then you get to LBJ, and even some Republican presidents like Richard Nixon along the way that have expanded this. We get to put a century-long project finally to rest to say
Yes.
that we're going to revive a self-governing constitutional republic that our founders wanted to see. And by the way, Larry, that is the single greatest economic stimulus that we could give the United States of America right now, is take that regulatory wet blanket off of our economy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. It's an energy and innovation boom in this country. It's waiting to happen. We just got to send Donald Trump to the White House to do it.
And we will. We will. Man, things are going so good. That is right. So yeah, let's see. Let's check back in and see how he's doing over there. Oh man. We gotta watch this part.
Mayor Eric Adams was indicted as punishment for speaking out against the Biden administration's border policies.
That's right.
Where is that clip I have set up here? Where is, let's see. Oh, this is a good highlight reel. Brian, will you please go vertical with this, please?
Let's enjoy some of this awesome rally.
Fight! Amazing!
Green
He
Pea.
stood up and he thought about you and me. But I was really worried about him. And then when we saw him say, fight, 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 that's the man to lead us back to the America we love. Do you swear to make America better and greater by voting for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance? Now go do it! Fight! How weird. It's such an honor to be here, and it's wild. Just another day following Bobby Kennedy Jr. at a Donald Trump rally in Madison Square Garden. I mean, what? That's totally normal.
You know, I've been coming to this building month after month after month, and I've seen sold-out crowds over and over again for over 40 years. And for 40 years, I've always asked the question, what you gonna do? Over and over and over again, what you gonna do? Well, today, after feeling the energy in this building, I finally got the answer. And the answer is, vote for Trump.
What you gonna do when Trumpomania runs wild on you? And none of your predictions come true.
America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing. Now,
Oh man, dude, that was just awesome.
Yeah.
That was you're awesome fans. Keep the fight going, Pete DeLeon. Thanks for all you do, Tommy Estep. Prayers from Brooke in Michigan, $2. Thank you.
All right. Still listening here, but I'm talking to you guys. Yeah, that's right, Chris. He's gonna put. Yeah, you're so right. He's gonna put them on all of our brains. That's very economic. Yep, we're all gonna line up and let him do it too. We sure are. We sure are. Hey, Chris, do you have a job? Do you have a job? Do you work? Or do you just like? Are you like living off the government? Is that why you like Kamala so much? Some benefits or something? Do you have a job? Do you work? What time is it? Yep, we're gonna get them all. We're all gonna get them. We're all gonna do it. We're gonna get our Neuralinks because they're for people with disabilities. Yeah. Yep. We're gonna get those. They're super cheap too. You can get it for like $5. You can get one put in. Yep. It makes a lot of sense that we'll all get them. Makes a lot of sense. A lot of paranoid, paranoid conspiracy theory sense. That's what it makes. Good old conspiracy theory sense. Yes. Yeah. I think even now, I know. Michael Stone. That's true. That's true. All right. So we shall see here very shortly what's going on. Gary is had a awesome night. He got remonetized right in the middle of his stream. So that has totally made it all happen. Took about like made him a little late. That's all right. Here's the deal though. Here's the deal. I do have some rules when I have guests on that are different from when it's just me. So guest rules are in effect for the mods, just letting you know. Okay. Yeah, you got like couple minutes. I know he is. I'm watching him. I got it up. And T3, make sure you check your Discord. Okay, good. I checked mine too. Yeah, we do have rules when we have guests in the house. We do. All right, it's getting ready to get crowded in here. Give me 1 second here. Live on it. All right. Well, it's been real. Let's see, what else I got here? So what you saying? Hey, Thomas, I looked into that thing you were talking about. I couldn't quite find it. I don't know if I found exactly what you were talking about. X, Y, Z, Z's, everything. They won't go for them. Kamala's closing statement was about J6 and Hitler. How original. Talk about fear mongering.
510.
You know, this is how it works. So we talk about archetype crafting. How you take an archetype, a known archetype of evil, and you compare it to somebody else until they.
My son-in-law looks
And
just
you do it
like you, so I
repeatedly
told
until
him,
people start to
I get my
believe it.
news from someone I
So
trust.
bad that it drives them crazy.
That's beautiful. That's
Yep.
beautiful.
That's how it works. See, the mind's programmable.
Donald Trump,
it's an
17 minutes
exploit
ago,
in the
posting
brain.
this to Twitter X.
It's
I'm
one that
running
we
a
all
campaign
have.
of positive solutions.
But if you know how it works, then you can resist it. But if you don't, you'll fall for
It's
it.
been all week comparing her political opponents to the most evil mass murderers in history. Now to top everything, Joe Biden calls our supporters garbage. You can't lead America if you don't love the American people. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have shown they're both unfit to be president of the United States. I'm proud to lead the biggest, broadest, and most important political coalition in American history. We're welcoming historic numbers of Latinos, African Americans, Asian Americans, and citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. It's my desire to be president of all the people. Yeah, beautiful. Yep. Pennsylvania voters challenge based on Postal Service change of address database.
Chris, are you double boosted?
ESPN star Bomani Jones.
Did you get your
challenges
booster
New Tesla
shots?
To speak up after
You should have gotten 2 booster shots before you went to vote.
American Eagle Digital Brigade. Trump destroys liberal reporter in Michigan. Margot Cleveland. I have a feeling a lot of folks will be going as Trump supporters this Halloween. Yeah, after Biden says that.
That's hilarious.
Choosing not to vote isn't rebellion, it's surrender. Wow. Oh, wow. Roger Stone is extremely annoying. This extremely annoying harpy knows nothing whatsoever about electoral politics, has never elected anyone to public office in his life, and continues to run.
Have a good night, Chris.
She's literally a moron. Not sure who she is, but some of the worst photo airbrushing I've ever seen. Got it one thing about old Emerald. She's ugly inside and out. Who is that? Who is that? 7 minutes ago, he posted that. Who is it he's talking about? Okay, following my advice, Rob Do, garbage boss. You gotta love all these AI pictures, man. Detroit Kamala, Pittsburgh Kamala. That's funny. Trump responds to Biden calling Americans garbage. Oh, I love Sean Farash. He does the greatest Trump impersonations. Okay. Judge Joe Brown directly links Kamala Harris to George Soros and One West Bank foreclosure scandal. Leak footage of GOP data team surveying unprecedented early vote numbers. The Grinch. Okay. All right, folks. I got another live stream. We're not going. I mean, this show's going to end, but we're going to be picking up in a few minutes. And
All right. So
my brain is drawing a blank. Well, Brian, what's the?
all right. Here we go, guys. Let's see. Here we go, guys. Well, we're gonna have some I gotta be a good host. So, gotta be a good host. It's getting real crowded. Go. Welcome. Very excited for Gary. Very excited for Gary. Welcome, Rumble. Wow, I didn't know you could do that on Rumble. Sweet. I had no idea you could do that. That's really cool. Very cool. Guys, thank you so much for being here. All right. Let me make sure I do this. All right, I'm just getting ready here. There we go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thanks, Don. Do not disturb. Thank you, do not disturb. How you doing, man? Welcome. All right, Jacob Castro's over there welcoming people from the Next News Network. All right, here we go. All right. Well, guest rules are now in effect. Guest rules are now in effect. All right. If you got the rumble going on. Coming up soon. Any moment. I'll give them a second to breathe here, but come on in, guys. Come on in. Cool. Awesome. Looking forward to it. Here we go. Let me get a drink real quick. Woohoo! Welcome, everybody's coming over. Keeping an eye out. Let's see, do I have my Wolfram stuff? I wish Wolfram could have been here. All right, dude, guys, so happy for Gary getting. I was watching as he got his monetization back, and it was an epic moment. Seriously, an epic moment. Seriously, an epic moment. We're gonna have some good old MAGA family in here, good old Ron Paul family in here. And remember, thumbs up, like, and subscribe. Bring the notification bells because we are deeply shadow banned. That's what happens when you tell the truth and you go against the corrupt establishment. That's right. That's what we do here. All right. Gary's just wrapping up. His outro is playing, and he will be here in a second. I cannot wait to meet this guy. I've been looking forward to this for a very long time. Cannot wait, man. All right. Redirects on the way. I got a great intro for him too. I haven't said anything about it, but he's going to be really surprised. I hope he takes a second just to kind of like catch his breath, man. So I know that it's been an amazing night for him. I know it's been an amazing night. I hope all of those great, awesome people from his chat come over and join us. I can't wait to meet each and every one of you. Gary is amazing. I've been following him since the Ron Paul days, and he's a hardworking dude who has really, really done a lot to help fight to restore the republic, to restore this country. I take a deep breath here. Welcome to everybody who's coming in. I had no idea that you can raid on Rumble side. And I hope that you guys will come in and join us and have a good old time. Because me and Gary are going to talk about the past, the present, and the future together. We got lots of stuff to go over. And hopefully it's wild how the Rumble thing, as soon as it's set up, it was like, boom, it's coming your way. The YouTube thing takes a second to happen. We're getting ready to go off here, though. There's Aaron Conservative over there saying hello to everybody. Wiley Mitchell, how you doing, man? Nice to meet you. Welcome to the show, man. Yeah, it was amazing, wasn't it, dude? I was there when he got his monetization back. It's so awesome. It was an amazing moment. I was like, oh wow, because I know how long he's been waiting. It was such a crime. He never should have had taken away in the first place. I mean, I never could figure out why in the world they would do something like that to him, because he keeps it based, man. He keeps it based, and there was just absolutely no excuse for it. Welcome. Everybody say, hey, Wiley is here, getting in the front row, man. He's getting in the front row. But yeah, we have been fighting parallel for the same cause for a long time, and I'm just really happy that Gary decided to come on my channel. I had a much smaller channel, and it was amazing that he I know as busy as he is, and how much work he's had to do to keep his channel going since that unfair demonetization. Yeah, these nuts hate. They do. Debbie, what's up? Welcome. How you doing? Yes, great night over there on the Next News Network, man. Awesome night. Gary got his monetization back. Everybody's happy. I mean, that was just over the top incredible. I mean, I'm so happy I was there to see it live. You know, just to see the emotion, the family, everybody's happy. I mean, you can see how much of a toll it's taken on them, and it was just a blessing, an absolute blessing. And it just goes to show you that, you know, you fight hard, you keep fighting hard, and you know, good will come of it. You know, the good will come back around. Good will win. It will. Is it redirecting on the YouTube side as well? Let's see. We should be getting a notification in YouTube, I guess. Hopefully that was set up as. Oh, yep, here they come. All right, Aaron, come on in. What's up, man? How you doing? Awesome. So great to meet you. Look, I bet you a lot of us, man, know each other from way back in the Ron Paul days. How many people, I want to know as you're coming in, how many people were old Ron Paul people, Ron Paul revolutionaries? How many people were back with Gary during those days? Hey, T-Rex Trucking is back just in time. What's going on? How you doing? All right. Yeah, man, we got a great crowd here too. It's a lot smaller. It's a great crowd. Just like our crowds are so much alike. Gary's and our crowds are exactly alike. We're a smaller community, and we're so happy to have you guys here. But I'm just wondering how many of y'all coming in are like from, whether you're on the Rumble side or X or on YouTube, wherever you're coming in from. Wow, so many people coming in now. How many people are old Ron Paul revolutionaries? Yeah, there you go. Right on, man. Right on. We were out there fighting for Ron Paul every day. Gary was doing it his way. I was doing it my way. And I've always shared his content. I've always been someone who's tuned into the Next News Network and follow what he's done. He's done so much great work for the cause. I mean, and the Ron Paul revolution to MAGA, to wherever we go next, it's all about loving America, loving the Constitution, wanting a safe and honest country, a country with integrity in the government, so that our children have a safe place to grow up and prosper in. It's all about that, and Gary's 100% about that. So I'm so happy to meet all of you guys coming in from the Next News Network. We are kindred spirits. We are kindred spirits in this fight to save our country. And I'm very honored to have you here. I'm very honored to get to know you guys. It means a lot that you're here. I really do appreciate it. And if you're on the Rumble side, coming on in the Rumble side, thank you so much for being here. Remember to smash the thumbs up, man, ring the bell when you subscribe, because YouTube doesn't like me either, because I speak the truth. I go against the establishment. I go against the people who do evil in the world, and they like to keep us quiet. They like to see that the one thing is, once you're outside of their narrative, once you're outside the establishment narrative, the only thing they can never win you back, right? They can never win you back. The only thing they can do is try to silence you and try to discredit you. That's all they can do. That's all they can do. They know they've lost you forever, because once you break the spell, you're out, right? And then you find all these awesome people that are out there. Thank you guys so much for being here. Gary will be here shortly. Hopefully he's getting a drink, catching his breath. He's had wow. Hopefully he's getting to talk to his wife and get a little bit more celebrating in. Oh, Reagan voter. Awesome, dude. Awesome. My first, believe it or not, my very first vote was for Ross Perot. that was when I could vote. The very first time I could vote, I voted for Ross Perot. And I still don't regret it. That was, that just shows the whole, like, I've always voted like that. Ross Perot to Ron Paul. After that, I just never felt like either of the candidates were for real. That's the one thing I want to talk about with Gary right when he gets here, as we talk about the past, the present, and the future. When you go into the past, we're going to talk about that false left-right paradigm we were born into. And also, I've got this thing going on called solution culture here that I want you guys to all know about. And this is what the future is hopefully is going to be about. Interstellar Frequency. Man, I like that name. How you doing? Man, thank you so much for being here. The Next News Network crew rocks, man. I'm so happy you guys are here. So awesome to meet each and every one of you. I've seen some of you in the chat sometimes over on the Next News Network, but it's great to actually get to meet you and talk to you. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Reagan was your Heather. What's going on? Reagan was my first presidential vote. Cool. Pothead Kenny, I saw you over there. How you doing, man? Great to meet. I'm a humanitarian, Pothead Kenny. I'm with the N3 family. Yes, you are. Great to meet you. I saw you over there earlier, man. Can't miss that name. Man, great to meet you. Great to meet you. Thanks for coming here. Thank you guys so much for being here. Gary's on his way. Hopefully he's getting, like I said, taking a little breather. They had a very exciting show tonight. You guys are awesome crowd. You took good care of him. What a celebration. What an awesome moment. To see him get his monetization back was just incredible. Absolutely incredible. And yeah, thank you, Ice Studio over there on Rumble for following, man. I'm trying to build the Rumble channel up, man. I'm at 523 over there. Let me throw some links out here. And by the way, make sure you guys check out my my description too. There's a special link in there just for you guys if you want it. And let me see, let me throw these out too. I'm on Rumble, I'm on X. I do 5 streams a week, and starting let's see, free speech links. Yeah, that's what I call them. That's I got all of them. Okay, yeah, cool. There we go. And starting next week, I will be doing my shows at 6:15 to 6:30, starting them around probably 6:30 ish. Right. So if you guys are looking for something to do before Gary's stream, come check out my stream. I do election 2024 coverage. We're on the rig watch. We look out for the rigging stuff. We talk a lot about the same things that Gary talked about. We also do border crisis stuff. I kind of break things up into little segments, and we're doing the full coverage. We'll have election night coverage, of course. We cover we read books on audiobooks on Monday night. It's called Unrig the Game. Right now we're reading a book called Big Intel by J. Michael Waller. You might have seen his interview with Tucker Carlson. Amazing book. I'm going to talk about that with Gary tonight as well. But we do that. It's a game. It's a show called Unrig the Game. And what we do there is we get together here for a little bit on YouTube, then we go to Rumble and X exclusively, and we do listen to audiobooks. And we're about three sections into the Big Intel book. It's an amazing background on cultural Marxism, how our intelligence agencies went from Cold War heroes to deep state villains. It talks about that. And what we try to do on that show is we try to understand how the game has been rigged so that we can unrig the game. That's what it's all about. So, after we get Trump elected, we have to think about what comes next. Well, I have this thing that I've been working on for a very long time now that's kind of come into its own. And I'm trying to talk about this thing called solution culture, which is what we do in the future to put in preventative measures so that this cycle does not continue, so that in a generation or two, the corruption doesn't creep back in after we get it out of there. And that's what I'm going to show Gary tonight, too. I'm excited to show him. I have this great chart called The Veils of Perception, Modern Veils of Perception, and it explains how this works. And I'm excited to show it to you guys as well. I'm excited to see what you guys think about it, because this with solution culture that I'm talking about is a way to stop this never-ending cycle of authoritarianism. I believe it's a great way to do it. I'm going to get Gary's take on it. So I've been trying to show this to as many people as I can. I really respect his opinion. And I think that he may see what I'm talking about in this. And I'm going to ask him, like, what can we do about new media? And what are we going to do in the future as far as media goes? How are we going to clean up our media? These are some of the questions I'm going to be asking Gary tonight. Oh, hold on. How do I say this? El Chingon. Hey, man, welcome. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you. Make sure you ring the bell so you get notifications. I'm very shadow banned, but I really appreciate you subscribing. Thank you so much. Next News Network family, meet the Winning Reality family. We are a lot alike. We are kindred spirits in this fight, and we are so happy to know you guys. So happy to know you. Yeah, man, you guys are awesome. I'm over there all the time. And I'm lurking a lot of times and getting my show together and doing that stuff, but I'm always listening. I cover a lot of Gary's segments on here too. His videos, I cover a lot of them. I bring them up in my in my different segments depending on what they're about. A lot of the stuff about Rig Watch right now, I'm pulling from Gary. We actually just watched one of his most recent videos right before you guys got here. The one about Donald Trump Trump's plans to end the IRS forever. I thought that was a great one. Had Ron Paul in it, of course, and I wanted to show that to the crowd to kind of give him a background on with Aaron Russo and all that stuff. That he had come from the Aaron Russo background. We actually have watched Freedom to Fascism on this channel. I have a show on Sunday. It's called Old School Watch Party Sundays. And it's kind of like Unrig the Game, where we meet here first, and then we go over to Rumble and X exclusively, because then I can play the documentaries. And we play a documentary and a movie, like old school documentary, old school movie. And we've played all kinds of stuff. I got a complete playlist over there. Thank you so much. $20 super chat. For some coffee. I know you guys are working hard. Trump 2024. Thank you so much, El Chigan, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, man. You rock. You rock. Thank you. Thank you, man. And thank you guys for supporting Gary and the Next News Network for all these years. Like I said, I go way back to the Ron Paul days. And you know, I've been Gary Franchi's been a leader in the cause for a long time. I've admired his work myself so much. But yeah, we watch old school documentaries and old school movies. Like just for example, let's see if I can kind of show you some of the stuff that we've done here while we're letting Gary catch his breath, man. I told him to take his time. I was like, just take your time. Don't worry about it, man. We'll be here. Do like this. Yes, there we go. And if you're over there on Rumble, man, nice to meet you. I didn't even know you could redirect on Rumble. That was crazy. I was like, whoa. That's great. I hope a lot of people come over and check it out. But let me pull this up and just show you guys some of the stuff that we've done on Old School Watch Party Sundays and how far back it goes. That show's been going for over a year. And what we got over here is a bunch of documentaries and movies. Did I just scroll in? Yeah. So like what we do is we did a Halloween month. So we had some Halloween movies going on. We just watched Rooms from My Real Father, the real Obama deception, that goes into his cultural Marxist background, and his real father, Frank Marshall Davis. It's by Joel Gilbert. Phenomenal. And here I'll grab this Rumble link for you too. Old School Watch Party Sundays playlist. There you go. That's on Rumble. I'm going to be throwing a lot of playlist links at you guys tonight. And so we just watched this other one, Antisocial Network. That's a newer one, but it talks about the Q phenomenon and like how it got exposed, and like it talks about these antisocial kind of networks that are out there full of these people that just like to troll and kind of take people like us and try to discredit us, right? And so it talks about that. It's a great expose on that. We do all kinds of great shows, movies. We watch movies over there too. So we do a documentary and movie. We learn, and then we sit and relax and have a good time. Looking inside the drug cartels, what that's all about, learning about that. Going back even further, Beneath Siege Clothing is a great documentary about cultural Marxism and the influx into our society of it. So one of the things we got to stop. We've got to stop that critical theory. That is cultural Marxism in disguise. In fact, I'll show you a short that I did about that not too long ago. But these are some Hellbilly Elegy, the JD Vance story. We've watched that. We watched Smoking the Bandit 1 and 2. That's a great movie. How prison gangs work, kind of helping us understand that. Ukraine on Fire, Food Inc. I'm real big on the food stuff. We got to clean up our food and our water. I've been on that mission since way back in the day. Global No Logos. This was a great one. Brands, Globalism, and Resistance. So resisting that Agenda 2030, Agenda 21 from back a day, now Agenda 2030. That creeping of global authoritarianism. We got to stop it. That's the monster at the gate. We looked into all kinds of stuff. We do all kinds of things. The Class Divided. That was a interesting little take about how mind control works, and how race divides people. Freedom from Choice. Another great movie. These are all great documentaries. These are old school documentaries. Most of them are. All Wars Are Banker Wars. So many great ones that you guys can check out on that playlist. I mean, just go down the list. There's tons of The Power Nightmares about the neocon takeover from the right, and so much more. But I see somebody backstage, so let me get rid of this. And guys, you ready? Let's do this thing. Let's bring them on in. But you know what I do on this channel? When I have a guest on, I make sure they have a special intro.
How is the income tax unconstitutional?
Well, it was ruled unconstitutional during the Civil War period because there was no explicit authorization for it. About half of the people don't pay any income tax, and I said we're halfway there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Gary Franchi.
Oh man, I haven't heard that song in a long time, man.
I thought that would take
brings
you
it all
back. Doesn't it?
Oh yeah, that was great. That was great. That was great.
Yeah. I had that one saved from way back in the day. I found it on an old hard drive a while
way.
back. Yeah. So much of the old Ron Paul stuff was on there.
Damn, who was that singer? I remember when that came out.
Amy,
Man,
Amy something.
Oh man, I need a copy of that. I gotta find that. Maybe it's still on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah, it is. It is. I actually got a copy of it, but yeah, it's on YouTube. It'll cost you a copyright claim, but yeah, you can always dispute it and it falls off in 30 days. That's why I only had part of it clipped. One time I played the whole thing and that's how I figured that out.
Interesting.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Congratulations, first and foremost, on getting your monetization back. What a blessing.
Yeah, that was a really unexpected moment today. You know, a lot of things I think were leading up to that. There was the you know, because we got demonetized February 25th of 2023. And you know, our viewers really rallied when we got demonetized. We put out I put out a heartfelt plea and a prayer. Our users and followers rallied to like we raised like $125,000 in like 48 hours or something crazy. It was like an absolute blessing. And you know, throughout that time, you know, because I've got a management team that runs like all my contracts and ads and stuff in Los Angeles, and then I've got my multi-channel network. They operate out of London, and then I had my whole team, like all my writers, my graphic designers and producers and booking people. And we held on to, even my fill-in hosts like Elijah Schaefer, Ivory Hecker, Rich Crankshaw, you know, who would cover on different days. So we had a really good team, you know, it was working really well. It was a very well-oiled machine. You know, I would come in, I would approve my scripts, I would read my news, do my commentaries, and you know, I didn't have to put in the 15-hour days that I'm doing now, because like we held on to that team for, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 months, because my manager in LA, he's like, listen, he's like, we don't want to fire everybody. You know, we're going to get this monetization turned on and it'll be back to normal. You just have to suck it up for a minute. You know, you got that money that came in, so let's just hold it down so we don't got to disrupt everyone's lives. But then after repeated denials, one after another, you know, even meetings with people directly at YouTube, video meetings, like they just kept denying us. And then eventually we had to fire our entire staff. And it came down to like, okay, I was down to like my last 3 people. And, you know, like this one girl who had been working with me for, probably like 6 or 7 years. Totally loyal and like, you know, writing my stuff for me and research, and like she was a major content, you know, creator for our team. And eventually I had to let her go, and it was like the most heartbreaking thing. And like I had to keep, like, in order to keep it all going, we had to keep modifying our production flow. And like there was just like, it was like this slow burn of like like modifying content and like whittling down content to make it more manageable. And because with less people, there's only so much more you could do. Because back then we were pumping out like 20 videos a day, you know, and these videos were like, you know, high impact news pieces that were 3 to 5 minutes in length and very consumable content, very timely content. But eventually it just became too much for the smaller team that we had. And eventually we had to let her go. It was heartbreaking. And then I had my buddy Tom. He was the last guy I had to let go. And what he was able to accomplish, you know, just by himself, in constructing our special reports. And, you know, I'd feed him stories, and, you know, he'd come up with the content. And, you know, how we would isolate video clips from different like YouTube videos or Twitter videos that we would find. And, you know, we would have to time code out each clip, and then Brian would have to download it and edit it down, and we put it in the playlist. Like there's a lot of huge pre-production pieces to put everything together. Eventually I had to let him go. And so now it's like, okay, how do we streamline this production but keep the frequency up? And the only thing I could think of, and it was really kind of weird, was one day I was just like sitting in bed and I'm like scrolling X, and I found myself like bookmarking tweets. And I'm like, okay, this is interesting. I'm like, well, how about we bookmark these tweets and then we'll isolate them into topical like folders, and then we'll go live. So like what happened, like when the Trump assassination hit, it was strange because like everyone's used to seeing me in a suit and tie. And to be honest with you, like I was really getting tired of that shtick.
Right.
And of course it served its purpose, because when the Next News Network started, the visual that we wanted to present was to be a direct competitor to mainstream news by presenting our content in the format that people are used to seeing, but with a message that's clearly liberty based. So we did that for 10 plus years. And of course, very effective method to present information. But then when the assassination happened, like I literally like ran to my studio and went live, and I just had my black t-shirt on, and I just started running with like what was going on Twitter. And then we just started like presenting it like that. And I recognized like how people reacted to that. But then like sometime later, because we had different incarnations, we had our primetime live show, which was like pre-recorded clips that were put together into a packaged format for news. My wife would read news briefs. I would do special reports in between. A very structured format. But I couldn't, after losing Tom, I could not keep up with that. So like I said, I was just like sitting in bed and I'm like scrolling Twitter and I'm like bookmarking stuff. And I realized like, well, like similar to how we reported on the assassination attempt, I figured like how do we like, I wanted to do something different, because all these other like content creators, they always have like an NDI feed with like a X feed, right? And they're always like looking at their computer and they're like, you know, reading what's on their computer, and they're kind of hunched over. And I tried that in another incarnation. We were doing like a Sunday Night Live bit for a couple episodes, and I tried that with an NDI feed and Twitter feed, and I just didn't like the presentation of me like staring at a laptop and talking, right? I didn't like it, and I just feel like it's been done. So I'm like, well, why can't I just bring my phone in as a video input? Like everyone, that's all everybody does, right? Everyone's always like on their phone and they're scrolling, and like that's everyone's faces are stuck to their phones all day, mine included. So I'm like, well, why can't I just bring my phone as a video input, and then bookmark my tweets, and then put them in folders, and then just run off the phone as a video input. So then we found this device right here. Okay, you know, here's my phone, all my bookmarked tweets, and then I got a USB-C connector to an HDMI that converts my screen into a video input and pulls the audio and video from it. And then we run that into an SDI converter into our computer, and then we're able to bring it as a video input and then put it on the screen. So it allowed me, because the scripting process does take a lot of time to perfect. Once you have all these different pieces, and you got to craft a narrative around it. So what I decided to do was basically create intros and outros that revolve around the bookmark tweets. So when you see these segments that we produce, you know, it's me reading my prompter, I'm presenting what we're going to talk about. And then I just go into the bookmark tweets and just riff off of each one, react to each one, read them, whatever, and then close it out with a scripted outro. So that saves a considerable amount of time in the scripting and pre-production process. So we were able to continue with the frequency, but then like I didn't have to be in my suit, and I could just present as me. And like people in the past have told me, like, Gary, like, just be you, man. Like, that's what people want to see. They just want to see you. They want to know you. And I always like kind of push back because I was stuck in this idea of like I wanted to present in this news format, and I was just really stuck in that format and didn't know how to break out of it. I never knew how to transition out of it comfortably without having this jarring impact on our audience.
Huh.
But the transition became natural over time, and I just said, let's just go with it and then see how people react. And we had this connection with the phone, and it just became very natural, and it allowed me to just be me again, because like when I started this long time ago, if you look at if you could find them, some of the earliest stuff when I was doing like Lone Lantern Radio on GCN and WTPRN, like all those guys they didn't have cameras set up, but I was using some kind of webcam application, and I would stream my video camera live, and I wouldn't get suited up, and I would just be me talking, doing my radio show. So what's really crazy is like by going back into this format, I feel like I'm being a lot more true to myself, true to my audience, and just being the person that I remember who I was many, many years ago when I first got started. Rather than putting on this like news persona, which again, I don't want to, crap on the success that format provided,
Right.
but it served its purpose. You know what I'm saying?
No, it was a sign of the times because we were looking for alternatives to mainstream media at the time. A lot of people were waking up, understanding that it's corrupt propaganda, and we were looking for new outlets. And like, from way back in the day, you're one of the trailblazers for new media, like sitting out there showing that there's something different out there for people to gravitate towards, where you can get the truth. I remember I used to watch all the time.
Yeah,
way back.
Yeah, we've been at this game for a very long time, and I mention it all the time. Like, I wouldn't be here if it was for Aaron Russo and Alex Jones and Ron Paul, and like those guys were the people that gave me a foundation to start with. When I met Aaron Russo at that movie theater in town, and he was showing his movie, and I met him for the first time, and he didn't know who I was, but it was so funny because after I saw his film, I went back to my high school, and I asked my high school television teacher, who kicked me out of his class for smoking on a field trip. I said, "Hey, can I use your production room as a backdrop to film a movie review?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." So I came in to his little studio at my old high school, and I set up my camera with my backdrop, and I presented like, "Okay, guys, I just saw this movie, America, Freedom to Fascism," and I played the trailer, and I came back and talked about it, and then I sent the video to Russo's promotional guy at the time. His name was Fred Smart, and I sent it to him, and he was blown away. He's like, "Holy cow, like, look at what this guy just did." And then he sent it to Russo, and then like I was on the phone with Fred. I'm like, "Fred, dude, check this out." And he watched it. He's like, "Holy cow." And then he got Russo on the phone with me, and I was like, "Holy cow, I'm on the phone with Aaron Russo right now." And that's when Russo and I like connected. And as time would progress, Russo was having issues with his DVD streamlining distribution process and the DVD sales. So I jumped into his website, helped him clean up some of that stuff, helped him streamline that. And he saw that I was, tech savvy enough to understand, distribution. I was tech savvy enough to create content and present a message. So before he passed away, there was a big question, like, who's going to take over the mantle for Aaron Russo? And there was a big debate about who that would be. And my name was floated as one of the people to take over. At the time, I had the Lone Lantern Society And Russo came to one of our he came to one of our meetings at a coffee shop in Chicago, and it was a huge deal. Like Russo shows up, and like we're just a bunch of young activists in a coffee shop in Chicago, and we would hand out DVDs and bullhorn on the corner. Like that's what we did. So Russo came in. He saw that I was motivated. I was driven for truth, driven by truth. So my name was thrown in the ring for the guy to take over for Russo, and then also Michael Bednarik's name was floated, and Bednarik didn't want it. He didn't want the responsibility. He didn't want to take it over. So Russo, like all the votes were coming in for me, and then Russo said, "Okay, take it over. It's yours." And that's when Russo handed me his websites, his email lists, and all that.
Wow.
And then we parlayed the email lists. I met a guy named George Shepard, and we created the Republic magazine. So, we had Russo's film, but we needed something new, right? We needed a new way to continue the message. But we didn't have it's not like we could keep producing. Like at the time, it wasn't like YouTube wasn't, it was there, but it wasn't fully developed. And it was, it was cat videos and stupid stuff.
Trolls.
So we created, we created Republic magazine, which was an activist tool. We reached out to all these people who wrote pieces for it. And then we put it out every month, and we had subscribers, and then we would sell them in bulk. You could buy them for like $1 a copy, and you could pass them out and leave them in doctor's office and dentist's office, waiting rooms, and pass them out. So we created this activist tool. I was the managing editor. My wife would box them up. We'd have a semi drop them off in our suburban driveway, pallets of magazines. And my wife would sit in the garage, in our freezing garage in Chicago, and box these things up and ship them out to people. And so my wife was always right by my side, working with me. And what eventually happened was, we started, so we decided, because I was doing the radio thing too, but there was the radio wars began between RBN and GCN. And I was on RBN, I believe. Yes, I was on RBN doing Lone Lantern Radio, and John Statmiller and Alex Jones had a huge dust up, and something happened. Statmiller shows up to Alex's driveway on his motorcycle, brandishing a gun and threatening him. Dang. And like stuff got super heated. And then I got a phone call from Alex, and he's like, "Hey, we want you to come over to GCN. You got a great show. I need you over here," and blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, what the hell? Alex Jones is calling me up, wants me to come to GCN. I'm like, okay, let's go. So, at the end of the day, what was really about, it was like, these two competing networks were at each other's throats. So Alex was recruiting all of the radio hosts from the other network to come over to GCN to basically put RBN out of business. And so I went to GCN, did my show there for a minute, and then another dust up happens with some guys who were working there, I guess GCN, and they broke off, and they went off and created WTPRN. So then they broke me off into WTPRN, and I was doing my thing there for a minute, and I got so frustrated. I'm like, to hell with all these guys. YouTube was just starting. I'm like, I'm just gonna make freaking YouTube videos. And that's when we started like the Reality Report and Freedom TV, and started presenting news in a suited format, a news package format with interviews and all kinds of things, which was really revolutionary. There was nobody doing it. No, there was not one person doing it, not even Alex or Ernie Hancock or anybody was doing it. And then I'll never forget, I went on Alex's show. This is such a funny story. Wes, the producer at the time, brought me into the feed for Alex's show. And Alex starts interviewing me. And behind me, I had my screens behind me, and they were showing my logo, my show logo, like a step and repeat, but it was like slowly moving across the background. And Wes goes, "Hey man, that's freaking awesome. That's really smart." And up until that time, I mean, this is not a knock on Alex, but I mean, Alex was a radio show and wasn't really video based at all. But Alex would have this screen behind him that just played this like crazy, almost like a screensaver type thing behind him. In my opinion, that's lost real estate. You know what? You could put branding back there. So I mean, I put up this branding behind me while I'm on Alex's show. Wes saw it, and the next day, Alex does his show, and they had all InfoWars stuff behind him. So like they were kind of picking up cues from me, and I'm putting on my suit and I'm presenting as a news anchor. And you know, again, this is not a knock on Alex. This is how we're all learning in the process.
Yeah.
And you know, Alex starts, you know, putting on a suit coat and start presenting his news in a more polished manner, and started focusing more on video. And then sometime later, because we had these crazy intros and like all these like After Effects projects we were incorporating into our shows, and I get a call from one of Alex's tech producers. Because I've been to Alex's studio a bunch of times and done in-studio stuff and filmed documentaries at his place. And I get this call from his tech producer. He's like, "What are you doing? How are you doing it? We want to know what are you doing?" I'm like, "Well, we buy these After Effects projects, we rebrand them and logo them and incorporate all of our stuff." And that's when Alex started to up his game with his video production, and they built a TV studio. And you know, I really do believe that, you know, my early work helped to inspire Alex to up his video game. And like you see Alex now, it's like his studio stuff is like a million times better than anything you see on Fox or CNN.
Oh yeah.
So Alex just took it to the next level of and I went there when it was under construction, and I saw his early studio. Then I saw the studio under construction, and I went there some years later, and I just saw like this whole operation, just a green room and like all these things. Like, just so cool to see the progression of Alex's production, and to know in the back of my mind that I had a small part in helping inspire that. I mean, even Ernie Hancock from Freedom's Phoenix, like he started doing some video stuff, and he built a TV studio. Like all these guys started building TV studios after I had built mine, because they recognized the power of having a professional policy message. And of course, YouTube, providing a platform at the time. And even back then, we weren't even monetized. We were just, it was just doing it to get the message out, and we were donation based, and we were getting funded through our documentary productions and our magazines, and stuff like that. So like it was all self-funded at the time. And, and then of course, Ron Paul Revolution occurs. We did the super PAC thing. By then we were running ads on television, trashing Romney and McCain and all those guys.
Yeah,
and,
definitely.
That
was a thing back then.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we did. Like,
neocons.
yeah, we were just trashing neocons all day. So when we had that was in 2012, producing some kick-ass videos and kick-ass, counter pieces to narratives against Ron Paul. But
yeah,
then
let's talk about Ron Paul for a little bit. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So what ends up happening is this, during the super PAC, it was really crazy because look, at the time, I'm just a street activist. I've got the only television experience I had was in a TV class that I got kicked out of in high school. And we just learned as we went along. So we had the Ron Paul Revolution going on, part 2. And one of the guys who was a donor to the super PAC owned a TV station in Florida. And he flew me down, and they filmed this whole bit about Ron Paul on his property. This guy lives in wealthy neighborhood, and he owns 3 TV stations, the only independent TV station in the country, or in Florida. And then when I left the super PAC, because the super PAC was great, but let's be honest, I didn't really know what I was doing. Even Alex called me when I started it, and he's like, "Franchi," he's like, "You're swimming with sharks, Franchi." He's like, you're in the middle of the, he called me like, you're in the middle of the Atlantic, Franchi. You're surrounded by icebergs and you're in the Titanic, Franchi, you know, like he was warning me. Cause I remember, I think Trent Lott at the time was like under some crazy stuff with the Federal Elections Commission. And like, there was just all this controversy going on. So I didn't really know what I was doing. I had to hire a lawyer to manage all this stuff and get all this crazy software, crazy expenses to manage everything.
Wow.
And then we missed our filing deadline, and that became front page news. Ron Paul Super PAC missed his filing deadline, front page of MSN. And then I get this Pulitzer Prize winning journalist calls me up, wants to interview me about what I'm doing. And he digs in all this background on me. He goes in all my Alex Jones interviews, goes into the conspiracy stuff, 9/11 stuff. And I told him, I said, listen, man, like, you know, just don't label me. I don't care. Just don't label me. Don't apply some label. And the fucking headline says, 9/11 truther runs Ron Paul Super PAC. Right? And I'm like, great. Like, that's exactly what I told you not to do. He goes and does it.
Yeah. They were looking for anything back then because he was the first real opposition to the establishment, you know, because we were all born into this false left-right paradigm, right? Yep. Where the neocons were posing. It was like WWE, right? It's like they were supposed to be the heels and the Democrats were supposed to be the faces. And they would trade seats, but no matter who was in power, nothing would change, as Ron Paul would say.
Yep.
And that's exactly the illusion that most of our generation grew up with, and the generation after us, Gen Xers, the millennials, and so on. And still today, some people still are underneath that impression, right? And it wasn't until that's what Ron Paul, I believe that's one thing that we were trying to do with that revolution was expose the false left-right paradigm, shatter it by putting him in the GOP, right? Bringing back destroying the illusion of choice, right? Bringing back real choice, real opposition to the corrupt establishment, and then starting to make fundamental changes to bring us back to Americanism and a constitutional take on how we're supposed to run our government. And that in itself would have, you know, cleared up a lot of things. You know, I have my takes on that as well. I was an online activist for Ron Paul. I was out there doing the good work. I was sharing the videos. I was waking people up to that false left-right paradigm. And I was putting out videos. I was putting out, I guess you can call them memes, but they're really just infographics, right? About who these guys were on the right and getting a lot of traction. I actually talked a lot of leftists into voting for Ron Paul in the primaries because I was like, you hate Bush, don't you? You hate these guys, right? Well, Ron Paul's against these guys, trying to shatter that illusion so we can actually make progress. And then, we learned so much from those 2 runs with Ron Paul. Right. We learned how the establishment would react to real opposition, and we learned about the delegate process. We were learning about all kinds of things as a group coming together, grassroots activism, how that we can do it. We could actually do it on our own as best we could. But the couple of things that was missing from that formula, Trump filled in those gaps. One was funding, right? Ron Paul didn't have the money like Trump had to fund his own campaign and to keep up with the establishment that had all this money coming in. Right. And the other was that he was just a little bit more bull in a china shop when it came to the establishment media, calling them out, ruthlessly going after them like they were the enemy, because they are. Right. And so understanding that paradigm and how it worked. And so,
Ron Paul was instrumental in laying the groundwork for what we're seeing with Trump today.
Yes.
And like, I'll never forget, I went to CPAC. The first time I went to CPAC. And remember they did those straw polls at CPAC and like, Ron
he used to always win.
One of them.
Yeah,
he would always win. And I remember being there, and I actually met Andrew Breitbart that year. And I interviewed him on Radio Row. And I remember when like they were giving speeches, and I was in the back of the room and had my camera up, and I think there's videos somewhere out there. I mean, I had to purge a lot of content, so a lot of the stuff I used to have was lost. But I will never forget when Donald Trump walked on the stage on that day.
Yep.
And he said, he started trashing Ron Paul. Like, Ron Paul, he's never going to win. He's got no chance.
Yeah, he says, he can't win, right? That's what he said. I'll never forget it.
Yeah. And I was like, man, I'm like, screw you, man. Like, Ron Paul, like, how dare you, you know? And like, I was so pissed when I heard Donald Trump say that.
Yep.
And, you know, and years later, like that always stuck with me. And, you know, but I have to give credit where credit is due, and it's due to Ron Paul that the groundwork was laid for the paradigm shift. And, you know, Trump was perfectly primed to ride the paradigm shift that Ron Paul laid the tracks for, you know, with the Tea Party
100%.
movement, the Ron Paul revolution, the Fed movement, you know, audit
And
the
all the
Fed
work just waking
movement.
people up about what's going on as far as the party goes. These neocons weren't real Republicans, and that they were just the right half of the establishment at that point. I made a prediction back in 2011. I said, if Ron Paul wins the nomination, you're going to see all these neocons go running back to the left at full speed and support the Obama at the time, right? And sure enough, when Trump did the same thing, he finally broke through that barrier. And they look where they're at now. That's why I say that's proof that there was a false left right paradigm. Look where they are right now.
Yeah, you got you got Cheney, and you got Adam Kinzinger, and you got all these people running around with endorsing Kamala Harris. Like all the neocons are endorsing Harris is because you know she represents the false paradigm of change, but it's all the same party. It's the war party.
Always. Yeah. Always the corrupt party that's just running us into the ground. And I want to get into the way I set up the interview is like, I wanted to talk about the past, the present, and the future with you. Right.
Sure.
So yeah, we're talking about the past now. We're coming up with that false left right paradigm. But I tell you what, here we go. It's the very first debate with Donald Trump. And at that time, I'm backing Rand Paul, thinking, well, he should be the guy that gets the legacy of Ron Paul, right? I mean, I don't know how you felt about Rand at the time, but I didn't see any other way to go. And I was kind of a little bit like, he's got to do it. Maybe he'll rise to the occasion. And then that first debate, when he came out there and called out the media like that, Trump did, I was like, wait a minute, hold on. This is what we've been waiting for. This is exactly what we've been. And then Rand turned on him like with the rest of the establishment. I was like so disappointed, but I was like, you know what? I'm behind Trump now because he said everything. I was like, this is what we've been trying to get people to realize, that the media is lying to them, right? That it's
exactly
they're executing propaganda. A mind control machine is going on here, and that's boxing people into this establishment narrative.
You're right on, because I was in the same boat, because I'm like, okay, see, because the reason I started Next News was because of what I saw happen to Ron Paul. And I saw how the GOP treated him. I saw how the media treated him. And I made a vow that I'd never let that happen again. And that I would create a media outlet that would support the next presidential candidate that I could stand behind. So when the 2016 election started to come into view, I'm like, okay, like which of these, there's all these candidates, which one am I going to stand behind? Well, just by default, it was Rand Paul. And what was interesting is that I reached out to Rand Paul's people and they wouldn't give us the time of day. And there was Jesse Benton, who was running the Rand Paul campaign. Jesse Benton was running the Ron Paul campaign in 08 and 12, and he became a gatekeeper. So you couldn't, like, that was one of the reasons why we started the Super PAC, because all these people, because when Jesse Benton married into the family, he became the gatekeeper around Ron Paul, created this insulated bubble, and all these people like Tom Woods and Penny Freeman and all these people were suddenly on the outs. They couldn't even connect with Ron Paul because Benton had this, like, you know, Rasputin's hold on him.
It was the weirdest thing.
Yeah, so like that's one reason. So I was able to collect all of these people who were pushed away, and then create this coalition of all these people to create this Super PAC, like with Tom Woods and everybody. And it was like, okay, well, Tom Woods is behind it, Penny Freeman's behind it. Like we had all these great people behind it, which gave it like people recognize this as like an alternative, and it ended up becoming like enemies with the campaign, because they started putting out misinformation, like you can't talk to them, don't ever be seen with them, like because, well, if you talk to them, it's collusion, and you know, there could be like all these rules broken, and they were just making up stuff to scare away donors. So yeah, but when Rand Paul came into the picture, I was like, okay, well, by default, let's go with Rand. But then Rand Paul, you know, his people started like just rejecting us. And I'll never forget, we made a video and we put it out to our entire email list. We put it on YouTube, and like we wanted to interview Rand Paul. We wanted to get him on the show at the time, and they kept rejecting us. So I just put the guy's phone number on the screen, and I told everyone to call him and demand that Rand Paul go on our show. Well, I find out that what ends up happening is that, like, this guy got so many phone calls. Like, he was on like some like honeymoon vacation with his girlfriend or something, and his BlackBerry was just blowing up all weekend, and it completely ruined his weekend because everyone's like, "Go on Franchi's show, go on Franchi's show." But eventually, like, okay, so when Trump came out initially, I was like, this is wild. Like, I didn't expect this. And then he started to grow on me when I started hearing his talking points. And I'm like, dude, this guy's hitting all the chords perfectly.
Yep.
And I'm like, I remember I did a 2-hour breakdown of Trump's positions, one by one by one by one. I mean, I just ran down every single one I could find. And I'm like, dude, this is the guy. Like, I had this massive revelation. And that's when we went all in for Trump. And, our channel started growing. That's when the YouTube algorithm was wide open. It was organic. And then, like, we did a couple interviews that went viral, and like just viral hit after viral hit. Got 70 million views in the last month of the election. Following that, we got attacked by every major media outlet: Washington Post, Washington Times, New York Times, Forbes, The Guardian. They all came out in force and was attacking our specific channel for like pushing Russian propaganda that helped elect Donald Trump, but we were effective. We had more views. There was a stat. They ended up like deleting the stats because we were promoting the shit out of it. But our channel was number one. It was above the Young Turks. It was above Alex Jones. It was above the White House, Hillary. It was above like Fox, BB. It was above every single outlet online as far as views were concerned. We whooped everyone's ass. So like we had a big target on our back. And I think that's one of the reasons that the YouTube algorithm was shifted so dramatically, was because we were so effective in our reporting that YouTube said, well, we're never going to let that happen again. We're going to surface authoritative news. They shifted the algorithm. And then, we lost 70% of our viewership in November of 2017.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dirty games in the censorship realm. That's all about that information war. Like I was saying earlier, once you leave the establishment narrative, the only thing they can do to you, because they can't win you back, the only thing they can do to you is try to silence you and discredit you, right?
Yep.
So that they can keep the people that they have under lock and key in that information-based mind control system that they have, where they're just boxed into this narrative and they don't see outside of it. That's why we see so much of the stuff that's going on today. That's what sent me on my journey. A lot of it was that too. I mean, when I came out and understood the stuff and I would try to tell my friends about it, they would shut down. It was like, these are people that I've been friends with forever, totally shutting down on me and not wanting to listen to what I said. Well, I care about you more than those people on TV, more than that politician in their suit.
Yeah.
And you're I love you. And suddenly you'll listen to me about everything, but not this. And it's like, there's something going on in people's minds that's keeping them from understanding this. And that's when I really started on my journey to try to understand what's going on with people. And it's led me down this very interesting time. Of course, I'm trying to save the country. Yeah, I'm a father. I want a future for my son. I want a future for his kids. I want a future for all of our kids, and the rate we're going right now, it's not looking good. And I feel like, I don't know if you feel the same way. I think you do, that we're on kind of at the end game point of all this right now. Yeah. But part of it is like wanting to reach back and save those family members and save those friends too from this.
Well, to your point on the family and friends, see, like I was always very vocal. Like anytime I would learn something new, I would always run to my family. Like, do you see this? Holy cow!
Yeah.
Like I was always in their face about 9/11 bombs in the building. Blah blah blah. Like I would just everything. Like I would all, the aspartame and stevia and
GMOs,
shots and
fluoride,
like, everything. Like. Fluoride and toothpaste, and like I was always like in everyone's face about things, and everyone's like, dude, Gary, just chill out, man, just chill out. So after getting like repelled by so many family and friends, I just stopped. I just literally stopped telling anybody anything. And it was a conscious decision because I'm like, listen, these guys know, they all know that I'm dialed in. So if they want to know something, they're going to ask me because secretly they want to know. And as shit started to happen, I would start getting phone calls from people. And they're like, hey man, what just happened here? Can you tell me more? What do you know? Like secretly people started reaching out, when no one else was around to like join the whole mocking Gary thing that, I started getting vindicated slowly over time. And then like, when my YouTube channel blew up and all the people that would, mock me for passing out DVDs in the streets and I become like super successful. Like, I mean, dude, I can't even explain. Like during the pandemic, like I met a viewer at at this like charity thing. Didn't even know that he was a viewer. But he came up to me and I was in Chicago, right? I was in like deep Chicago, and I was just thinking I'm going to be surrounded by all these Democrats. This guy comes up to me, he goes, "Dude, you're Gary Franchi. Bro, I watch you all the time, man. I'm a huge fan." And I'm like, "No way, that's cool." And he's like, "I got this private jet, man. I'll let you use it." I'm like, "Really, dude?"
Awesome.
He's like, I'll let you use my jet and I'll give you like all you gotta do is pay for the fuel and like I'll give you a good rate on it. And like during the pandemic, like he cut me this crazy deal. I mean, it was still like costly, but it was it was a lot cheaper than what you'd pay like retail. And like my family and I were like, taking trips on private jets to Orlando and Miami, like in the middle of the pandemic when you couldn't travel anywhere, you know? And, and like everyone in Illinois is getting freaking locked down, masked up, jabbed up. And we're posting pictures on our Facebook, like hanging out in private jets and shit. And everyone's just like, what the fuck's going on? So like from being a street activist, like in a studio apartment or one bedroom apartment in Chicago with like nothing to being able to fly around in a private jet during a pandemic when everyone's locked down, and like living in this lifestyle like that, people perceive as luxurious was a huge paradigm shift for a lot of people that were close to me, that knew me personally. And it created like this weird, like, man, I lost a lot of friends. They're like, "Oh, look at you, you and your champagne and caviar," like dude, you don't even know what the hell it. Come on, you guys have known me for how many years? Busting my ass for all these years, and now it's finally bearing fruit, and you're pissed. Bye bye.
Right?
Like,
Yeah.
like that's just the way it was, and it was really cool. And then of course, when the channel got demonetized, like everything changed. Like, oh boy, reality check, like time to shore up the resources and get down to like, reality. And I thank God that we did get demonetized because it did make me have a double take and, realize I shouldn't be putting all my eggs in the YouTube basket, and,
Yeah, so you brought stuff to Rumble and to X and to other places.
Yeah.
I'm over in Rumble and X too. I'm trying to grow that Rumble channel up best I can. Rumble's interesting. I really wanted to make it. I really do. We're at like 526 over there right now, so we're making our way up there.
Well,
slowly but surely.
when Rumble first started, we were like manually uploading all of our videos. Like when it first came out, we started uploading content. And we were able to, catch it in its early phases. I think we got up to now maybe 45, 50,000 people. But I kind of like, I gotta tell you, I do have a chip on my shoulder. Because when we were demonetized, we put all this manual time into Rumble, and then, I had a meeting with a VP over there, a guy named Alex, And I said, hey, let's, I had my manager from LA on the phone and we're talking with him. And I said, because we needed to have somebody license the show, right? Like, we'll license you an exclusive show. We'll go live. We'll do it 3 times a week. And like, it was just weird. Like, they just like the phone call I had with this guy was so like, dude, the guy was just, I can't even explain. It was like, he treated me worse than shit on the phone. And I was like, I couldn't believe like this guy was talking so down to me. Like, he's going through my channel and he's seeing like these low view counts on videos. And at that specific time, we were doing a content test shift. Like we were making these shorts, but we were making them like 90 seconds long. And we were trying to like just try it and see if this content shift would stick. But it just didn't. People didn't take to it. People didn't like it. They didn't watch, and the views were really low. So at that time, he's looking like, look at all these 1,000 views, 400 views. Like, no one's watching you, man. But of course, he was watching at the wrong time, and he never. Like, I had to follow up with him. He never even responded. I'm like, bro, you're ghosting me. I'm like, what kind of a CEO ghosts? Like, is this how you handle your business, man? I'm like, that's pretty despicable of you. And that's when he's like, well, we're not interested in at this time. But I'll never forget how he treated me. And that's why I kind of got a chip on my shoulder for Rumble.
I hear you.
Because like, if you follow me on X, I did a post the other day of Chris Pavlovsky, the head of Rumble, made this braggadocious post. It was ridiculous. Braggadocious post about Dan Bongino being the #1 podcaster on Rumble, right?
Huh.
And I'm like, bro, I'm like, really, man? And I pulled up the shareholders of Rumble, and Dan Bongino owns 15%. Chris Pavlovsky owns like 0.06%. All right, so Bongino owns like 13 or 15% of Rumble. And one of the things we had on the conversation during that Rumble call was that they would put my podcast on the front page of Rumble so everybody sees it.
Yeah.
If you don't get on the front page of Rumble, you're never gonna get seen.
Mm-hmm.
So he told me on the phone, like, that's what they would do. They pump me to the front page. They would inflate the views because they're forcing people to watch. And that's exactly what they did to Bongino. First of all, they put him on the front page. He gets all the views, plus he's a shareholder. So Chris Pavlovsky going on X and like pumping his chest. I replied, I'm like, yeah, dude, I said, Bongino's a great guy. He's got a great message, but let's be fucking true. Let's be real here. All right. He's a 15% shareholder and you boost his views by putting him on the front page. So let's not pump our chest here, buddy. I fucking called him out because I'm like, don't play this bullshit with me. I know what's going on. And I called him out in a reply, So anyway, but like, I don't mean to get all pissy about
no
Rumble.
worries.
I mean, but like, that's my experience with them. So like, don't play games with me. Don't pretend you're God's gift of free speech and then shit on people who are actually like doing the work, and you actually have an opportunity to be that champion of free speech, but then you just, put us in a corner like we're like a dirty stepchild.
Anyway. So do you see like maybe another platform coming about that can be that platform that can really be a serious challenge to YouTube? I mean, is that something you might do one day, or what do you think? So one of the things I want to talk to you about was the future of media, but that's a little bit down the list here. So, but I am curious now.
Well, personally, like, like creating a new platform is really difficult. I don't ever intend to do it myself. And I've even tried to create like a paywall platform for my own content, but I could never get enough people to migrate to that. For one reason is, people are used to seeing the content for free.
Right.
We weren't adding anything really exclusive behind a paywall. And this is what's wild. And it's a testament to the heart and soul of this movement is that people don't want to pay for, like, it's weird. I don't want to pay $10 a month to go to your website and watch stuff, but I'm willing to give you $10 a month for nothing, just to do, so you can keep doing what you're doing. I get more support in donations from people when we put out a call to action and more regular donations from people who just want to be part of the cause rather than to support a corporate or a commercial endeavor.
Right.
And that's a testament to the heart and soul of the people in this movement who love it, who love freedom, and they just want to be a part of something.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. Yeah. And honestly, I gotta tell you, I don't think paywall works with truth. I mean, when we're trying to get truth out there, why do you want to silo it into an echo chamber, basically, and not get it out there? And let me tell you, this is my pet peeve right now, and I've done something about it. What I've done is I've drawn a line in the sand. Right. So the Line in the Sand movie came out. James O'Keefe, you've seen it, right? Brilliant.
I have not seen it. No.
Okay. Instant red pill. It should have been given out for free. It should have been Sound of Freedom level, like put out like that. Right. It should have been put out like that because this documentary can wake people up even on the other side. Even if they're not going to vote, this documentary is so powerful that it has the ability to hit all the boxes. Humanitarian, you see these people being abused. You see children being trafficked. You see all the money, the billions of dollars that the establishment and NGOs are putting into trafficking these children and how they get paid. O'Keefe nails it. And what happens? Tucker Carlson puts it behind a paywall and nobody can see it. And this could have shifted 100,000 votes if people had actually seen it, you know? And so I did a Line in the Sand. I put it out myself. And I have a subscription, and I've got ladies and gentlemen, in the description right now, a link to Line in the Sand. Go grab it. It's on BitChute. It's all yours. Absolutely free. and I also have it over on X. So if you want my commentary beforehand with a nice little part about the Venezuelan gangs with Tim Pool, and then the Muckraker documentary after it, U.S. border invasion, sandwiched in between that is Line in the Sand. You can watch it on X. I don't care about the views. I don't care about anything. I want people to see this video and share it. That's why I made the documentary only version on BitChute. It's still over there, right? I put it over there because then you can send that to relatives and they won't know it's Tucker Carlson. They won't know it's James O'Keefe. They'll just start watching it and they'll get hooked into it because it's so powerful. You actually see what's going on. James O'Keefe risked his life to do this. It shouldn't be behind a paywall. I've been ranting about this for weeks, Gary.
Well, you bring up an interesting point because when Aaron Russo made Freedom to Fascism, okay, the guy comes from Hollywood.
By the way, that's the film that woke me up, Gary. Like that's the one that when I watched it, I was like, holy shit. And that's the one where I was like, Ron Paul. I mean, for me, it was like, ding.
Yeah. Like, who is Ron Paul? Like, what? Like,
I'd heard about him, but I had no idea he had all the. I was like, he was. I mean, just one thing about Ron Paul before we get going on the freedom of fascism again is that Ron Paul spent. I believe he spent the last part of his campaign going to colleges to teach the philosophy of liberty to the younger generation, intentionally knowing that he probably wasn't going to be able to get past the neocons. But he did such a good job at reawakening liberty. That's another reason why we have what's going on today. But yeah, go ahead. Freedom of fascism.
Well, so my red pill was I was downloading it was before BitTorrents were around, and I was looking up the Mark of the Beast, right? I'm like just trying to see like what's on. What are people saying about the Mark of the Beast in this like file sharing system? I get this download of this guy, this video about the Mark of the Beast, and Alex Jones was in the video. I'm like, who is this guy? Like, who is this guy talking like this? Like he's hitting all the points that I'm aware of because I'm like, I'm awake. I understand the globalism. I understand the New World Order. I'm like reading books about this stuff, and I have a very solid like foundation and understanding. So when Alex starts pumping this stuff, I'm like, what? Who is this guy? So then I typed in Alex Jones, and I see all of his movies, Terror Storm, and I think this was before terror, like 9/11 Road to Tyranny, and like, Police State 911, like all these videos he'd made. I downloaded them all, watched them all in like a day, and I was like in a dark basement, like freaking out, like holy cow, Road to Waco and like Bohemian Grove, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like this is deeper than I thought. So Alex like totally like woke me from this like this. I was already awake, but it was like supernova at this point. So when this trucker, I don't know how this guy found me, but he found me. This trucker's like, bro, you need to get to St. Charles, Illinois at the Arcada Theater Alex Jones, Aaron Russo is going to be playing this movie, America, Freedom to Fascism. I'm like, whatever, dude. Like, freedom to fascism? Like, that sounds like a dumb movie. I'm like, okay, I'll go. So I didn't understand the full context of it. But this guy's like, you need to go. So I got my buddy Tommy at the time, and he picked me up. And I think I was living in Chicago. We drove all the way out to St. Charles, which was like 90 minutes west of the city. And we go to this theater, and I see the movie. I'm sitting in the theater, I'm like, oh my goodness. And then Russo did a Q&A afterwards, and I could not believe what I saw. I said, this is everything we've been talking about. This is the movie. So, to take you back to that time. So after I saw the movie, I went and did that thing in my high school, and eventually I'm hooked up with Aaron Russo, and now I'm like working with the guy. So Loose Change had come out around the same time. I think it was like the second edition of Loose Change. And what those guys did is they just created the film and they just put it out on like Google Video. That was like, you had YouTube and you had Google Video, but Google Video, you could put long form stuff on there.
Mm-hmm.
So they put it out there, and their videos were shareable. Everyone could see it. There was no paywall or anything. Now, of course, Russo had an investment in his film, which is, he wants to make his investment. He's got his family. He's dying of cancer. This is his final film. He's going to put it in theaters. There's a cost associated with that, with printing on the film and getting it into all these theaters. So it was after a screening, or it was after a meeting, and me and a bunch of people went and met with Russo in his hotel. It was the Sofitel Hotel in Chicago. And we're all standing in this room, and like he had this beautiful suite. And he was like in the back bedroom, and me and like 6 or 7 other people are standing in the front room of the suite. And we were like, we had this, we were like, oh, Aaron, get out here. We're going to pray. It's time to pray. We're going to pray for you. We're going to pray for this movie. We're going to pray for this country. And he was kind of reluctant. He's a Jewish guy. He didn't really want to, participate. But eventually he came out and prayed with us. Very powerful prayer. I remember leading part of it. And it was in that room, in that hotel room, that my buddy Tori told him what Loose Change had done, what Dylan Avery and Jason Burmis had done by releasing the film and giving it away. And Tori convinced him in that room to give the film away on Google Video. And at the same time, produced all of these $1 DVDs that people could buy and give away, which was also our template for Republic Magazine to give away. So it was in that room that Russo gave the film away, and it changed the freaking world. Ron Paul was put on the map because everyone could watch this film. They could watch it for free.
Mm-hmm.
Because we told Russo to give that film away. And that film went ahead and just changed the world, put Ron Paul on the map, led to the Ron Paul Revolution, put him in 2 election campaigns, birthed the Tea Party movement, giving birth to Donald Trump's campaign by breaking paradigms. So all these decisions are all linked together. Now I'm going to flash forward to something. It's a parallel to what you're talking about with Line in the Sand. Now, of course, James O'Keefe, he had his own method for distributing the film. I don't think O'Keefe's ever done a film before, not that I can recall. And of course, there was a lot of risk and financial interest involved to produce and distribute the film. But they put it behind a paywall. That's probably one of the reasons why I haven't seen it. It's because I'm, first of all, you don't need to convince me the border's broken, right? You don't need to convince me of the problems. A lot of these films that come out, like Sound of Freedom, and all these people like, dude, did you go see it? I'm like, dude, you don't need to tell me. Like, I know there's a freaking problem. I see it every day. I report on it every day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I can sit in the theater for 2 hours and I can, have another thing, but like, I'm already awake, man. Like, this is for the unwashed people who don't understand what's happening, that they need to see it. So anyway, last week, Tuesday, I'm at Mar-a-Lago, and I'm there for the premiere of The Man You Don't Know.
Mm-hmm.
My buddy Shane is in the film. His father's in the film. I interviewed the producers prior to the release. Did a whole piece segment on it, and they invited me out to go see the premiere and cover the red carpet. So we see the film, and the release was on Friday. I get a message from the producer, and he's pissed because, like, first of all, like Fandango pulled it. Like, I was promoting the Fandango link. Fandango pulled it from 150. They pulled it from 150 theaters.
Yeah.
A lot of shady shit was going on with the seats and the ticket sales and people like walking into empty theaters when all the seats were taken, like weird shit. But I had a text exchange with all of the team, with Joshua Masciello, Ophelia, who was one of the production people, and Christopher Martini, the director. And I'm texting him. I'm going, listen, guys, the only way we're going to get this thing out there is we need grassroots action.
Yes.
You need to have a point man in all 50 states, and you have to find theaters where your show is playing. You need to create. My wife's feeding me this. She's like, yeah, Gary, just tell them to get in Facebook groups, make a Facebook event for each theater, and then distribute it to the mail list and all this. Well, I'm thinking, bro, it's 5 days to the election. We're going to do a grassroots campaign 5 days before the election, 7 days, 10 days before the election. Like, it's not a small task to undertake. But I did tell him, I said, listen, this is what we did with Russo's film. Gave it away. We put it out there for free and let everyone watch it. And then I find out today that they are putting it on X for free.
Yeah. We're going to watch it.
You know, because what else? What have you got to lose? You know? Now, I'm not sure if I was the impetus for that, decision, but I do know that I did suggest it. So, because that was the Russo template, that was the Loose Change template to put the film out there so everyone could see it. And I hope that people will see it and share it. I'm not sure if X for long form content is the best place to put it. Putting it on YouTube, I think, is the smartest option, because at least you can share the link, even if it gets shadow banned. But anyway, to your point, yes, the stuff's got to get put out there for free. No one likes the paywall stuff. And that's why Tucker still puts all of his full episodes on X. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about it. You went to Madison Square Garden. I went to Duluth right before that. Okay. And nobody there had seen it. And there was no advertisements for it. There was no flyers for it. One person talked about it early in the evening, and 5 people were like, yeah, that was it. And the whole place was packed. And it's such a powerful film that it really can.
What do you mean? Someone brought it up on stage or something?
Yeah. One of the early speakers, it was somebody that had something to do with gold and silver or something. And I don't even remember his name. He had long, kind of like shoulder length hair. And he said, has anybody seen Line in the Sand yet? And 5 people, including me, go, yeah.
Line in the Sand. Oh, you're talking about not. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Line in the Sand. And like I'm saying, I just think that maybe it was an oversight on his part, or maybe they didn't realize how powerful it was. I don't know why this film wasn't put out for everybody, because it could literally wake people up to the fact they've been lied to by the Kamala Harris and Biden campaigns and the establishment for all these years about it. I mean, there's billions of dollars behind this. People are getting bribed at every level to keep it a secret. I mean, this is something that the left is very much about caring for people. They think of themselves as this, empathetic to all, right? They see the migrants as needy people they have to help, right? This breaks that wide open. I mean, that's what I'm saying. So I did, James O'Keefe was the one who inspired me to do this, because at the end of it, he goes, "Where's your line in the sand?" Some men they gotta step ahead and make a difference, and you got to be crazy to try to save the world. But the crazy people usually end up trying to do that, So he actually inspired me to do it. I understand they want to make their money back on it, and I'm not trying to crap on the fact they've made an investment, they took the risk and all that. But I said I'll do this up until the election, and I'll stop. Okay, but because
so you put it up on BitChute, you said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the link's in the chat right there.
How many views have it received on BitChute?
On BitChute, it's only got like 61, but that was the hidden documentary only link. The stream that I did got almost 700, and that got taken down, and I got a strike for it like 2 days ago.
Wait a minute. You got a strike for it?
Yep, I got struck for it.
Who struck it?
Musso, somebody called Musso. It was some kind of like some kind of online AI kind of thing that goes through and strikes and takes videos down for people. I tried to look into it to see if Tucker was actually associated with it or not. But yeah, I got taken now.
Well, I know Tucker has done strikes on people.
I was willing to take
upload like
I knew it was going to
full
happen.
content. Well, I'm trying to understand, like, maybe if you can text me the striking party if you still remember.
Okay.
Did you
No, I
do
still have it.
research behind it? Because it's like
A little
I
bit.
mean, for
It
them
seemed
to-
kind of
was it-
fishy to me.
was it a
It's
hard
that-
strike?
Yeah,
Not a CID claim. It was a hard strike.
hard strike. But I was willing to take that to get it out to people, and I got out to 700 people who wouldn't have seen it, and I got to mix in the Muckraker documentary with it. So I mean, I did do it. It was a full stream. I would call it. I definitely showed his stuff. Right. I'm not trying to hide from that. But I like I said, it's like I felt like I need to do this, that it could win some more votes for Trump, and people need to know the truth about the border. And it was that powerful that it moved me to do this. And so that's what I did. I mean, I don't regret it. But I'm not trying to shit on Tucker. I'm not trying to steal money from him. I don't make any money on this channel. I mean, I do 5 streams a week. I work my ass off on this channel. I'm completely shadow banned, and I'm still showing up. I still show up for the cause. All I have to do is look 5 feet away to see, my inspiration, and he's here every day. So it's like, I want a future for my kid. I want a future for your kids. I want a future for his kids. I mean, and let me see the name of the people. They were called Musso TNT LDT. Musso TNT.
It's getting muffled in my ear. What is it? Russo?
Musso. MUSO.
MUSO.
Space TNT space LTD.
Did you search it up?
Yeah, I searched it up. It's some kind of UK maximize the value of your content. Musso provides data-driven content intelligence and content protection solutions. And I don't know if it's legit or not. I don't know if that's someone took it down, but there's no other copies on YouTube that I can find. Here, I'll throw the link at you in the private chat.
So I'm trying to think here. So, did YouTube isolate the part of the video that was called a question, or was it the whole thing?
They took the whole thing down, completely down.
Because sometimes, like, if there's a part of a video, excuse me,
they'll block
if there's a
it.
part of a video, like they'll strike the whole thing based on, like, if O'Keefe used something that was copyrighted or music or something.
Yeah, I deal with it all the time.
And then, like, that could be the thing, because this sounds like a weird entity that would have created this or had done this strike.
You see it?
It's hard for me to see here. Your screen, like, I'm on, like, my StreamYard screen is like hard to see. It just the text is so small.
Yeah, it's small.
Okay, well, there it is. Okay, that's better. Let's see. Strike expires. Musso TNT. Strike added. Visibility removed. Monetization ineligible. Are you monetized?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Good for you. All right, I'm gonna.
It's a hard road, man. It's like my stuff doesn't get out there, but I'm doing base streams every week. I follow a similar format to you. I just use videos. I mean, I don't get many copyright claims at all anymore. I kind of make my own music. I do my own intros. I'm good about it, right? But I knew I'd at least get it blocked and have to, like, maybe cut this part out. That's why I had it on Rumble. While I was doing this stream right here, Rumble took it down.
How come I don't see the name anymore? It doesn't show me the. Oh, there it is. Hang on.
I had
Musso
mouse over it.
TNT LTD.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Some of my videos have been copyrighted. Strike. Who is? No idea. I'd have to dig in a little deeper to figure out random copyright strike from Musso. Looks like they're striking a lot of people. So, yeah.
But you know, it's like I said, I did it for the cause. I mean, that's
Sure.
why I do the channel. That's why I show up. Like I told you before, like the reason why I'm an avatar and not sitting here in front of a camera like yourself is because I have a job in big tech, and if I was to come out and speak my heart like this, I could actually jeopardize my career and not be able to provide for my family. And you know that, you know, I would like to make the transition, but I can't take the risk in the, you know, in the interim to try to do that and at the same time not be able to provide if I suddenly get blacklisted and you know, and at the higher levels of what I do.
Well, you know, when I started this, when I had my first website, it was called lonelantern.org. And when I was compiling it for the first time, compiling the front page of that site, and I was drafting the text of it, I wasn't sure if I should go by some pseudonym or my name. And I just said, fuck it. This is what I believe, and I'm going to stand by it. And I put my name on that page, and I put my face on the page, and I said, this is who I am. Now, of course, you have your own reasons, and I'm not knocking you, but it was a decision I had to make a long time ago when I first started back. My first website was like, I don't know, 2006 or something. But that was a decision I had to make, you know. And I remember even like Mark Dice back in the day, you know, he went by John Connor, you know, and you never saw his face. He always wore sunglasses. He never really, he never revealed himself. And I remember reaching out to Mark long time ago when I first discovered the resistance, and I emailed him. I'm like, bro, like we got to work together. Stop being a dick. Email me back. And eventually we talked, and we became great friends over the last 25 years.
I love Mark Dice. I feature his content here all the time, and I've read several of his books. He's a great author, a great writer.
Oh, he's great. No, he certainly is great. Like when you read his books, there's, I mean, like some of the stuff he puts in it, it's like it's gold. It's gold, the stuff he writes. Like he does not hold back.
He's a great writer.
Yeah, but I remember when he he called me up. He's like, Gary, I'm going to reveal my name and I'm going to take off my sunglasses. He's like, you think I should do it? I'm like, sure, go for it, man. And then he came out and he changed his profile picture to himself, like raising his sunglasses, and he had his name. I'll never forget when he made that big reveal. It was a huge deal. But anyway, you know, yeah.
So yeah, let's see. So yeah, that's what it's about here and what I'm trying to do. But what I want to talk to you about, you know, there's a couple of things here. One is about let me go into telling you about what I've been working on, and then I want to talk to you about Agenda 2030. Like the Agenda 2030, I call it the monster at the gate with its tentacles already into the system. I cover the Davos stuff, I cover the WEF, I cover the UN stuff, and I don't hear actually, let's just talk about that right now. I don't hear our side talking about it enough. Like it's really it's like the super threat. It's the big bad that the corrupt establishment in our country is working for, and they're into everything that's going on here wrong. And but
the World Economic Forum,
yeah, the Agenda 2030. It's literally on their website what they're going to do to us. We know that it came out of the Earth Summit in 1992. We know that it used to be Agenda 21. Right, and then it's evolved. I watched the Glenn Beck stuff's been awesome lately on it.
Yeah, they keep creating these like tiered, like it's like they always announce what they're gonna do.
Yeah,
with a program, with a date of their end goal.
Capitalism. Yeah,
and
they're gonna. That's the thing that they're trying to collapse us into, in my opinion, and I think a lot of other people too. That's the stuff that Alex talked about. The great interview he did with Tucker. He talked about the entire time I covered that. And that's a serious threat. And I'm like, if we get through this election and we get Trump elected, I believe that's the next thing we have to hammer and hammer and hammer and make sure that they do something about it. I think Vivek Ramaswamy, and I love Vivek 28, baby. But I think Vivek's got a handle on it, but I don't know that Trump does. And I don't know if you've heard any rumblings in the background, since you are kind of like know what's going on, maybe a little bit behind the curtain right now, behind the scenes.
You know,
and
I don't
movement.
I don't know how much it's on the Trump campaign radar. I mean, obviously Trump is, you know, he's totally against the globalist machine. He's gone to Davos. He's attended there. You know, he's treated like a king when he walks in there. And he tells it like it is. So I'm sure he understands what's at stake, and he knows the globalists are trying to, you know, squash the U.S. You know, he talks about how you know, their own agenda is designed to bankrupt the United States with all these freaking carbon plans and green deals and, you know, all that
Not
stuff.
only
So I
that,
think
it's
he
all Western
Well-
culture. It's like it's happening out
Right.
throughout Europe. This is a world plan, not just a U.S. plan, but they've got their tentacles.
Well, I know, but
in
what I'm talking about
everything,
is a specific domestic plan, you know,
Sure,
that it includes the United States, which was what he would be concerned with. And of course, what you see with the border programs that are going on in Europe, and the farming problem, you know, they're canceling out fertilizer and destroying the farms, and, you know, eats the bugs and like all that shit, you know, like,
Yeah, that's all.
like, yeah, you can watch it all unfolding in real time, what's happening in Europe, because that's what they want to bring here.
Exactly.
So, an interesting side note to that was, you know, when we first got demonetized, I reapplied and got rejected. And then I met somebody who worked at YouTube, and we had a meeting. And during that meeting, like, I had 2 meetings. And I think it was after, I can't remember the timeline exactly, but it was in one of the meetings. I said, "How come we got rejected again?" And she said, "Well, you can't talk about the New World Order. You can't talk about JFK assassination." And at the time, all the videos prior to that conversation, I covered Tim Pool talking to Ron Paul. And Ron Paul was talking about the JFK assassination and who he thought was
I
behind
remember
it.
that.
Yeah, and it was very, very clear about it. And I brought it up, and I made a cool thumbnail, and I said, "Listen to what Ron Paul said. Holy cow." You know, and I was covering a lot of the stuff coming out of the World Economic Forum, and I was connecting it to the New World Order. And
That's
she's
what
like,
it
"Yeah,
is,
you can't." Yeah, she's like, "You can't connect it to the New World Order." I'm like, "Well," I said, "Well, what am I supposed to do then?" Now, keep in mind, just keep in mind, this person I was speaking to was part of a team at YouTube. It's the news and politics team they have set up, and the news and politics team is split in, it's 4 people, 2 conservatives and 2 liberals. And the 2 conservatives work with the conservative influencers, and the liberals work with the liberal influencers. So I'm speaking with one of the conservative people, you know, and how I found her was really weird. And like, it's kind of very strange, because it dovetails back to the Revolution PAC days. Because in the Revolution, this is just a crazy story. Revolution PAC, we had amazing video production, amazing content. We were blown at the time. We were the only super PAC that was like killing everybody in views. And we had a specific YouTube rep assigned to us to assist us in, you know, like anytime we had a question, we could email this rep, and they were like right there with us, helping us every step of the way. They were giving us detailed analytics about our channel and growth and views, and, you know, all these different things, PDFs, PowerPoints, and all kinds of like really cool insights that you would never ever receive. This is back in 2012. So YouTube was like right at the forefront, helping us push political content to support Congressman Paul. Okay. So we had contacts at Google back then. Flash forward, Next News Network is born, and I published some video, like a helicopter like shooting somebody, and the channel gets demonetized. I'm like, holy shit. And so I contacted my rep back at Google from prior, and they helped get the channel remonetized like that. Like, this is back in 2013 or something. So Flash forward. Now, channel gets demonetized in 2023, February. I'm working with my team in LA. I'm working with my team in London. We're trying to figure out all these problems. They're doing their damnedest to help me. And they've been with me every step of the way. Well, I decided to go and search through my emails, and I found my contacts. It was same. I'm using the same email. So I just searched for any email address at Google. I reached back, found all the old email threads, copied everybody, cross-referenced to see if everybody was still working there, cross-referenced with LinkedIn, found all these people. I emailed this group, and I got an auto reply. These people don't work here, but you can contact these two people. I'm like, okay. So I looked up this person, and I looked at their LinkedIn, then I looked at her Twitter, and her Twitter says conservative at YouTube, like her about. I'm like, holy cow. So I reached out to her, and she said, yeah, let's have a call. So in that call, she tells me that, they're not going to monetize your channel if you're talking about these things. And I said, well, how am I supposed to report on this? She said, well, you can ask the questions, but you can't connect it. You can ask the questions, you can speculate, but you cannot mention like these terms.
That's just strange. It doesn't make any sense because the New World Order is a new economic world order. There's been plenty of them throughout history. Everybody's got a new world order. I mean, but then they don't connect the fact that Bush had said these things out loud, and all the Obama, Kissinger, all these people come out and use the words, right? Talking about this new economic order for the world. I mean, it goes back and back. And Hitler had a book called The New World Order. And then you have this Agenda 2030 that's plain as day. It's on their website. They talk about it. They write books about it called The Great Reset, right? They come out there and say what they're going to do at Davos every single year, including this year, which their big thing was censorship, by the way. And we're seeing plenty of people using their talking points all over the place. Tampon Tim is a WEF lackey. I mean, you have all this going on, but it's just a terminology for. It's not like it's an army or some kind of like organization. It's just a terminology.
Right, and that's the thing. No, but see, New World Order is conspiracy in their minds. It doesn't matter what you or I think. It doesn't matter what you or I think. It matters what they think, because they're the ones who have applied the conspiracy theory label to that. So if you bring up the New World Order, it becomes a part of this conspiracy that they believe we, promote about this globalist agenda. So rather than saying New World Order or, all these things, you call it something else, I just call it the global agenda, or I call it something else,
Yeah.
Because she tells me, she's like, you can't say this. You just can't.
I hardly ever use the terminology anyway. So I just say Agenda 2030 because it's a global plan. It's a global plan, but that's the monster waiting for us. Like, I believe that they don't care like what we say or do here. They're still going to try to push that through by putting their own people in certain positions and pushing their own agendas through. I mean, Trump has to be the one to stop it. If we don't stop it, it's going to go through, and then let's collapse everything into it. I mean, it's a bigger plan than even anything that we have going on here, right?
Well, even if Trump gets in office, he's got 4 years to fix everything. And dude, he's going to have so many roadblocks. Like, they're already setting up the roadblocks to block his agenda. There's going to be more attempts on his life. It's just going to, like, the Democrats are going to lose their shit. They're going to start, it's going to, like, on Inauguration Day, they were burning shit in DC, So it's going to get it's going to be 10 times worse if he wins. And trying to get any agenda passed.
Did you see that interview with J. Michael Waller and Tucker Carlson, the one called The Deep State Plans for 2024?
I don't think I saw that. When did that come out?
Freaking amazing. I covered it. It's J. Michael Waller, by the way, is brilliant. You should definitely read his book, Big Intel. I'm reading it on my show called Unread the Game every Monday nights. We read audiobooks. We read Control Oligarchs by Seamus Bruner, The Great Awakening by Alex Jones, Woke Inc. by Vivek Ramaswamy, and now we're reading Big Intel by J. Michael Waller. It's the history of cultural Marxism, how an ideological subversion. In fact, the last chapter was all about Yuri Bezmenov, who's a folk hero around here, right?
Oh yeah.
He's the real red pill. I mean, that woke me up to the way things are out.
Oh, dude, that guy's interviews back in the day and his presentations. Oh man,
I've done two
former
two shows on
KGB
that.
guy coming out and like
Mhm.
revealing the plan. It's like, whoa, dude.
Yeah, he talked about that in the last chapter. J. Michael Waller's book, when it takes you to the next level, it gives you the background on all of that. It's been around since the turn of the century. I mean, it's behind every world war, and it's behind what's going on with the WEF too. And it's behind DEI, the woke agenda, all that stuff is there. I just dropped the link to Deep State Plans for 2024, Tucker Carlson, J. Michael Waller interview. And dude, that I'm telling you that right there. And I'll drop the playlist I have over on Rumble. I have to watch it on Rumble because it's on audio. We do a listening party every Monday for these books. And what we're trying to do is figure out how the game's been rigged so we can unrig it. And that's the next thing I want to talk to you about is solution culture. And there's the link to the Big Intel playlist over on Rumble, guys out there in the chat. This is my work. This is what I've been working on. And I really want your opinion on this. This is how it works, man. But a lot of time, this is what everything I've been working on for the last 2 decades has led me to understand. All right. And I started by explaining this. This is you. This is me. This is all of us. We are all born in this world, innocent, love, and light. And as we begin to understand the world around us, our families, our society, our community, and so on, we enter this thing called the first veil. Now, these veils don't need to be here, but this is the state of where things are today. Right. And inside this first veil, right, are all the things that we know as we're growing up: education, politics, just a very flat view of the world. Right. And this is where the establishment narrative exists. Right. So as we scroll out here, right, some of us are lucky, like you and me and everybody in the crowd tonight, are lucky enough to escape this first veil perception. And we enter into this alternative narrative world, the second veil. Right. And a lot of people think that once you get here, you've gotten all the way out of it. Right. And that everything that's outside of this is likely the truth. But the truth is that the establishment's smart enough to know that people are going to escape this, right? And so the second veil is full of a bunch of new kinds of traps that we have to learn to overcome, mind traps, but it has just as much mind control going on as the first veil. And I'll explain this with a different look here, but I just want you to know that as you spread out, there's other veils to be found, right? And then I count about 8, and you get into these outer veils. It's more about like good versus evil and authoritarianism versus free will and stuff like that, right? But let me go ahead and move this on over to the grid here. And this gets a little confusing at first, but I'll explain what you're looking at. These are the veils of perception, right? Subversive elements in the veils of perception, right? And as we scroll down, these are the ones that matter and the ones I want to talk about right now, the first 5. Okay, you can see here, I got ideological subversion, demoralization, destabilization, crisis, and normalization. These are the stages of subversion that Yuri talks about, right? And within these, right, you can see how they function. So this is where all of our friends on the left and the people that are just totally asleep, the happy-go-luckies, are existing right now. And they know this is out there, but they don't want to look out and see it. They don't understand that they're behind a veil. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You can see all the things are here. Anything that's in black is something I've covered on the channel, by the way. And you can see all these different institutions that are here, right? The establishment media, social media, government politics, false left-right paradigm, lobbyists, political correctness, wokeness, racism, all this stuff's here, right? And this all exists in the first veil. So the idea here is if you subvert the young, you can change the culture, basically control people generations at a time, generational warfare, right? You see Keynesian economics, controlled religion, climate gaslighting, all these things are right here, right? They're things that people in the first veil would understand if you talk to them about it, right? But as you move outside of this and you reject the establishment narrative, you come to what's called the alternative narrative. And inside of here, right, you'll notice that people will talk about all these things right here, and they're different lines of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that are taken too far, and people end up going down these abyss rabbit holes and never quite understanding what they're looking at. Do you see what I'm saying? And the idea here is if you live there's a lot. I know.
A lot of rabbit holes to fall down and get lost in.
You live in fear, you stay on defense. But you've noticed that none of these rabbit holes have solutions. Like, there's David Icke and there's things like that. None of these rabbit holes have solutions in them, right? They're just fear. But here's what I figured out. And this is the part that I really want you to kind of understand. I can totally kind of explain this. It's very confusing at first to people when they see it, but it makes sense once you understand what I'm getting at. And this is these things together create this manufactured division between people, left, right, whatever you want to call it. I explain it kind of like this, and I have a little clip that I play when I explain it. This makes it real simple for people to understand.
You have people that are now realizing that, listen, this is not a left versus right thing anymore, okay? This is not a Democrat versus Republican thing anymore. This is establishment versus anti-establishment.
And the key truth is this: Kamala Harris is the establishment. Kamala Harris is the ultimate DC insider. Kamala Harris is the swamp.
There is no one they have targeted more than President Donald J. Trump. And there's a reason for that. Because they recognize that he doesn't bend the knee or kiss the ring in the establishment of Washington, D.C.
Right. And so I look at things from a perspective of establishment versus anti-establishment. Like if you're awake, aware, and resisting, you are a part of the anti-establishment. Me, you, everybody out in our crowd right now, right? They're part of the anti-establishment. So I don't think of things as left and right because as we know from the past, the left-right paradigm can totally be subverted. Luckily, right now, it's become the establishment versus the anti-establishment. And that's what I count MAGA as, right? And that's what I think that we're part of. That's what I counted Ron Paul as well. So that's how I kind of frame things in this establishment versus anti-establishment frame. And I also look at things from the perspective of ideological subversion, because we were born into this unfortunate situation, right? This manufactured division where useful idiots create culture war, and we had manufactured consent and manufactured opposition, right? And this is what I found out. All these systems that are in here right here are part of this bigger system called a cycle of abuse, right? And this becomes part of a gear system. The cycle of abuse powers the cycle of control. And this is where the global ownership class sits. Elitism, the mind virus that powers them, that they're underneath, right? And it's a generational control strategy using things like big pharma, the military industrial complex, more useful idiots, terrorism, drug cartels, drug culture, things that abuse people on a generational level. And that abuse sets out the corruption for things like criminality and demoralization, which lines up their next generation of useful idiots, right? This demoralized state through this cycle of abuse. And what I'm talking about here, as you can see, there's the global central banking cartels, NGOs, think tanks. These are the big boys that are normalizing their corrupt dystopian world around us. And that's why I'm called Winning Reality, because I want to win reality back from these people, right? I want to break the cycle of control by breaking the cycle of abuse. And what I've come up with is this idea, and they're about full spectrum dominance and planetary resource control. This is their end game stuff right here, right? But this is how they do it. The United Nations, WEF, all these globalist groups, they're all part of it. There's Agenda 2030, 21 to 2030, the Great Reset, Big Build Back Better. They're all part of the same globalist agenda right there, powered by the mind virus known as elitism, right? Elitism means that you think that everybody's beneath you. So I say, racism is elitism with an agenda. Sexism is elitism with an agenda, right? This is the things that use to abuse us and divide us so we can never come to reasonable conclusions and join together. You see, there's other things out there as well they're part of. But this is what I'm saying about solution culture, Gary. This is really what, I want you to take in and let me know what you think about this, that I've come up with this, my life's work here and trying to understand what the hell is going on in this world and how we can change it. It's a generational strategy. Change the education system, stop the subversive elements. We have to get this cultural Marxist disease out of our system. And I believe that that by changing these things and adding these things to our education early on, generationally, we can fix the problem. And this is a big part of it, the trivium education. Do you remember Jan Irving from triviumeducation.com from back in the day?
Hang on. I apologize. Zach Voorhees is texting me right now. And he's just really excited and he wants to find out what happened with the channel. Hang on. Let's see. I just gotta send him this link real quick.
Okay.
1 second. I apologize.
So there's the Outer Veils guys who are watching in the crowd. These are the realm of ideas. Natural
I apologize.
law. No worries.
He's asking me for a timestamp on this thing, so I just gotta get this to him real quick. Because Zach's been instrumental in assisting me with helping understand what's going on, and I gotta get him this thing here. Let's see here.
Yeah, the thinking green energy we fall under the planetary resource control, right? That's what they're trying to do with the green agendas right there. And again, you think about the mind virus of elitism real quick, crowd. You guys are out there. This is their maintenance of power, right? This is how they maintain power on a generational level, because generational corruption equals controlling of reality. So if they keep breaking each generation underneath of us, right, by abusing the young, they break the future. This cycle of abuse. If we can stop these things, we can stop them for good. And that's what I'm trying to get at with solution culture. These are what these cycles right here. There you go. Okay. So where do I need to start here? Solution culture, or where did I lose you?
I'm sorry, my producer's texting me too. He's like, he wants me to buy him some toys because we got all these super chats tonight.
That's
like,
Brian,
can I have
right?
these, please? Yeah. Can I have these, please?
I
don't know what he's.
The man behind
he
the
wants me to
scenes,
buy.
Brian.
He wants me. He wants me to buy him these like glasses that are like. Oh, there's Brian. He's in my ear right now.
Well, tell him I said hey.
Brian, Winning Reality says hello. Okay, Brian. Yeah. Let me stabilize my financial situation before we start buying gifts. All right. I got to make sure everything's stable and shore up all of the losses we've had for the last 22 months. Okay, sorry. But you know, you're going through all these veils, and it's like I've never seen it laid out like this.
Mhm.
But I can certainly I totally get like this flow and how everything's connected. And you know, and in your fifth veil, what you're bringing up here, these are solutions. Like it's all like self-determination, like change the education, what you have right there in the middle. Like it all starts with that. Like
Right.
that is the foundation. And it's like it's information. It's like why we do these shows, it's why we report these news stories, and why you present what you're doing now. It's like we are educating the masses on all of these points so that they can traverse these veils to get to the solution eventually, and understand that you can go from all these points. Like you just brought, I mean, all these points you brought through, like, okay, well, now what? Now that I know about all these things, what do I do? Is always the
These are
big question.
solutions.
What's the solution? And
I
I
believe
think
this is it.
we're seeing a lot of it with for example, from the education point. Like if you remember in the pandemic, everyone like the whole education system was exposed when parents started watching their kids getting educated in their living rooms on their on their laptops, and they're like, what the hell are they teaching these kids? And then suddenly all these parents are showing up at school board meetings raising hell because they're seeing the real agenda that they never saw in school before, because the kids are in captive environments. So like you're seeing this happening in real time. The parents are waking up to a lot of the points you brought up in these other veils, because those veils were being you know, and I think go back to the first veil, because the first veil, like that's where everyone's getting trapped in. So like the kids are being educated in subvert the young. Perfect. Right there. That is it. That's right there. So they're getting trapped in the first veil, and then they get radically like baptized in the truth. And you know, they might start understanding some of these different rabbit holes, but eventually they realize we got to change the culture from the educational standpoint. And this is a really interesting way to lay it out.
Yeah, because that's where they're heading us. They're heading us right there. And this is part of the cycle of abuse, because lying to someone and keeping them trapped in a false narrative is abuse. It's information-based abuse, which leads
But
to
I do like Ancient Aliens,
mind
though. I think
control.
Ancient Aliens is kind of fun, though.
It's fun in a conspiratainment way, right? There's a conspiracy.
I love that show. Like my dad, like he's like always talking about it, you know.
But the harm
aliens.
The harm that goes with these guys, and I did a whole series. I did a 10-episode series on debunking the alien UFO rabbit hole. But the problem is that you end up in these new age cults at the end, like these super soldier programs, like the Gaia Network, the Indigo Kids, all these things. You end up in these cults. Now nobody will listen to you. You may know that Trump's the answer, but if you're trying to tell them about, you know, you're a super you believe in all these other things that aren't real, then you're discredited, and the establishment wins. I believe
Exactly. Yeah, you're gonna throw people way off. Like, dude, Trump's the answer. And by the way, we're all part reptilians. Like, what?
Yes. Yeah. You can see there's some other things down here too. And I understand that people get trapped in these things, and I try to help them deprogram. I try to help deprogram people from these ideas, these rabbit holes, because there's a lot of these people out here. See, they got big capital letters, conspiracy grifters, right? And that's what I want to talk to you about when we get to new media, and how we can do what we can do with new media to try to get some of the psychology, the institutionalized psychology out of new media. Like, how are we going to build a better media that's not controlling people's minds?
Well, it's like to go to the conspiracy grifters, or like I don't want to name names, but I know that, I mean, I've seen a lot of these guys out there, and a lot of them like to attack, or used to like to attack me back in the day.
Right.
I'm not going to name names. Brian knows who I'm talking about, though. But then you've got, then you got the Trump grifters, dude. Like, a lot of the guys, this is what's funny. I've been doing this shit for 20 plus years.
Mm-hmm.
And like, a lot of these guys that come up now, like I see these guys get the red carpet treatment at these events. Okay. They get special assigned seating, and I'm like, what? How are these people getting? Like, where do these people come from? I've never seen them before. I've never seen them before Trump.
Right.
Where do these guys show up? All of a sudden they're here on the scene, and they're just like talking about all this and that, and like they're getting all these followers and subscribers and views and revenue and like massive crazy production value. I'm like, where the hell were they? Who are these people? How did they just show up on the scene? And then when you start doing some I've had these conversations with Mark Dice about this, and you start doing some background on these guys, and you realize, like, you look at their career paths, some of these people, because they have a paper trail. You follow it right back to some like nasty shit that they've been involved in, and all of a sudden here they are at the forefront of the Trump revolution, and they're interviewing every freaking every influence, every person inside Trump's inner circle. Like, how the hell is this guy getting all these interviews? How is this guy doing this? Right. And then they treat you like a piece of shit when you meet them. Like, dude, I've been doing this before you were even like wiping your own ass. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so me and Mark have a nice name for these people. We call them Conservative Inc. because they're part
I've heard
of
him
this.
say that. Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's Conservative Inc. These people are part of this like conservative control group that is a closed group, and we're not invited.
Mm-hmm.
Mark's not invited. I'm not invited, because we are not controlled. We cannot be controlled. We don't take money from the think tanks. We don't take handouts from them. And we've been doing this on our own for the last 20 years.
Yes.
And our track record speaks for itself. And we've covered the ground of so many different things that's like, they like, we've laid the groundwork for a lot of these people.
Yep.
And like, there have been subtle nods in the past. Like, I remember we sent out a guy to an event. Like, these guys begged me, like a couple guys on our channel begged me to send them somewhere, pay for their hotel and all the expenses and all this stuff, and they're going to cover all these things and get all these interviews. They did a good job. They got some good coverage, and they were able to. They wore our merch, and they did their thing, and they did interviews. And there was a couple interviews that they did, and one of the guys who just suddenly came on the scene in the last several years acknowledged that we've been at the forefront of everything.
Right.
Like,
and that's why I reached out to you.
They know that we are
that
we've laid the fucking groundwork for all the shit they're doing now.
Mm-hmm.
But then when we show up, they just kind of like they don't want us to. I don't know. It's just weird, man.
It's weird, isn't it? It's like, yeah. Well, I understand, and this is what I've been trying to say about the second veil thing right here. Right, is that I believe the establishment and the people, the powers that be, are smart enough to know that people are going to escape the trap, and when they do, they can control they can help people discredit themselves by getting into by steering people down into discredited kind of like narratives, right? Like I've seen a lot of it recently where people jump the shark. I call it jumping the shark. And in fact, you know, I even have a little clip I play. I'm talking about that. It's like, you know, and hey, look, even some people that are really good get sloppy and they accidentally. I'm jealous because Mark has a better version of that than I do. But anyways, yeah, you know, and I think that it's very easy if you know someone's tendencies. Like if every time something like, okay, let me give you an example. Like when the hurricane came this year, right? I've been at this long enough to know two things happen every time a freaking hurricane hits the coast, right? The left talks about climate change and the right talks about weather weapons. And before that hurricane even got out of the Gulf, before it even was a category 2 or 3, I was like, watch. I told my entire crowd before it even hits, the people, half the people are going to go this way and half the people are going to go that way. And they can anticipate what people are going to do, so they can pull them. That's how they can control opposition. Like you don't have to be on the payroll to be a controlled opposition person. You just have a narrative fed to you at the right time, and they can discredit you. So I think that they understand very well what the alternative narrative is about, and that they can, you know, that people have this keep base. Like you're a base dude, right? Mark's a base dude. We're all base people, and there's a lot of people out there, you know, they're out there at the clickbait titles, and they're always the outrage kind of thing going on, right? There's a lot of people out there that I believe, I don't know if they're doing on purpose or if they're just kind of being steered, right? Like the Baltimore Bridge is a great example. That
well, you know what I mean?
Redacted,
Let's talk about clickbait for a second, because like, you know, I write pretty damn provocative titles, and my titles are effective. And you know, I've been accused of clickbait before. Now clickbait is something that it's either you make a claim but you never deliver. So I try to at least deliver on my claims. But there's an art form to writing a title that's going to invoke the proper curiosity. And I never understood it. It took me a long time to really understand headline writing. I didn't really learn it until probably 2015. And when I started to really modify my headlines in that capacity, I noticed that our views just started going up and up and up. And that's because the headline writing has to invoke a certain level of curiosity and a hook without giving away the full story. Because in some cases, there's so much freaking noise on YouTube and in the information ecosphere that you have to separate yourself. You have to be the loudest, obnoxious freaking guy in the room to get that, you know, get the eyeballs to attract attention, because there's a lot of distractions online. So people have accused me of that in the past, and you know, but I always try to deliver on what I'm making my claims.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think that in the future, and this is the next part I want to talk to you about when it came to new media, do you think that in the future, in order to build a better media that can't be subverted so easily and can't be controlled so easily, or get people in, because people rely on headlines sometimes, some people rely on sources maybe they shouldn't, right? And they get roped in by the psychology. Like Edward Bernays, this, you know, he's the master of information. We all seem to be still going by his playbook when we all know he's an evil guy. And I'm wondering, in your opinion, and what is your vision for the new media? Like, how can we, like, because I agree with what you're saying, and I tell my crowd all the time I'm doing it wrong, right? I probably need to learn some stuff about how to get people's attention better, and maybe I would get more views and get more people to my streams to hear about what I have to talk about. You know, I was going to ask you at the very end, what pointers do you have for me? But let's just save that for a second. I want to go back to new media and talk about, you know, Gary, as someone who's been doing it as long as you have this wealth of knowledge, you've kept it based the entire time, you haven't sold out to anybody at all. You know, you've beaten the worst that they could throw at you. And you know, what can you see as how can we come together and form a better media in the future once we get rid of this corrupt establishment media and we pull these veils of perception down? How can we make a better way to communicate with each other that's not manipulative or tricky or anything like that. How do we do that? Is it possible?
First of all,
May not be possible.
no, I don't think it is possible, because I think there's too many fucking egos involved.
Yeah.
My philosophy has always been, I want to help people. I just want to help. I don't care. I want to help amplify voices, and like that's just my nature, I guess. I want to see people succeed. I want to see the message get out. But a lot of people don't have that philosophy. Like the conservative Inc. crowd. When I reached, here's a perfect example. When we hit 1 million subscribers, I felt, okay, we've got a viable channel here. We've got a viable format. Let's start reaching out to some of the big dogs to schedule interviews. So Tucker Carlson had a book coming out, and we reached out to Tucker's people, and he said, no, I'm not going to interview with you. I figured the guy's got to sell a book, right? Plug his book. We'll talk about that. Nope. Tucker didn't want to do the show. Ben Shapiro, same thing. He's got a book coming out. Let's have Shapiro on to talk about the book. Nope, sorry, he's unavailable. Okay, well, when will he be available? I played the game back and forth with them on the booking, and because they weren't saying no, but they were saying he wasn't available. So I'm like, oh well, when's he going to be available? And eventually it was like,
I've heard that before.
Oh, he's not capable or whatever. There's some bullshit. They just gave an excuse after excuse. So it's like these people, they get like so big or whatever. I don't know what it was. I mean, I have if you go back into my history, my advocacy for different issues, especially going back to the 9/11 stuff, I think that's one thing that like Conservative Inc. hasn't really wrapped their head around enough yet. I think that there's still people I've heard some people talk about it and raise questions, but they won't go the full, thermite and stuff like that. Right. So I have a feeling that some of that early advocacy may be scaring some of these guys off, at least back then when we hit 1 million. The conspiracy culture that, people have framed me in the past. Like, I guess, of course you can't ask questions, right? You have to accept the narrative. You have to, it's either you're with us or with the terrorists, right? Which one are you? So, I think there's a lot of egos involved, and you have a lot of gatekeepers involved. And like the old saying goes, you can't herd cats, right? And one of the biggest problems in the conservative or libertarian movement is that no one, it's really hard to get everybody to work together. So I've in my like perception, the way I've always seen it is that we are all on a front line, right? We're all on a front line in the battle, and we look down the line and we see everybody lined up, but everyone's walking in a straight line, and sometimes one person will step forward a little bit more, and the line will catch up, and then another person will step forward, and it's like everyone's moving in like the same direction, but everyone's always moving independently and getting more ground than the next person. But there's never really a hand up, like never really like a hand like, hey, I'm going to pull you with me. I'm going to take you with me to this next line. It's everyone's got to like move independently up together. And that's unfortunately how I see, going back to libertarian, conservative, Ron Paul, Donald Trump, all these things. That's how I see this whole thing. So with respect to like media, there's always going to be competition. When I was at Mar-a-Lago, I was like, Rudy Giuliani was on the red carpet, and I really wanted to interview him. In the back of my mind, I was like, man, I should ask him if 9/11 was an inside job. Like, I totally wanted to do that, but I'm like, no, I can't burn this bridge right now. But I wanted to. So I'm standing there. Everyone's inside the ballroom, And I look out the glass windows and I see Giuliani getting interviewed by, I think Real America's Voice. I think it was a couple guys there. So I'm standing there and I'm waiting for my opportunity to interview Rudy. So dude is up there with the microphone talking to Rudy. He finishes and I'm about to jump and get my soundbite. Then another dude from Real America's Voice jumps in, grabs his mic, and then does his own hit. So I'm like, what the fuck? And now I'm standing here waiting for my turn. And as soon as he's done, they push him off. And I'm like, Rudy. And as Rudy just walks off. Now, what's up with that? Right? It's because they don't want me to get the hit. They want to scoop. They want the scoop on the red carpet with Rudy. Then they weren't willing to share in that moment.
Right.
They had a
It's the
perfect
rush
opportunity.
it's the rush to market. It's the rush to market, which is screwing everything up. You know, that's what I'm saying. We need to not jump the shark. We need to take our time and we need to make sure that we put out the best information possible. But everybody's trying to rush to market because it's that attention-based system. Right. And it's like, that's the problem. That's the thing we need to reform, I believe. And if you're talking about a unity point, that's what I bring up solution culture.
But there's never, but in my opinion, it's never going to happen because there's always going to be egos. There's always going to be competition. There's always going to be someone rushing to market, trying to scoop you and push you out of the way. Because when you're on those red carpets, man, people are fucking elbowing and like trying to jockey for position and you're standing in my spot and this is mine. Everyone's trying to get that soundbite. They don't give a shit. You are just in their way. You know, and I'm always trying to be like I'm always trying to be like a nice professional person. And I'm like, okay, fine. You go, you get your shot. You get your hit, buddy.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to say is like, in terms of the fixes, it's a generational fix because it's a generational war. People are already corrupted. Like Gary said, a whole generation, we're stuck with a whole generation of subverted people, right? We're already stuck there. The only way we're going to change things for the future, right, is to take the generational approach as well. And that's why I've laid out these things that help. The trivium, it teaches people about logical fallacies. If we teach kids this, we're putting a mental antivirus in their minds so they can't fall for deceptions. If we teach media studies and information tech at an earlier age, right, we can teach people about these things from a generational standpoint. That's what I'm talking about. This is generational fixes. These are not immediate things. These are things we probably won't even see in our lifetime. But if we can start implementing them, we'll make the world a better place down the road. I mean, we have things like Thomas Sowell's Repairing History, right? Where he puts the omitted parts of history back in the heels division.
I was just reading some of your chat messages as you're talking here.
Sure.
Someone says, named Scott. I think it was more about controlling Gary than anything. I'm curious as to what that's a reference to. It was more about controlling. Like, what was more about controlling? Maybe just.
Hey, go ahead and elaborate on that, Scott. We'll put it up there on screen. You know, another problem we have is this narcissism that's in our society ingrained, right? If we were to put education and countermeasures into schools instead of wokeness, we take that out, we put this in, we can start stopping more and more narcissists from being created, right? That changes the culture too. These are like I said, like there's no solutions out there right now, right? We can talk to her blue in the face, and I think that the global ownership class would love for us to do that because we'll never get anything done, and they'll keep getting their agenda through, right? They'll keep getting.
I mean, at the end of the day, like again, I say I hate to be cynical about it, but I think that that humanity at its core has that flaw. That, I mean, I don't know how you can train that out of people. I mean, of course, you know, I guess I was raised in a Christian home. You know, I believe in, you know, brotherly love and then all these things. And if everyone could just, you know, practice that love thy neighbor attitude, we wouldn't have the problems we have. But there's, you know, it's a human flaw.
Well, yeah, it is. It's an exploit. I call it an exploit, right? It's an exploit. And that's what these people know. That's why they have the cycle of abuse. You look at all these things that are in here right now, and I need to update this to critical theory, but you look at all these little different methodologies. Have you ever seen The Century of the Self, that documentary? That
What is it
explains how
called?
Institute the Century of the Self. It's an old school documentary. We watched. It's a 3-parter. We watched it. I'll get the playlist out on Rumble. I'll put it out there in the for the crowd. Right, but all these systems of abuse are in place already. So we have to start dismantling them because that's their weapon. Once we get rid of that, they don't have the ability to divide us, to abuse us, to ruin our health and make us dependent on them. Like they have a generational control strategy that they're executing to perfection. And while we're sitting here talking about things and arguing with each other and being divided, right? They're like, go ahead, do it all day long. We don't care because we're still controlling you. We're still in charge. And what I've tried to do with solution culture and with everything that I've learned is figure out why we keep falling into this over and over and over again. And they're sitting up there generations ahead of us going, we got you. Right. And so while we're all arguing about whether this was this or that was that, right, we have no solutions. People have talked about these topics for years and they have no solutions involved, and all they have is talk. Right. The people will tell you that all this shit's going on, but they will never tell you how to fix it. Right. And that's what I'm talking about with this. It's a generational corruption cycle, our model.
Okay.
You know,
this is where I want to impress something, because I'm not sure where you stand, from a biblical perspective or a Christian perspective.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, my foundation started with all these things with Bible prophecy. Like I would always be asking my mother, God rest her soul, about what the future holds when I was very young. When is the future, Mom? What's it going to look like? And she would always get these books. I remember the first book that really got me fired up was a book called Final Warning by Grant Jeffries. And I read that book cover to cover, except for like the financial part, because I didn't have any financial interest in that time. But I read everything in that book. And that's where I learned about, so many prophetic moments in scripture that point to where we are today. And there was always one that stuck out to me. And 2 Timothy 3:1 says, "But mark this, there will be terrible times in the last days. People will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boastful, proud, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, without love, unforgiving, slanderous, without self-control, brutal, not lovers of good, treacherous, rash, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having a form of godliness but denying its power, have nothing to do with such people." And there's one, I remember it dawned on me one day when I was, like when Facebook started really making its inroads into social culture, and seeing all these people taking fucking selfies of each other, like selfie this, everyone's fucking taking selfies. And that's when that scripture hit me in the face. People will be lovers of themselves. English Standard, for people will be lovers of self. For men will be lovers of self. For men shall be lovers of their own selves. For men shall be lovers of themselves. Like, that scripture hit me in the face, because, like, I remember I think I even made a Facebook post about it, and I kind of did a play on that scripture. People will be lovers of selfies. And it's like, dude, this scripture is pointing out exactly where we are today. Every single point in that is a selfie culture, selfishness, boastful, lovers of having a form of godliness, but not having anything to do with God. Like, that's like, it points to some of the things you're saying with the gurus and all these points. Like, read that scripture and it lays it out as to where we are today. And so again, I don't mean to be cynical in the solution aspect of things. I don't know when Christ is returning. I don't know when that timeline is, but I can certainly tell you that I do believe we are living in the last days, and it could be any time. And the last days are
seems like it.
horrific. Yeah, it sure feels like it. So when you have this, this solution oriented element, like those things have to be implemented. Like
Yes.
regardless of what the timeline is, that has to be
Mhm.
implemented so we can at least rein in all the other veils that are causing this destruction and deception.
Mhm.
So, but I still, it's like a whack-a-mole game. You can help, but there's still going to be that seed of corruption that's inherent, that it will never go away. And I
Yes, it
mean,
is. But I think we can
you know,
minimize it. I think there's a tipping point. Like one of the things I understand about the universe itself that God's created is that it needs balance. It seeks balance, right? And we have this.
yeah,
Everybody here, I think, can agree that there's this always been this existing battle between good and evil. You go back to Scripture, you go back to everything else. This overarches everything, right? So
yeah,
you have Holy Trinity, but you also have a demonic Trinity out there, and these ideas. This is the energy that we deal with, and you either choose this path or this path, right? And the evil path will take you to the ideas of enslavement. So this is the universal nature of things, and this is what I talk about, the attention-driven actions, right? So in this, if you are in the energy of evil, you're the devil, the evil, Satan, the darkness, right? The demonic trinity, destruction is what you're seeking, right? And what your actions will manifest as. And these manifest as things like enslavement, where people are property, totalitarianism, superiority, authoritarianism. These are all products of evil, right? Well, what's products of good? Free will, self-ownership, life equals rights, the immersion, which is spontaneous order, like people like us meeting, people like our crowd coming together with us, all of us are good people coming together to fight for humanity, right? And
yeah,
we do that
yeah,
for the
yeah,
light. We're creationists, right? We believe in the holy
yeah.
trinity of and light, right? And these are the things that are on the very outside. Like when you get to the bare bones of what the hell is going on with all this over here, and that's why I kind of separate this. This is the work of goodness right here, and this is the work of evil, right? And these are kind of, this goes over here and this goes right here, right? So I can't really express that too well right now on this chart. But you get outside of that, you're into universal parameters, what God made for us, right? The benefits and consequences from what we do, natural law, things like that. And then you get into the nature of reality, what's after death, and the meaning of life. And that's the unknown.
Wow, man, you broke all this down, man. You put all this together.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is what's all come together in my mind after all of this. I've spent
How
time
long is
thinking about it, researching it.
How long does it take you to put all this together?
This is decades of work right here. But I just recently had, like, okay, here's what happened. I recently ran into these guys. You know what the troubled teen industry is? The troubled teen industry. You ever heard of Elon School? It's a school that's basically parents paid a lot of money to send their troubled teens there as a last stop, right? I met the people, the survivors of these schools, and they're actually torturing kids there, right? And these kids have survived it, and they shut down Elon School. Mark Babbitt's came on my show, Jeff Blocken. Watch the documentary The Last Stop. It'll explain what the hell is happening with these troubled teen schools. And within that, I realized somehow I just got the idea that this was what was going on, because there's a cycle of abuse that's going on, right? So the cycle of abuse led me to understand this, and everything came together. Like I already knew that there was some kind of mind control going on. Yuri and the ideological subversion. Why does it work? What kind of this information-based mind control that's going on? Why you can't reach people? And I go over to here, right? This is where I start explaining things, how the human mind OS works, right? And if you notice that when you engage with someone who's under a belief system, a false belief system, especially, they'll first go into denial, right? And then they'll go into anger, and they'll go into this fight or flight mode because they're experiencing cognitive dissonance, right? So they'll either insult you and leave. We had a troll in here earlier doing the same thing, right? Or they'll sit there and or they'll fly off. They won't want to listen to you. They'll block you out. That's them defending their belief system, right? And what you really want them to do is get to acceptance, right? But they're so far into denial because it's a belief system. It's just ingrained in them, right? So this is the solution right here, is what you want to do is, and this is what we do. We raise awareness about things. We give them the research so they can consider it and then make decisions, right? So we have to learn how to get people out of this to deprogram them. And that's the way the human mind works. That's why every time you try to
Brian,
talk
are you
to a
still
relative-
watching? Are you still watching, Brian? Are you there? Okay, maybe not.
Yeah, that's why every time you try to talk to one of your family members or someone who's a happy-go-lucky leftist or just like locked into the establishment narrative and doesn't care, This is why they react the same way every time. This is what I figured out. This is what's going on with them, right? So this false belief system coming from this is the first veil, this establishment narrative, right? They've been subverted into this mindset. They're demoralized. They're demoralized. And so this is the way it works. And then you talk about archetype crafting, right? This is the way the human mind works. So Gary, a long time ago, a study was done where they said, okay, does a deaf person who's never heard a word have an inner voice, right? And the answer is yes, but they see it in symbols and images. They don't hear words, right? That made me understand that that's the base operating system for the human mind OS. It's images. So symbols equal archetypes. So when you have, this is gonna ring true here in like 1 second here. All right. So when you have a good image of someone like Donald Trump before he ran for president, and then you start putting the archetype of Hitler next to him, and you keep playing it over and over again, you start to form a false belief system in people, right? That overwrites their original archetype with the archetype of evil. Now all they see is Orange Man bad. Now all they see is Hitler when they see Trump, and they're deranged by it. It causes this cognitive dissonance. So when you try to explain to them that Trump is really a good person, and here's all the evidence in the world, well, they're already demoralized. So they're going to either fight you or fly away, or they'll call you names, or they won't talk to you anymore. They'll shut you out of their life because they're holding on to that false belief system. They've been demoralized. And that's how I believe all this is working. And I've tried to figure this out because I want to somehow figure out a way to deprogram people. It may not be possible, but that's what set me on the path. And that's how I came up with all this stuff. And I started just really paying attention to it. And my philosophy, my overarching philosophy here is I'd rather know the truth than be right. And that's what set me on this path right here. It's like, okay, no matter what, I'm going to make sure that I'll change my mind if I come into something that will change, that is better than what I know. And now I want to live in truth. I'd rather know the truth than be right. Right.
What program are you using to build this?
Miro. It's a Miro board. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Miro. Right.
Like, I don't know if you ever mess around with like Claude AI or ChatGPT or not, but
oh yeah, tons. I did a whole show about AI called Tech Reality Tuesday.
I would be interested to see if you drop this chart into like ChatGPT and had it run like an analysis of this and see what it comes up with. Like take this chart and break down the different veils and give me a narrative story, a narrative breakdown of each veil and how each veil is connected. And, like, dude, that would be really freaking cool. I'm just looking at him going, man,
that's a good idea.
ChatGPT right now. Like, I want to run it through. Like, I love running all kinds of shit through ChatGPT.
I need to do that.
Happens, What?
I love that's a great idea. I need to do that. I never thought about doing that.
Oh yeah, dude, because like I'm not sure how you would, because there's crossover, there's lines. Like, you could in theory well, no, you'd have to if you did like a screenshot of it, or
yeah, I could back it way out.
Like, because sometimes you'd have to you break out each of the squares, triangles, like how the mind works, the triangle, the circle, the seven veils and all that, or the veils and such. And then the long chart, if you can get like a high resolution snapshot of it and then run that through ChatGPT and then say, okay, this is my philosophy. This is my theory I've been working on for so many years. And I want you to help me break down, this theory that I've created, and then say, spit it out in a narrative format so it's easy to understand. And then you say, okay, it'll spit it out and like, give me a 5,000 word summary, or a 5,000 word essay, or 10,000 or 1,000, whatever, how many words you want. Break it down, and then you just read the outputs and go, okay, well, this is incorrect. And then you say, okay, fix this point because it doesn't line up with that point. And then you massage each output until it gets to your final thought of your theory. And then you could create an entire book that surrounds this whole thing, and then throw it into PDF, put it on Amazon, and you could sell it for 99 cents,
Huh.
I don't know I wasn't thinking about the sales part of it, but the point is just basically having a narrative understanding breakdown of this, because it's very concise and it's very connected, and the way you're explaining it is remarkable. But for the average person to look at this, they won't know where to
Right.
start.
They won't know
But
where to
if you were
start.
to
I
break
know.
it down, break it down into a narrative format, that's easy to read, I think you've got something here that a lot of people would love to absorb. You could call it your Veils of Perception white paper, downloaded on your, in your description. And people could just have it and read it and share it, and no paywall, right?
Yeah,
The other
exactly.
thing I was thinking as we're talking here is, you know, I'm watching, you know, the I'm watching your picture, and I'm seeing your background, and I'm going, This is cool." But one thing I think you could do to up your game, and Brian showed, that's why I asked if Brian was still on, is, and I'm sure you've probably seen this, but you got these avatars that will talk, but it's basically like a character. Like, you could take this photograph and you can turn it into an animated avatar with your voice, with a mouth that moves when you talk. And
Yeah, I
you
really
could,
need some help with that. I really do.
yeah,
If you guys if you
if
could
you
help me out, that would be great.
yeah, like I could, I'm sure Brian could point you in the direction. There's a guy in Rumble he likes to watch, um, who's basically like a cartoon character, but it's like this moving cartoon character. And I think I'm not sure what he uses. I think there's like an Adobe plugin that can do it in real time live. There's a couple different pieces of software that will do it real time. Basically, it takes your webcam and then puts a mask over it that cloaks who you are, but into an avatar character. That way, I think if you did that, you'd definitely be upping your game, and you would be providing more than just a voice and a static photo. Um,
Yeah,
that would be like taking your shit to the next level, and I think
that would be
you would
great, man.
gain
I
a
really feel
lot.
like being that the static avatars kind of hurt me a little bit. I don't know what else to do with that. So that would, man, any help would be great with that. And like, I guess it's the part where I would, we'll get into like advice for a small creator like me. And just let me first thank you so much for, I mean, you're huge, and for helping out a small guy like me and coming on the show, talking to me and letting me talk to you about my ideas. I mean, it means a ton, Gary. It really does, especially for somebody I've been watching for over a decade. And, and been felt like a kindred spirit, an ally in this fight to free our country and restore our republic, going back to Ron Paul days to MAGA and everything. It really means a lot that a big creator like you would come on and hang out with me, because most people
Well,
won't.
it's getting late. I do got to get some sleep in,
Yeah.
and I still got 5 thumbnails to create. But I'm not going to make them tonight. I realized that because I was doing the show, I'm not going to be able to do my thumbnails, so I got to do them tomorrow. And it can take a long time to create these things. And I like to have all my segmented programs released at like 6, 7, and 8 in the morning. I would have normally had two released by now, but now I've got to release all 5 tomorrow. But I've also got to play against the notification system on YouTube, because YouTube's notifications will only notify 3 uploads per user per channel. So that's why I like to try to get 2 out at night, and then in the morning everyone gets notifications for the first 3, and then when we go live, that gets another notification. So like, there's a lot of strategy behind those points for something for you to
Thank you.
keep that in mind. And I think like there was another who, I can't remember who it was. I don't know if he's still making videos or not, but was it? I forget what, Doomcast or whatever it was. I don't remember who it was. I think he did like entertainment stuff and videos. I just don't remember. He just wore like a mask, and it was like a crazy like robot style mask, and he would do his videos with a mask style on. But I think technology has evolved to such a point where you could create a digital avatar that would look super cool. Like, you could take this picture and turn it into an actual functioning animated character with your
That'd be
voice.
awesome. That would be awesome. I'd love to do it.
Oh yeah, that'd be super cool.
I mean, if I could get to the point where I could support myself just by doing this, then I would be happy to turn the camera on. I mean, I might wear a hat and some glasses, at least until the kid turns 18. But it's like, other than that, I mean, I'm not.
Are you masking? Are you masking your voice at all or no?
No, this is me.
Okay.
And you said I sound like a kid, but I really am a Gen Xer.
No, yeah. When I saw him, like, man, he sounded really young.
Yeah.
But I think you I think you've got something going with this character here. I think you could animate this. This is your brand. I mean, you've been using this for
Yeah.
how long? And I think you keep the
2
brand,
years.
but now you
2.5
got you
years.
can upload the game, upgrade your game using the same character.
Man, that'd be great, man.
Sure. And my guy Brian, listen, I've been working with Brian since the Ron Paul days. Okay, that's how long I've been working with Brian. This goes way back, Aaron Russo days. And Brian used to help me with, production on video and stuff. And then when I went on television, I had a huge production team. We had an office and a studio, and we had all these things. We had a $20,000 a month budget that was coming from Florida, so we had a staff and everything. So I didn't need Brian as much back then. But once we left the TV station, I was back on my own, doing my own thing, and I just reconnected with Brian, and we started doing like this stuff with Next News. Again, like our formula, and so you'll learn from this. Our formula started sort of by accidents, because YouTube it was always really hard to make videos, do live stuff on YouTube because it was just a really clunky interface. And then they finally cleaned it up, streamlined the process, and I'm like, hey Brian, let's check out this new live thing. So we went live, and I did an interview with Patrick Wood he does a lot of stuff on like technocracy, and I interviewed him about the market dropping one day. Like it crashed like 500 points and people were freaking out. So I'm interviewing him. Interview concludes, and we were still having fun. Like, we're doing live. A lot of people were watching. So I had nothing else to do, but back then it was a difference. Like, you could bring in a video input from like a computer, another screen. Now it's called NDI, but before it was called something else. And so I just pulled up the Drudge Report, and I just popped open all the articles that I thought would be interesting. And then we pulled the screen in for each article, and I had the screen on the side, and I would just read the articles, commenting on them. You see the website, and I'm commenting. And after I did all these different articles, Brian at the end goes, dude, he's like, I just clipped out each article that you read using the highlight function on YouTube. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, I got 40 videos independently uploaded on the channel right now. I'm like, what did you do? He's like, yeah, I used the highlight function, and I just clipped in and out, and I said upload as a separate video. I said, no. He's like, now all we need is title and description. I'm like, holy shit, you did that? So the formula was born. It's now called batch production. So what we did was we kept perfecting that process over time. So instead of like we did the reading of the article on the screen, but then we decided we would I'm getting tired. We to streamline the process, we just would copy and paste the article into a teleprompter. So instead of me having to look on the screen and read it, I could just read it here and cite the source.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'd have the source on the screen. So now we started streamlining it, and then now we got to add some extra. Let's add some supporting images. Now let's add a video clip. We just kept building and building and streamlining until eventually, we would go live all these days, and then by the time we were done, we'd have 40, 50 videos ready to shoot, ready to drop. And then we're like, well, what do? We can't drop them all at once. Okay, well, let's just drop them every 2 hours. And before you know it, we had videos dropping every 2 hours around the clock. We had so much content that was pumping out. The algorithm had so much food to feast on that this is when the algorithm was wide open. So if you hit on one of our videos and you watched it long enough, the algorithm would serve up the next video, and we had hundreds of videos to serve up. So the algorithm just started just like feeding this constant flow of our videos. Like if back in the day, if you went to YouTube, you'd see our main video, and then you'd see every single video on the right column was all Next News Network videos, every single one of them. So even if you didn't watch, you look to the right side of the screen, you have another one of ours that would catch your attention and you watch it. Now, of course, when they changed the algorithm, what did they do? They took us out of that recommended sidebar and they just put all Fox News, CNN bullshit, right? So
Jesus.
So that's what they did. And what I'm trying to say is we stumbled upon this formula, we perfected it over time, and then, just kept making it more efficient until eventually, like, we were doing like 400 I think around 400 videos a month. Like it was like 70 videos a week or something crazy like that.
That's
so
amazing.
yeah, and so what I'm saying is, like, there's ways to, like, there's nothing wrong with the long form stuff. Okay. But there's a reason I cut up my content. And that's because when you cut up segments, you're creating more content to serve up in the algorithm. So if you're able to isolate topics, because when you isolate the topic, now you've got something that's keyword isolated that's going to hit on that news of the day that's trending. And that's just what I focus on. Because I'm a news trending person. The stuff you're doing
Yeah.
is a little bit
I'm like
long
media
form. It's a
analysis.
lot more deeper. It's
Yeah,
analysis, so it might be
I'm like
harder.
media analysis.
But it's also evergreen. That's something you have here that I don't have. Is you have evergreen content, the content that's always going to be relevant to somebody who, like, no matter if it's now or if it's 5 years from now. Now, somebody watching a video that I produced today about what happened on the election 5 days before it's not going to make it. No one's going to watch that video in 5 years. No one's going to care because it's already out of the news cycle by 5 years. So you have something very special that you are creating, this evergreen content that has longevity. So if you were able to do deep dives, 5 to 7 minute deep dives into some of these topics that you discuss, and you upload them to your channel, you create a headline that's going to captivate. And there are techniques I can show you later about how to create these headlines and these descriptions. And one thing I did learn when I had that meeting with YouTube is she said that my titles are too long. Okay,
No.
I understand
Yeah,
that.
I'm the king of that.
But what's that?
So I'm the king of long titles.
Yeah, and what she told me is, and I didn't listen to her, but if the title's shorter, that's fine. You have fewer characters, less opportunity for the mind to make a decision based on those. Like, if I have a really long title, it means you got to read the whole title and process that whole title and understand what it means. If you have something short, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 words, that's short, succinct, and teasing, you're going to be able to captivate that audience quicker. And I said, well, what about the keywords? Like, I put the title, I want to make sure I've got keywords in my title so that it gets picked up when people search. And she said, no, you don't have to worry about that because your description is also going to get picked up in search. So now I have descriptions that are 700 words. Okay.
Oh.
A 700-word description that is designed to contain the keywords that I want to hit, whether it's names, topics, themes, ideas, or whatever. So having a very nice, long, and descriptive description that doesn't give away the whole show, but still gives enough information. It's all search engine keyword food that you're putting into that description. And then you have the shorter, the long headline. I still like having long. I always say, I want 95 character headlines or 100 character headlines. That's the max. maybe not necessary, but regardless, the point is you got to learn. So if you were to start doing, like, say, for example, you got this entire chart, right? And you said you've covered these different topics. As long as you can contain yourself to a 7, well, actually, the magic number on YouTube is 8 minutes and 1 second long. Now, if you're monetized, what happens is, it used to be 10 minutes, but they reduced it to 8 minutes. So YouTube serves up ads every 8 minutes to every viewer. So if a viewer bounces out, they've been on your channel for 3 minutes, they go to another channel for 6 minutes or whatever, they're going to see an ad at that timestamp, no matter what. So if you have an 8 minute and 1 second video, YouTube will insert a mid-roll ad into your content. You'll have a pre-roll, you'll have a mid-roll, maybe a post-roll. So the minute you go past 8 minutes is the minute you have additional ad revenue content placed inside that video. So if you can make a 9-minute video or 8 minute 1 second, go look at some of Mark Dice's stuff. Okay, we've had long discussions, and I always see he's got an 8 minute 1 second video. That's intentional. It's because he's making sure that he has a mid-roll ad placed right in the center of it. As long as you can hit the 8 minute mark, you're going to get mid-roll ad, and your revenue will increase on YouTube. So if you're able to let's just say you take that chart, you throw it into ChatGPT, you say, write me a narrative about, about this section of the chart. And you create this 10-part series breaking down this philosophy that you've created. And let's say your 10-part series, you tell ChatGPT or Claude AI. Personally, I think Claude AI is 10 times better than ChatGPT, but Claude's a lot more sensitive. Claude can be a little bitch sometimes. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Claude, but it's made by Anthropic. It's just, I think its learning ability is a million times better. So you take that chart, break it down into maybe even a 20-part series, and then you tell it to write you a narrative of each part that's going to be at least 9 minutes long. And you say, write me a script based on my philosophy of this chart points. You can even go into different things. How long does it take to read 9 minutes? XYZ. And then you say, I need this many words, because the read time for 9 minutes is so many words. I mean, there's mathematical equations out there, but it also depends on your inflection, your pauses, and other things. So once you find that sweet spot for the word counts, ChatGPT or Claude breaks down your philosophy. Now, Claude might be a little bit more sensitive with some of those topics. ChatGPT might actually do it for you. So you break down the philosophies, create your scripts, and then for each script that's generated, you say, write me a headline based on this script. Write me a 95 character or 20 or 60 character headline that's teasing. It doesn't give away the story. Give me 20 versions of it. Okay. Give me 20 versions of that headline. And then you say, which one do you think is going to be the most effective? Out of those 20 or out of those 50, it'll tell you which one's going to be the most effective. You look at what they think is most effective. Yes or no, take it or leave it, whatever. Or take pieces from the different parts of the headlines and combine it into your own. At the end of the day, it's all based on your philosophy and it's all based on your work. You just have, an assistant scriptwriter working for you. So these are all different techniques. These are all different techniques that you can use to amplify your YouTube game based on your own philosophy and your own work. So you start, and if you start producing, I'm not sure how often you produce, but if you produce at least 3 videos a day, you're going to start getting the subscribers are going to start getting the notifications, at least 3. And, they'll be able to partake in your parts of your philosophy or your story or whatever it is you want to talk about, and then you just pre-record it, you narrate your piece. Like there's even let's see, like there's something called it's called Pictory. Pictory.ai. Have you heard of this?
Yeah, definitely. Hey, I tell you what, Gary, I tell you what, I know it's getting late, and I want to talk to you after the stream. So how about if we just let the crowd go and we can talk shop behind the scenes for a little bit before you got to do your thing. Does that work?
Yeah, I know I'm spilling all the secrets.
No, hey, while we're out here in front of everybody, I want to thank everybody for coming this evening and being part of this awesome. This is the biggest interview I've ever had on my channel. I appreciate everything. I appreciate you redirecting your stream over here and coming and chatting with me and taking a look at what I'm doing and telling us about everything, man. I can't tell you how much I appreciate everything that you do and just the fact that you came over here and spent some time with a small creator like me. I really do appreciate it. And dude, the work you're doing, great work. I got your back. Just keep up the good fight, and you know that we're all behind you. And to the crowd, man, thank you guys so much for coming tonight. Gary, any final thoughts before I do my line and get out of here?
You know, just don't give up. Don't give up. We got a long road ahead of us, 5 days out from this election. We got to push back against every freaking false narrative they're going to throw at us and pray that we have a peaceful transition. You know, I ran into David Hogg while I was in New York, and he asked me, what do I think about the election? And I said, I just hope it's fair and it's peaceful. That's all. And I think that's all we can pray for, my friend.
Absolutely.
And like, favorite, share, subscribe, comment down below, and we'll see you at the next report.
That's right, guys. And thank you so much for being here. And until next time, stay based, get out and vote, get active, play to the whistle, sprint to the finish line, and keep on winning.
From the wackos on the left to the MAGAs on the right, they know I'm beating Kamala. This race won't even be tied. Her policies are nutso. She's out her goddamn mind. She just repeats the same thing, regurgitating her lines. She thinks that immigration without paperwork is good. Clearly not too much power underneath Kamala's hood. Borders are, it's what you are. Borders are, borders are. Cackling Kamala, you're dumb. Mass inflation imminent if she weasels herself in. If that don't sound like fun to you, then you better help me win. I promise I'll secure you, you'll be in better hands. It'd be a flippin' free-for-all with what Kamala plans. Borders are, it's what you are. Borders are, borders are. Laugh it up, Kamala. This lady, she's cackling crazy.
This is a friendship that